Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the International Dota 2 Championships. Please give a warm welcome to the finest Dota teams in the world. Defending champions of last year's International, Evil Geniuses. Champion of the Shanghai Major, Team Secret. Digital Chaos. The International 2011 champions, Na'Vi. Champion of the Frankfurt and Manila Majors, OG. The International 2013 champions, Alliance. Team Liquid. Escape Gaming. The International 2014 champions, Newbie. LGD. Vici Gaming Reborn. Wings Gaming. TNC. Fnatic. MVP Phoenix. EHO. And now, Gabe Newell.
Welcome to the International. As always, this is really a high point of the year for everyone at Valve. So if you see people from Valve, they're wearing those staff shirts, make sure to introduce yourself, tell them what you like about the event and what we can do better in the future. So this year's tournament looks to be very unpredictable. If you look at the group stage, we've already had over 100 heroes picked, so the meta is really unresolved. It looks like any team can beat any other team, and it's kind of wild to think that today either Puppey or Xiao8 are going home, Dendi or Kuroky. So it looks to be an exciting tournament. For the last year, I've been spending most of my time with the VR team. We have a bunch of VR systems set up above the secret shop. So if you have a chance, go check it out and let me know at gaben@valvesoftware.com what you think. So I think I'm one of the least interesting things about this tournament. We have a bunch of surprises planned, so let's get started. Thank you very much for coming.
They really cemented, they are the top team right now. They are absolutely the team that everybody's looking to take down.
Absolutely. Charlie, what do you think?
I got to give a lot of credit to their coach Sebastian. He's put in so much work since Manila. I see that guy in front of the draft screen, in front of replays every single day. He's putting in the hours. I think a lot of how they've approached drafts and how they've varied their play style has a lot to do with him.
Piran, have you enjoyed through the group stages?
Honestly, the group stages were brilliant. I like the fact that they were super unpredictable. I feel bad for the fans of the teams that were kind of stuck worrying on that final day and stuff, but I think it's great. I mean, it's a shame that teams have to go home today, but I'm looking forward to those matches.
Yeah, absolutely. We do, of course, have other members of our broadcast team today, one of which is a lady who is now very familiar with you, the fans, and for the people at home, of course. She's now a permanent fixture here at the International. Good morning, Casey.
Good morning! I just want to point out, you called me a lady, and I will never forget it, no matter what I do from here on out, because with me is a Mr. Slacks.
Hi.
A Mr. Action Slacks.
Will you call me a lady, Red Eye, please?
He was. I didn't want to say anything.
That's
but.
great. That's a good first sentence for me for the internet.
That's how you know it's going well, when you start with this.
For sure.
So you actually were invited this year.
Yeah.
You did not sneak in.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. There was a mix-up for sure, but didn't have to sneak in this time. No security. It's beautiful.
No security. People are like, great, I'll sneak in. There are signs behind us. What is it? What's happening? We missed something. There it is.
That was on the screen, Daddy. I did it. Your little boy did it.
Are you proud of me now, Papa? Bold predictions for this TI. Excuse me for a second. Excuse me. Hey! Come on! Hey! Oh, you're scared now?
Oh, is it? Oh, here we go.
Are these your fries?
Yeah.
Not anymore. Here, Slacks. Let me see that sign. What do you got? Slacks, why don't you hold this? It's probably safer. I'll try to. Hey, cheers. We're really excited to be bringing you all of this action, guys. I know that you're dealing with the important stuff, but we're really excited to be here. I'm excited to work with you. This is going to be fun.
Yeah, it's going to be a good time. We'll make a great team, huh, Casey? The lady and the sir.
The tramp, I think is how it goes.
You
The
guys.
lady and the tramp. You were going to call me a tramp.
Okay.
It's okay.
Back to you, Red Eye.
Unbelievable. You guys.
Back to you. We like to show how close we are. We have a cool new setup. See where the guys are over there?
Hello.
We'll save you a fry.
Yes, thank you very much. Casey and Sir Action Slacks there. He got slightly demoted, I feel, like Mr. Action Slacks. I don't know. Maybe he has to earn his trust throughout this one. Anyway, great fun from them as usual, and we'll be looking forward to more shenanigans from them. But you've already had a warning, crowd. Don't mess with Casey, all right? Just don't mess with her. Don't do it. Right, so we
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the International 2016. We are here in the wild card matches.
Three-back chrono. Here we go, Kuiper. We're going to focus down Old Lanham. Can they take him? They will. Krunker goes down. E-Home will move forward, and they have just secured themselves a spot in TI.
Execration taking on Complexity. How did the series end up going down?
Meepo. Abed still fighting, throwing out nets every which way. Oh, Meepo. It's going to be an 0 for 5. Dude, this kid's 15 years old and he already plays it like a freaking machine. It was crazy. Swindle's tethered in place with the Dream Coil limp. Tornado Decay slashing around, but it's not going to be enough. Complexity eliminated from TI6. Holy hell, Winter, what was that game?
Nando stuck inside the trees, trying to make his way out. Will be able to get the lead, but now he's on the cliff. No, Nando, that's not where you want to be. A total shutout here in game number 2, as Escape Gaming will be your 16 team here at the International.
How you feeling in here? Everything nice and calm for you?
I got you $1, so now Complexity have made something at TI, and I will
It's
say
not appropriate. Your most beautiful thing for the camera. What do we got?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 1 of the International 2016 group stage.
Everyone on the side of Wings is still going to be up and alive. LGD are just demoralized after that return from Wings.
Can they do it? Yes, they can. Newbie looking to be an incredibly strong and dominant force. Is it all the blast? Aka's Illuminate rips Steady to shreds.
That was not the fight they dreamed of. Fate of Na'Vi is no longer in their hands.
Secret, what a dark day for them. 9 losses straight.
9.
Secret are now guaranteed lower bracket.
EG pulling this one out late, pointing out an Alliance's comfort zone. Now
That base race, that stuff was incredible.
That was pretty basic stuff. I mean,
Basic stuff. Stop right there, sir.
EG look to close this out. Can Loda hold it? Sumail 2 will die back, actually.
We knew they weren't going to get our throne, so we were like...
It was a bait.
Oh my God, they're not going to get this. They're not going to get this. They're all dead again.
Oh, EG, they have to be kicking themselves. With this win, Alliance have scrapped and clawed their way back, and they are in the upper bracket.
Liquid on the verge of not even being contended for tiebreakers and going right into the lower bracket, joining Secret there.
They have no more heroes to defend with. They knew the game was DC's. Miracle is tearing apart Na'Vi. They jump in deeper. OG looking for more than just one kill. And
Big Daddy going to work, and Fear is going back to the well. OG sits at the top of the group. It all comes down to this. eHome nearly undefeated and certainly unchecked, but now comes their final test. DC with a 2-0 win the group. Any other result, eHome win the group. Sand King dead very early in the fight, and on the backside, Weeha's moving in, and Old Chicken still has the Aegis. They focus one, Little Meepo down, chopped up and spit out, and with that, the Weepo has been slain, and eHome are your Group B champions.
Ooh, this could be a big kill. Eternal Levy is going to be silenced up, though. Dubu
3 different siphons.
holding off. The siphons start laying in. They get the kick in. The nukes, the extra bit. The wand goes out. Eternal Levy slowly living through this. Can he get away from Dubu? He makes it out. The West Heel. Now they're turning around. 2 down. MP run over by Boba as well. X marks the spot. Get over here, Febby. Gonna make it a quad for Team Secret as he tries in vain to TP out.
They really want Mady. They'll turn their attention to Banana and MMY. There's the Grave coming out. They've got 1. Stormhammer will come through. Will hit only on 1, but here comes No Tail. Stomps up onto 2. They want aggressive as well. Everyone is solo. MMY heals himself up, and now No Tail is caught in a bad spot. The poison touch, and he's done.
He's getting slightly outthought here. What a great Grave, but now it's secondary Blade Fury from Miracle. Has he overextended? The Ravage
Is it going to do enough? There's going to be the Anchor Smash. Everyone's solo. The Purifying Flames will come back in. The stop is going to be there. They've lost 3. They might lose 4. They need another Anchor Smash. Purifying Flames will get Fly A double. The Gush Shout behind the tower, but they cannot chase him down. What a rotation for Moon. Finally, they're able to find enough.
Can Fnatic sniff it out? Do they know this is going on? Are they gonna try and scout it?
A little Sunstrike coming in, but just delaying the damage. There will be that little Alpha Wolf coming in. Oh, they know something's going to be on there. Roshan does end up falling, though. It looks like that's going to be a Roar coming back into the pit. They do get the Bat Rider down. And now there's going to be the Earth Splitter coming back on through. And the Chrono onto the amazing Ice Blitz. That's going to be 4 heroes hit. That's going to be huge for DC. They're able to go through everything melting down before their eyes. All of a sudden, it's a complete team-wide DC take Roshan. That's going to be a buyback force out from the Ursa. They got to go in. They got to contest this, but the Roshan is falling so quickly. And we'll see there's going to be a relocate in. It's just solo Hanskin trying to make things happen. They bring Swindles back into the pit. Nando taking a lot of damage there. Swindles doing what he can. He's ultimated up. They want to go in, but the kick out. They force him out of the pit. Ursa, no Aegis for you. He's stuck on the cliff, and that's got to be demoralizing as hell.
Oh my god, the kick!
Oh, that was so beautifully played. And it looks like they're just going to clean him up. Limp just sitting there and taking it. He's stunned up and just ready to tap out. You can feel it. This is so frustrating for Complexity. Chessie now on the run once again. Doesn't have that teleport. Nando looking for something forced back in. Tims is a freaking animal going back in. Chessie gonna be slapped down, and looks like they're going for more here. Limp cannot afford to go down here. They kill off his Wisp. They kill off his Ambulance, and he's gonna be falling. It's a full wipe.
They're going to put Matumba Man on the front line, baiting him out. The Primal Roar goes down, but already an Orchid onto Jerix. That's going to stop a lot of the momentum. Nono is actually lassoed up, though, and Jerix may actually survive. BKB goes down, Primal Roar onto Nono. That'll stop the damage even further. Fada out there with the Exorcism. Get the Yule Scepter off, touching a lot of that Skywrath Mage ultimate. He still has Spirit Siphons, but the physical damage, it's about to overwhelm him. He does go down, but the Draw Ranger is gone as well, and Nono's out. He loses the Aegis, and VGR down 5. What? And now Storm Spirit comes back up. They get the telekinesis. Do they have the burst damage? No way. No. Bouncing around. Oh, what? It's a lightning battle. No. What a jump, and he got him. Jerix. Unbelievable. Jerix. What a god on the support position.
Not going to stun him at the moment. Oh, Chicken looking to jump in. Oh, Matuna actually able to dodge the Burrow Strike there. Jumps in aggressively, but now he's in the disruption. He could be in trouble. Illusion's trying to pummel out. Gets the chance to blink to the side. Left caught old Chicken. The Hex with the cheese. Old Chicken's going to live another song. Oh, they're It's over. It's absolutely over. E-Home.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, Liquid.
He's like literally waiting for Loda to come out and respawn, and then he's gonna kill him, I think. Is actually what he's waiting for.
I don't think he can solo kill him.
No, I don't think so, but that's what I would expect him to do. Oh, there's a gem. Maybe he's going for the gem that was put down on the steps. Oh
but
my
they
god.
have no vision of it.
They don't, but if he walks in and he should see it.
How did he know?
No way.
How does he know?
Seriously gonna go for this? Oh my god, he's actually going to get it.
Moon is actually a god.
I can't believe he just did that. That's insane.
EG pulling this one out late, pointing out in Alliance's comfort zone. Now the BKB from Sumail, the lasso, dragging the Spirit Bear away, and as the glyph ends, EG look to close this out. Can Loda hold it? Sumail 2 will die back, actually, down for 130.
Fear,
not
he needs
over
to
yet.
finish this. They can't do it without Fear. He's about to go down. He bought back. No, my God, they're not going to get this. They're not going to get this. They're all dead again.
EG, can they close it? Universe desperately scrapping, clawing, ding goes down 2, and Alliance finds the triple dieback to shut down EG. Thought we didn't know how to play the late game, say Alliance. Oh, EG, they have to be kicking themselves. They underestimated Ice.
Moon looking to flank around from the side, get a blink call if possible, and he's going to find one, but doesn't actually get the proper call. Slaughter pushed himself away with the blink dagger just fast enough that Moon will go down. Tinker's the man to find that kill, but they're looking for more. Miracle comboing up the big Deafening Blast, the double Deafening Blast. Thunder will save Raven, but it won't save the rest of his team. Yule Scepter spinning him round. He'll just keep hitting up. Is he ever going to hit the ground right now? The Skydiver Raven will finally drop.
to be in team fights. This game, it's a range rack. That can't heal. It doesn't heal cap. It's just
TP to top lane. MP, he tries to put a stop to that one, but oh my god! He actually goes after the creep to make Resolution complete the TP, and now MP may just die for it. Excellent play by Digital Chaos. I can't believe he just pulled that off. The mindset to Ethereal Blade a ranged creep to keep MP from killing it, to allow Resolution to complete his TP.
There we go then. Plenty of action from the group stages and plenty of action to come over the next 6 days as we enjoy the Key Arena and the double elimination brackets as they come. We're back on our panel right now. The Aegis is waiting for its champion down in the main Key Arena hall, of course. And we're here to bring you all of the interesting storylines that lead to our first game of the day. It's going to be a great game, OG versus MVP. We've got plenty of time before that, though, to kind of catch up and bring everyone up to speed if they weren't watching the group stage. But just on the back of those highlights, Kat, just remind you of how good the groups were.
Everyone is insanely good. We keep on reiterating this fact over and over. It's like throughout the years, the skill gap has closed and closed when it comes to the top 20 teams in the world, right? It just keeps on closing like that. The players have gotten so incredibly good. And that top 10 right there that you saw, that isn't even like half of the amazing plays that we saw during the group stage.
Yeah, there was so much more.
And it's not even just the player's skill itself. It's also the fact that the teamwork has gotten so much better. I was talking to Fly later after the group stage about that play that Moon did. Moon was just like, I'm going for the gem. Just trust me. And Fly's like, okay, whatever. Yep. Just do it. And it worked out. And he got it and he starts pinging himself like crazy.
Yeah, it was crazy. Piran, you really enjoyed the groups as well, didn't you?
Yeah, I mean, the sad thing about the group stage is because it's 4 games at once. An old man like me has trouble keeping up with all 4 games. So I quite like it when we come to the main event and there's 1 game at a time to watch. I can keep up with that.
Yeah, I mean, Paul can relate to that.
Exactly. And that's why we're on this side of the desk and you guys are on the scum side of the desk. I mean, the other side of the desk.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks,
By the way, good casting on those clips, Kat.
And so it begins
Big fan.
on day 1 of the main event.
Was that sarcastic?
No.
I'm not sure. First he called me scum and then he complimented me. I'm not sure how to take this.
Yeah, we might have to figure that one out. I think it's the English accent or something.
Yeah.
You'll get it, Cap.
Yeah, you'll get it.
Yeah, you guys all sound like criminals.
I don't know. Wow. Okay. Let's. What a great way to end that piece of segment on. Let's take a look at the upper bracket for you and show you exactly how things are going to work out as we make our way through today. Of course, we're going to start off with OG versus MVP. We'll also have the DC match as well. They'll be playing Wings a little bit later on. Those 2 matches are set. Best of 3s, of course. Winner continues through the upper bracket. Loser does not go out. They will drop down to the lower bracket. And then the other 2 games, of course, eHome versus Alliance and EG versus Newbie. Those will take place tomorrow. They'll be the first 2 matches that will bring you from day 2 here at the Key Arena. So that's the upper bracket. The lower bracket, however, sharp intake of breath.
Yeah, this is a scary time.
This is the death bracket, we call this one.
Yum.
These are all best of 1s. TNC will take on VGR. That will happen this afternoon. All of these will take place this afternoon and this evening. Secret versus LGD, as Gabe Newell said earlier on. Xiao or Puppy, one of those 2 will be going home. Likewise, Fnatic versus Escape. Can Synderen finally get a team out of that bottom 4 position? He'll be hoping so today against a very tardy Fnatic from the group stage. And finally, a massive match between Na'Vi and Liquid. Hard to imagine, gents, that 4 of those teams have to leave today. Like, why?
Well, it is, but it's also like they were saying, the skill gap's closing. And that means that a team that previously would be like, oh, I can't believe a TI with that player. Well, there are 10 other players that are even, better maybe. So there's so many good players, so many good teams that I don't think we're like, oh man, that team's gone, there's no one to watch. Now it's like there's a billion games I want to watch. I mean, I want to see OG. That's it, I just want to see OG.
Okay.
Another good example of that, I would say, is the fact that we are like pretty likely here to go through the international and have a team full of players that haven't won an international win it for the first time, right? Like, we may not see that second TI win.
We're still waiting for it.
We're six in. And that's possible, because if you look at that, right, it's like Na'Vi, LGD. Like, these guys have won an international before, and they may go out in the very first round.
Yeah, it's crazy.
At the same time, it's also fairly likely that we will see a repeat winner. There's been 5 teams before, and everyone can beat everyone this tournament.
Yeah, okay. We've got another member of our team. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to jump up from here. because we've got a bit of a different set this year. It's a bit fun, all right? So just come with me. We're going to go and say hi to another member of our broadcast team. Good morning, Purge. How are you doing?
I'm great. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm really, really thrilled, I have to say, about this particular segment of the show, because later on, as we get into the end of the series, you're going to be doing some really cool stuff with this machine.
Yeah.
Which is yours, apparently. You're going to take this home afterwards?
Yeah, you're not allowed to touch it. It's just me.
I'm not allowed
guess
to
for
touch
everybody. Nobody touches it.
Wow, really? You're getting possessive already?
Oh, I've been like this for 6 days. What do you think I've been doing? Just guarding it.
We haven't
I
seen
put
you.
a blanket over it at night when I go home. Like, I got to keep it warm.
All right. Well, why don't you tell people at home what you're going to be doing at the end of each series?
You know, just a little bit of recaps occasionally. It's a pretty cool functionality here. Can just play clips. I can draw on the mini map. A couple cool things there. You know, I could just jump into whatever we record and then point out a couple cool things and talk about movement and maybe some wacky stuff too, like talk about how much somebody is feeding maybe in the bottom right, or how many teams have kills.
Can you just be careful and not draw any more circles at the bottom of that so it looks like a penis?
Don't worry, I'm gonna try to keep it away from that.
Thanks, Purge.
I'll do my best.
Thanks, Purge. Yeah. That's good. Yeah, thank you very much. Very, very good. We're going to have more from Purge, obviously, throughout the time here as he brings us all the action from breaking down the replays.
Did you just sum up entirely what Purge is going to be doing for the whole entire international main event with a dick joke?
Maybe.
He also referred to it as a machine when he was
Well,
in front of a television.
I don't know what that thing is. Like voodoo.
This magical device, a window into another world. It's a television, Paul.
Is it?
All I know,
but he touches stuff.
It's a portal into another dimension.
Yeah, he touches stuff and things happen on there, and it changes. I don't know what that is.
We have touch screens now, Paul.
Oh,
have you seen
it's like a big phone.
cell phone? Yeah,
it's
it's
a big
kind of like
phone.
that. Yeah.
Got it. I'm okay then. I'm good to go.
No rotary dial though. I know you're used to that.
No wind up.
We've moved
Don't have to wind
past
it. Don't have to wind it up on the side.
Don't have to wind it up
okay,
either.
Cool. Good. It's not in black and white either.
No. I don't
Any
know
more
what
old
that
jokes
is.
you want to do to start the day?
Cool. I don't know what it is. All I know is that at the end of this event, I'm drawing a penis on it.
Okay.
I'm touching it.
I'm down with
touching your machine, Kevin. There's nothing you can do about it.
All right, okay. We've got a couple of minutes for our first game, so why don't we just talk about favourites? We talked a little bit about OG and what have you, but for me, the biggest surprise perhaps is Liquid. 7th in their group, dropping down to the lower bracket, now have to face Na'Vi to stay in the tournament. This is a team that were fantastic in Manila, all right, fell one short, were brilliant again in Shanghai, again, fell one short, but they've been so consistent all year. What happened at this point of the year? It's the last thing you want to happen is the inconsistency.
We're not entirely sure. Like, you would really have to have Kuro himself be able to come forward and say exactly what's going wrong with Liquid, but it does seem that they've dropped some of their favorite style, that they've been switching up their picks a little bit, and honestly, the individual performances just aren't up to snuff with a lot of the players. It's very confusing watching this, right? Because we've had multiple captains come forward and say second place, like multiple second places is really respectable.
Yeah.
It's somewhat easier to win one tournament, right? But it's so much harder to multiple times place top 3 over and over and over again.
Yeah, and they've done that all year round. Charlie, I want to talk to you about AG. Over.
What about him?
Well, you're the expert. You're the EG expert on the panel.
Sure.
So I think we'd come to you. Have they exceeded expectations in the group stage?
Yes.
Even though they're difficult, because a lot of people will tune in and they'll think, well, hold on, they're the defending champions. I watched them last year. They ripped everyone apart. It's been a rocky road, isn't it, for them for the last 12 months? For anyone that's not familiar with the scene.
From Shanghai up until right before the international, they've looked not great. Pretty bad. Their performances felt like they don't really know how to play. They're not comfortable with the meta. They're trying to find a play style that has suited their different roster shuffles. And so it's taking them a long time to get to this place, but it feels like after their loss at StarLadder, they're like, hey, let's really focus and buckle down and get our stuff in order. And it looks like they've done that.
Okay. One of the teams that's exceeded expectations by a long way is DC, Perry.
Oh, yeah.
You've really enjoyed watching these boys.
I have. I mean, they're nice guys to hang out with as well. They're cool. Remember, if something goes wrong, Slacks is a sub. What the heck is that noise?
That would be the horn, period.
That's
in
the
every game.
horn,
I thought I was the only one who could hear that for a second.
No, you're okay.
Whew.
You're okay. Calm down. Yeah, we can finish your point about DC. But yes, that was the horn to alert us to the fact that the start of the first game.
Sweet. I was going to say, if something goes wrong, remember, Slacks is technically a sub for DC. So the reason I'm rooting for them is I'm kind of rooting for them, but I also wouldn't mind if somebody just, was taken ill and Slacks has to play. You can do it, DC.
He would actually step in. I'm not sure that would be a good thing right now. Nevertheless, we are going to get into our first game of the day, OG versus MVP. So let's take a look at the lineups with OG first. OG entering the Key Arena for the first time in 2016, the only team in the history of Dota to win 2 Valve majors. Frankfurt last year, of course, and recently in Manila. They'll be looking for the one that's eluded them. As far as Notal is concerned, he's been begging for this championship. I remember him coming here last year with Cloud9. They were really positive, full of energy. They'd done lots of practice. They were really confident. Didn't work out for them. Total breakup of the team. But since then, almost, I think all of the members of that ex-team have gone on to win a major. Bar one, maybe?
Yeah.
Bar one.
Bar one.
Par one. But speaking of Notal, we in the last week, in the last really 3 months, we've talked about how he stepped up in his individual play, how they're not just relying on Miracle to carry anymore. And you know why that is? That guy goes in every single morning, like before the matches or whatever. He always requests that he goes first and he plays like 3 pubs before they start.
All right, we'll get more from you in a moment, Charlie, and from the rest of our panel. But let's get our second team in. They are MVP. There we go then. Our new Korean overlords are entering their booths as they go head-to-head with OG. They were here, of course, last year through the wildcards and into the main event this year here on Merit, and they have been terrific for the last 12 months.
Absolutely. I think that you want to talk about passion, you want to talk about the passion of Notal grinding out those games. Hey, you're facing up against one of the teams that is most passionate in the world. You know, they're coming from a region that is unfortunately just doesn't hold a whole lot of competition for them. Obviously in Korea, no other top tier teams. They have to play within Southeast Asia, which obviously has honed their skills quite a bit. But when it comes to the international scene, MVP Phoenix have really stood out as a team of what you used to call as underdogs, yes. And now you expect them.
Not that long ago either.
Yeah, now you expect them to place top 8, top 6 because their play style is just so insane. They're so committed to each other, to the game, that their very focused play style just cuts through some of the strongest teams out there.
Charlie, we saw some of that play style during the group stages, but some have said or suggested to me that perhaps their play style is a little bit too predictable now, in the fact that people know what they're going to do when they play them.
Sure, I mean, it's incredibly high risk, high reward. They're just going to run at you the entire time. They've called their play style themselves like just caveman Dota, just run at you all the time. Not a lot of thinking. Hey, they said this themselves. And you know what you're going to get, but you know, sometimes if you're not prepared for that, you just lose.
Okay, more thoughts on the way, of course, and we're going to get some thoughts from some of the players right now as well. One of those players is a man who was here last year, as I said earlier, with Cloud9 and had a very disappointing international. This time round, only one thing is on his mind. He caught up with Casey a little earlier on.
Okay, so I guess the first question is, how did OG come together after TI5 last year?
After TI5 last year, me and Tal, we were talking some. We weren't really sure what we were going to do. I was having all kinds of thoughts whether or not I wanted to play, and if I wanted to play, what I wanted to do. And Tal was the first big factor for me. He was not sure if he was going to, try something new, try some other people. And if I wanted to play with him, that's only two people, and that doesn't really make a team. So we were talking for a while. I decided I'm going to try to build something, see what I can actually do. So even at the airport in Seattle, I contacted Miracle, tried to get his contact information. Started having these thoughts. Who do I want to play with? How do we make this come together? I ended up talking to Miracle. Tal would be talking to Moon. I kept talking with Tal, and we kind of set a basis. Like, if we want to make something, these 4 could be a great start. And finally, we agreed on Crit. I was pushing very hard to Tal, like, we should really try this guy. He's always been good on every team he's been on. And everybody was down. Everybody was in, and we kind of went with it. Became monkey business a couple of weeks after TI.
And how did your play with Tal when you guys were together at TI3 with Fnatic? How did that convince you that this was somebody that you wanted to play with again?
I mean, Tal and me, we go way back. He was my first teammate in the competitive scene back when we played Heroes of New Earth. I've known him since I was 14 years old, so play-wise, human-wise, I mean, I know him very well. I think more than anyone else knows him in terms of players knowing him. Playing with Tal, I kind of feel like that's the thing I'm going to be doing until I retire or he retires. Time will tell, but me and him, we get along very well.
How important is that when you're building a team? Not just, obviously you're looking at the different kinds of talent that you're bringing together, but when you're looking at the personalities and how you actually get along in real life, how important is that?
For me, obviously it depends on who you ask, but for me, I feel this foundation is way better to build on than one guy trying to bring everyone in than having two guys trying to bring people together.
I'd like to ask you if you could just think of a phrase or a word that best describes each of your teammates. We'll start with Tal since we've been talking about him a little bit already.
Strong.
Strong.
Tal is strong, yes. Amir would be focused. It would be very focused. And Moon would be funny. Moon would be very funny. And Crit would be mature. He would be very mature. It's a lot of words to describe these guys, but chalking it down to a couple, that would be my choices.
It sounds like you have a lot of respect for your teammates.
I hope it goes both ways. I think respect's very important in any relationship. Respect and trust is why I think this, the team, to trust and respect can come from a long relationship, but it has to be in the foundation. It has to be there from the beginning. And I hope that everyone in my team, but also people that want to play Dota and play these team games, value these assets. Playing this kind of team game, you say it's a video game, you can say that all you need is logic and skill, but I think that Dota is 80% something that's outside the game. 20% is just the game, how you play and whatever. 80% is actually the whole team aspect and human aspect.
Do you focus on each game one at a time pretty well, or are you constantly thinking a few games ahead, a few matches ahead?
I think the best habit you can have is to focus on every game. Every game is what really matters. I do think that that's the approach that you need to have, because Dota, as much as it is about strategy and skill, and maybe you want to hide a strat for the finals, stuff like this, if you lose focus for 1 second, 1 second can mean the game and it can mean the whole tournament. Just 1 second. That's the real-time strategy.
What would it mean to put your name on that?
A lot. It's been the goal I've set for the last 3 years. And this year, I've done everything to achieve it. I can't say that I've done my very best the other 2 years. A couple of regrets, but this year I have no regrets of the choices I made. And I do hope that I'm going to reap the rewards this time.
No tell. I love this guy, I really do. I've known him a long time, actually, longer than I've been involved in Dota, but he just embodies everything about his team, right? And yet, he's become a much more mature player himself, Charlie, more relaxed, perhaps.
Yeah, in the beginning, he was very rambunctious, very much about, putting on a good show, but this year is all about winning. Yeah. And like I said earlier, he's putting the time, grinding those pubs every morning to warm up.
Okay, we're about 45 minutes away from our draft. We've got a little surprise for you with the draft as well, but I do want to get your prediction, so we'll go down the line. We'll start with you, Charlie. Where do you think this one's going over a best of 3?
Favorites for the tournament, OG.
Okay, no surprise.
MVP's the only team that can beat OG on the raw team fight style, but I still say OG.
Okay.
Yeah, OG, it has to be. I think they've got that stability, and I just think they've got Miracle is the best player in the world, in my opinion, so I think OG.
Yeah, we haven't talked too much about Miracle being the player to watch, but he is that player to watch. You've all agreed OG. I'm disappointed, boys. I thought I would have had something from you.
I mean,
2-0?
Yeah, let's do scores very quickly.
Okay.
Let's do scores.
Yeah, I'm going to go 2-0.
Okay.
2-1.
All right.
2-1. Yeah, I'll go with Cap. 2-1.
All right, okay. Well, it's early, I guess. We're going to get away with it as we go through the tournament, of course, and we're going to get more predictions from them as well. But something a little bit different. For the first time at the International, we're now going to move over to our brand new draft section. Do enjoy it.
OG versus MVP Phoenix.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen of Key Arena in Seattle and everybody watching at home, and welcome to the TI6 drafting panel, a first of its kind in Dota. We have assembled some of the most smartest, brilliant people on the planet to help bring in all the tactics, but we realized they didn't like Dota, so we got these guys instead. We have Draskel, we have Black, we have Winter, all these familiar faces I'm sure you know. Gentlemen, welcome to OG versus MVP.
I'm hyped, man. Let's go. Let's do it.
All right. Black, what are we expecting here? We were deliberating a bit back in the lower just meeting area, and we were saying what were going to be the big picks here. We're thinking OG, we got a Wisp to look out for MVP. As they were mentioning, like, these guys are wrestlers. They'll just get in your face. So what are we looking out for?
MVP, look for, like, get in your face heroes like Wisp, like Bristleback. OG plays a terrifying Elder Titan, so you should definitely ban that out. And I think that's like the main bands that we're going to look out for. And OG just in general is very versatile, so we can't really predict what they will draft, but we'll see after the first couple of picks where they're going to head to.
Don't forget about the Huskar.
Oh yeah,
both teams play that hero.
There's Huskar and Naga as well.
Yeah, Naga might be a priority in terms of ban for OG, because we've seen many teams that they played against MVP, they chose to not want to face that hero.
So you feel pretty confident? Do you guys agree that Huskar is just going to be that continuing, lingering problem hanging there that in that second phase you might always have to keep tabs on?
I think it's definitely something you always have to keep in mind, because as the draft goes on, you know, we've seen more heroes picked at this TI than I think any other TI in history. So when you get to that stage where heroes are constantly rotating in and out, a point comes where you can just see, okay, it's second phase now. That's when you start seeing the Huskar. That's when you start seeing heroes that are really going to become a problem.
Well, gentlemen, as it looks like, the draft is actually going to be happening up here behind us right now. We'll get it set up so we can check it out right in front of us, I'm sure, soon enough. But it looks like to open up this match, MVP has snagged up the Faceless Void while OG grabbed that Bat Rider we were talking of.
A Bat Rider is just a really solid opening overall. It gives you pick potential more than anything. He has good lane matchups against a lot of heroes that are in the pool right now, just very flexible. Leaves you kind of wide open to whatever it is you want to do.
And so for both teams just kind of leading in out this draft, saying these are going to be the ones to initiate, to set the party started. I mean, we don't know for the Faceless Void for certain if it's going to be an off lane or not, but do you think that sets any sort of tone between these two teams if they're looking, hey, we're going to get the initiator, we want to get the one to start the party right away?
I mean,
usually have a flexible hero, don't you?
Yeah, usually they put it as carry and pick another offlaner for 4F, because 4F doesn't really like to play Faceless Void, whereas the pick for OG, the Bat Rider, is one of Moon's staple heroes, and he's super confident on him. He introduced like a new build in the competitive scene where you don't go lasso and just go drums and go all out
Wow,
aggressive.
so check this out. So they've been incorporating some awesome new technology and sciences, if you will. AR hitting the floor. We can see the current picks as they happen on the stage. How awesome is that? We got Earth Spirit coming out now and Darkseer, so that becomes a bit more clear-cut as far as where this Faceless Void is going to end up indeed.
Yeah, I like the opening a lot too, because, you know, Black and I were talking this morning about the weaknesses of Void and the ability to lane D-push and things like that and farming capabilities. Just having the Ion Shell as something to partner with it a little bit later on, it's very nice to make sure that, you know, you have some kind of wave clear during the game, whereas OG, you know, they're looking at the heroes right now and saying, this is crit comfort pick, this is moon comfort pick.
Yeah, like one of the games where they ran in the group stage where they had 5 melee heroes and they had a Darkseer. You buy a mech and you Ion Shell everyone and you run at the enemy team. They had the SB as well. So basically their lineup was very, very early game centric. They had a mech early and they just had Ion Shell and they just kept fighting and fighting and fighting.
Like the biggest problem Faceless Void has early on, like level 6, he doesn't really want to TP through lane because it doesn't offer damage, but in this case you can just TP through the offlane, for example, and solo kill the carry because that Iron Shell gives you the damage that you're really missing.
Wait, let me ask you, if you're the safe lane Void this game, would you go for a Vanguard build, or would you go back for like the Manta Diffuser build, like the early Vlad's Manta Diffuser?
Like, we'll have to see what OG picks, whether they need the damage of Void, but if you build the Vanguard Void, especially with Darkseer, it's like really, really strong because you can just run at them, jump at them, and they can't really deal with you, and you can just run them down.
What do you think, though, that OG continue to go back for this Earth Spirit? We've been having debates throughout the group stage as far as where he really resides in this meta, if he does, and he is able to make that big team fight impact that he used to, but we know Crit's also one of the best, if not the best in the game at it. Do you think it's safe for them to continue to go for it?
I think they always want to put Crit on a hero that
has some kind of impact in rotations. You know, you don't want to put him on a hero that's sitting in the woods and farming and stuff like that. So giving him something like this to be able to pressure lanes, I think it's probably one of the strongest openings that OG can possibly feel.
Yeah, against MVP is very important because they are so aggressive in the early game, and Dubu is always roaming on like a Ricky, Bounty Hunter, like whatever hero that he'll be doing that in the early game. You need a hero that can defend your lanes, can roam around, make sure that your lanes don't get crippled by the rotations of MVP.
Yeah, we have seen in the group stage already that teams that tend to play defensively, they just can't dictate the game, and they have big problems just controlling the game in general. And those teams, they didn't fare so well in this tournament. And Earth Spirit is one of the heroes that can really start to dominate lanes. He can rotate to off lane, he can rotate to mid, and we always see Crit doing like really great rotations, really great saves on their cores, and one of the favorite heroes for sure.
I mean, it's not only that, it's like the team fight composition. Like you provide your team with stun, silence, and AoE damage in early team fights. You don't need any items. You just need level, so it helps a lot with that.
So in the second phase now, OG obviously getting rid of the Alchemist and the Slark MVP. They had gotten rid of the Oracle and then followed up with removing the DP. Just a small, footprint about Oracle. This was a guy who didn't even exist last year at TI, and now he's one of the most picked supports in the game right now. Is that just something as well that teams are going to be hungry for throughout this event?
It's because of how MVP are running their lineup. Like I said, they're going to run at you with 5 heroes with Iron Shell. You don't want the Oracle to be there to take away the Iron Shell. That's your primary source of damage.
Yeah.
So that's very, very important for them. And OG, they choose to take out the Slug, which is very good against the Batrider, and which is also very good against the Juggernaut that they go for in the second phase. Alchemist is just a very difficult hero to deal with. It allows you to fight, scale, you farm so quickly, difficult to deal with throughout the game.
Especially considering the opening that MVP have, right? They have so many heroes that can already create space, like Darkseer and Spiritbreaker combination is going to apply a tremendous amount of pressure during the early mid game. So,
I feel the Juggernaut pick is really smart against that because going back to PA, one of QO's favorite heroes. They didn't have a lot of success with it, but it's definitely one of the heroes he loves playing the most.
Yeah, the same heroes, like roughly the same heroes when they had the 5 melee matchup. Darkseer, Spiritbreaker, and the QO PA. They just run at you, they're not going to let you breathe.
They just chase you non-stop, and having 2 Ion Shells, like 1 for charge, 1 for Blink Strike, just being able to infinitely chase down heroes, yeah, this is classic MVP. They just love to play aggressive.
Yeah, but they have pretty good heroes to deal with the charge. So they have the Flame Break, they have the kick from the Earth Spirit, they have the Shadow Demon, and Juggernaut is much better adept at dealing with the charge from the Spirit Breaker in the early game.
But just going back to the Spirit Breaker pick, it was a response to the Juggernaut pick, because one of the big problems with Juggernaut is if you face him and you can't cancel the spin TP, he poses a much bigger threat than what
that's true. Like some teams will go for the Bane, but because it's MVP, they want a hero that can use the Iron Shell. They went for the SB, and this is a classic MVP lineup. With those 4 fighting lineups, you're not going to farm, so where you're going to get your gold? Track kills. So Bounty just rounds their lineup well.
They have no lane support at all. Like the safe lane will be pretty vulnerable.
Do they need lane support? They're just going to run at you.
Yeah, they will run at you, but if OG can weather the storm, then their safe lane is going to have huge problems. But that's also why they pick Faceless Void, because Faceless Void can definitely sustain himself on the safe lane.
Do you think that's how it's going to be, Andy, for MVP? Are they going all in with this early aggression?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, their heroes aren't necessarily good at breaching high ground, so like Winter said, they are very reliant on track hold and winning the lanes.
OG round their lineup with the Timbersaw, gentlemen. The panel seems to think OG are going to walk away with maybe a good initiative. Do you agree?
I think MVP are feeling pretty comfortable. I'm actually going to go against the grain here and say MVP for game 1.
Black?
I think MVP can definitely beat OG, but OG just have this little bit of an edge of an experience.
No, I'm going to go with Andy, MVP.
MVP. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we should be able to tune into our casters for our very first TI6 matchup. We have Toby Wan and Merlini. Gentlemen, can you hear me loud and clear?
We definitely can, Dakota. We are so ready to go. OG up against MVP. What a terrific series to also kick off the International 2016.
I'm glad that MVP is going back to the basics. They have their 5 melee brawlers. They were 4-0 with PA in the group stage. Let's continue that streak.
Yeah, I want to see it. MVP, we've seen them on the main stage before. Sometimes they turn away from the team fights. This time they've embraced the spirit that is MVP, and they'll do it up against OG. OG, the panel was saying it, both the fun and the draft panel, they were all looking to say OG, they're the favorites coming into this series, but MVP, the draft panel kind of lent towards them. They're stuck with the brawlers. Have they got enough to bring down OG at least 1, maybe 2 games in this best of 3?
I think with this draft, yes. In the group stage, they picked a lot of non-QO heroes. I think he's kind of like the embodiment of aggression with the heroes that he plays, Slark, PA, PL, just heroes that can be in your face all the time. And then they picked him some Timbersaw here and there, which didn't quite seem up his alley. They picked them a Tinker, which they lost, and we saw the Alchemist made out from OG, which he also played a couple times during the group stage, but I think the PA is really his hero.
Yeah, it's just that kind of burst and also momentum shifting hero that MVP can bring into the fights. What do you actually think about the overall draft? There's very few teams that come out and run a full 5 melee lineup.
Yeah, it's very risky, especially when you have all this AoE from the Earth Spirit and the Batrider. Like, Napalm's going to be a huge issue, not to mention the last pick, Timbersaw. I think this is kind of an ideal Timbersaw game. Maybe not as many strength.
The contest for the top rune. The Iron Shells are already up. MVP's going to go in. Dubu, heavy damage early on, but the double Iron Shell burning down Fly. The first one drop is going to be SB. A 1-for-1 trade-off. But really, MVP, have you bitten off more than you can chew? Febby has to make a run for this. As the Bounty Hunter, he can't go in for another 5 seconds. But he'll bail out. The runes still end up going the way. In fact, both bounty runes went the way of MVP into the hands of Faceless Void as well as the PA. Febby. Orb of Venom just harassing Crypt back out again. He's going to control up this jungle nicely.
And they're very reliant on the Ion Shell this game, and OG drafted potentially 2 ways to get rid of the Ion Shell with the Demonic Purge and a Diffusal Blade Carrier in the Juggernaut. And you can tell OG, they're prepared. All these early game clarities, they're grouping up around the runes, just expecting this level of fighting. We already see a charge on bottom from Dubu. Let's see if he gets as lucky with the bashes.
It seems to be more of a zone out kind of thing. Moon is going to have a real good time up against MP. As we said, melee versus sticky Napalm is always going to favor the Batrider, which should be checking middle lane as the Sentry Ward down for Crit. They're going to see Febby boulder forward. QO will take it for the Bounty Hunter, and they're both going to move back out again. This time around, they don't have that Iron Shell damage they had around the top rune fight. They have to give space to OG.
These 2 heroes are still level 1. They're still trying to kill people. It's going to be a problem once Reactive Armor gets up on Miracle, too. Let's see if he picks up level 2 at level 3, but if that happens, I'm not exactly sure where Febby's going to go.
You made this a survive lane? Well, Febby will get rid of the Sentry Ward, so he's freer to move in the mid lane. No extra Sentry over on Crit. In fact, it's Fly who's holding on to the other 2 sentries at the moment. So they still have to keep tabs on where this Bounty Hunter is moving. And the Bounty, kind of one of those rare times as well where he doesn't have a jungle he can just leech experience off. Not until they can make Moon abandon the bottom lane and start stacking up inside the jungle for him.
I don't know if he's going to leave. I don't think he needs to. As the draft panel mentioned, like, they don't have a good zoning support at all. Spirit Breaker's okay, but he has no easy way to get rid of the sticky Napalm.
Top rune. Iron Shell's going to prep up. What's the bit? It's going to be a bounty rune only, so no big damage from a Crit. Didn't actually boulder out. The SB's on his way in. It's a long charge back underneath the tier 1 tower, but it's already done. The Darkseer finds the extra kill, and Dubu will run away, so 2-2 on the board.
And OG have invested some minion sentries, but maybe not enough. MVP are winning the ward battle in the mid lane at the moment, and Dubu's there for the charge just in case.
We must discuss conservation.
In case he can help out, make sure those kills get secured, also keeps the vision up. He's going to charge back down to bottom lane, so MP, with his boots, high movement speed to get away.
I'm surprised they didn't go for the double bash lane. Level that thing up. MP.
This has just more survival. Top lane, nice touch from Fly. Catches the Darkseer, mid-surge for Rev. He will be dropping now. Tries to do enough damage to Fly to get a kill. The double Iron Shells were there, and Febby looking to soak up a little bit more with the extra attack on a Fly. He can't claim. The Iron Shells are always up, so N0tail's got to be careful. Setting when the Bounty Hunter will move, but it's the 4-minute mark, so again, the contest for the top room will begin. Febby will try and steal the one from Miracle, keep that bottle empty if possible, but Crit makes a bit more of a cover. They reveal him with a dust, and Febby's going to drop. A little bit too predictable, the battle for the rune. Timber actually got a regen as well.
They knew exactly where he was going to be.
And what you really get in return, you fill up QO's bottle, it gets a bounty rune.
That's okay. You just need like one of these movements by the Bounty Hunter to pay off in the later game when you get some track kills. Crit smoked around behind him in the mid tower.
Yeah, they're preparing him. Observe Ward behind the tier 1s. They can see QO and understand how many reinforcements he's got. Miracle also feels like with this aggressive maneuver, he's just preparing QO for the Earth Spirit roll-in.
This is a maneuver that OG does a lot. They smoke with Crit to lay aggressive wards. If there's an Alchemist, it will normally be towards the southern side, but they're actually placing it in a different part of the map this time to see if reinforcements are coming behind QO so they can kill Miracle.
Fly's going to arrive. There's no Observer Ward to scout out this movement. The only obs actually down for OG aggressively is about to time out. In fact, it just does do so back behind the tier 1 tower in the top lane. So it's really kind of blind. They've prepped a new one, which is a little bit deeper inside the jungle, but they still don't know where OG supports are moving, and that's very dangerous with Crit's Earth Spirit.
Bottom lane looks to be in a little bit of trouble. OG making a move down there without a smoke at the moment, probably just a warding mission.
With the ward, they do see the Faceless Void before he's level 6. So it's a small opportunity to maybe gank up MP. But with their lineup, chaining off stuns, Disruption doesn't really work the way they would like it to.
Yeah, they don't have Flame Break on the Batrider, so it's not going to be terribly easy.
They're picking out. They want Dubu instead. Be careful of the timing. Disruption and kick. Not the right synergy coming out from Crit and Fly. This will allow Dubu to charge away. So a miskill there, but also up on the top lane. It was the Darkseer and the Bounty Hunter teaming up together to kill off the Juggernaut.
It looked like he was out of man on the top lane. Maybe he popped his mango and still perished in the meantime.
QO is now going to try and battle Miracle for the room. Actually, Phantom striking himself forward. Yes, the bounty room for Miracle. Critical thing when it keeps the bottle charges low, but Miracle tries to man fight it. There's bottle charges available for QO. He'll trigger one of them now and get back to his tier 1 tower.
I like the other times that they drafted PA in the group stage. It was against a lot more physical damage, like life stealers, for example. This game, the Blur isn't terribly useful, and I think Timbersaw is going to continue to prove to be very useful against her. She's doing very well in terms of CS.
MP's bailing out. He doesn't want anything to do with his tier 1 tower. And rightly so, Crit's still hovering around. As Moon farms up the Radiant jungle, Miracle is a little bit further over on the Radiant side.
He's maxed out Shane. Or he's maxing out.
Top lane, Notel might be in trouble here. It's a double Iron Shell maneuver, but they've already used their charge. So Notel can spin back underneath his tier 1 tower in safety.
I also like how OG snagged up the Jug immediately in the second phase. He's like one of the few safe laners that can actually deal with this charge.
Oh, the sentry. They got trigger the dust. Secondary sentry being planted, but overcomes QR. Big damage on the fly. Has to self-disrupt, but that damage of Miracle with a Chronosphere just on the edge. They need to bring down one, but who are they going to get? QR is low, so is Fly. Q will be the first to fall. Febby is a return damage. They need Miracle as well. Miracle, no more one-charges left with a tip and Jay. The damage is huge. You need a time look, and there it is. But there's still no follow-up. Not until OG bringing the reinforcements. It's Moon joining the fight. The Shark comes there. No time walk for 3 seconds. And 3 seconds is too long. Miracle will get a double kill. 4 kills in total now for OG.
Man, he just seemed like the best laner to deal with this sort of thing. And he had an Arcane Rune going that whole time. If they don't kill him very soon, he has Timberchain up in 3 seconds. 2.8 to the exact.
So quick, so damaging. So 4 kills for Miracle himself. It's the perfect time for Timbersaw to hit that mid-game streak.
No rest for the wicked. They see Spirit Breaker charging. There's already an Observer Ward behind these towers, so these Obs Wards are prepped for these Spirit Breaker rotations, and OG, they are not getting caught off guard by MVP's game plan at all.
They definitely are not. The first Chrono was well going to work and not really having to decide.
But you have 5 melee heroes.
Yeah, you can't really do much with it. Like, even with PA, like maybe with a Juggernaut, you could jump in an Omni Slash. PA, you almost have to rely that you have someone on the edge of the Chronosphere.
Maybe later they can get a Battle Fury and they can throw some daggers and have some crit wonders inside the Chrono, but aside from that, it's not that much damage actually throwing into the Chronosphere aside from the Ion Shell.
Moon? Chrono's still on cooldown with only 1 point up in time lock. Faceless Void really isn't that menacing.
Smoke from OG, flying crit around the mid lane.
Maybe it's also a good time to ask that question about the Faceless Void. The draft panel was asking about it too. Do you try and build damage on this Faceless Void? You're not just a big controller. Febby's dead. Sentry Ward to drop. There's no escaping from this. Perfect stuns. And the Bounty Hunter will fall. It at least allows MP to back up before he gets killed.
Yeah, regarding the Faceless Void, the level 1 time annihilation is pretty good versus Batrider. In terms of item builds, he doesn't really have that much to play around with. Going for the Vlads, in case they do win a team fight, they can get Roche and 5x the value.
SB charging in on Miracle. QO managed to dodge a lot of Miracle's abilities, so the charge in, they need the extra badges. MP will arrive 2 times dilation, causing real issues for Miracle. The extra damage from the wall, reactive armor, it's a lot of life, but not enough. A level 3 Shuriken toss from Febby ends Timbersaw's killing spree.
Wow, what a perfect vacuum from Pharad. He almost got out with the Timberchain, but Timbersaw only had 1 chance because of that time dilation.
Well, finally MVP can stop the Timbersaw rampage, you could almost say. But there's still other ticking time bombs. Again, Moon has gone for this. He prefers this to win the entire group stage. No early Blink Dagger. The Droms is completed 10 minutes into the game. N0tail still a while off completing his next big item. Went for Ring of Aquila as well as his phase boots.
I wonder if he's considering getting a Vanguard this game. I think we see that sometimes on Juggernaut, maybe when there's not this much fighting, but this game it would be really good for him. But maybe in deciding between the phase Yasha, Febby walks under a ward.
He does.
Look at all these sentries.
So is Crit. Actually, just with the 2 sentries there from the last fight. Crit's backing up. He knows he doesn't have detection on the side. He's also not level 6 yet. Even with the extra tome that got blown out, he's still shy.
Yeah, Dubu's level 6 now, so they have more opportunities around the map.
MVP still waiting for other critical timing and items. Darkseer does not have that mech up and available.
And it looks like Miracle is actually going for a hood first. It's not a build we see too often on Timbersaw. Most of the time it's Bloodstone, but perhaps getting this game to deal with, it's pretty much just the Ion Shell, I'd say.
Seems like also the team's preparing for a harder fight. It's a Vlad's build over on the Void. QO able to Phantom Strike away. Support's rotating down as Dubu and Forev. They're charging in now. N0tail's the primary target. He's still got Omni Slash available, but the charge will connect. Dubu now bailing out as Miracle jumps up higher, looking for the kill on Dubu. Gonna find Forev there too. Remember, there is no mech yet up for MVP. So don't want to have a full-on team fight, but Nightshade of Moon, this may be an easier target. But SB, he couldn't get himself out of the Firefly. Miracle still here. They're going to dust over on Febby. Slow him down. Miracle tries to rip him up. Time dilation to a double Chronosphere. Hold him there. QO can't really help out just yet. While the rest of OG back 3-man wall. Forev keeps them out. They need more damage to even just kill off Moon. At least they got a couple of OG illusions to help them out. As Miracle still looks to clear. N0tail starts his spin up. No mana for an Omni Slash, but it won't matter. They have enough AoE damage. Fly getting ripped apart by still the Darkseer illusions. Febby forced up north. There's a double kill now for Miracle. Again, the bleeding starts. And Timbersaw's enjoying it. They go back through the wall. Dubu, charge on forward. Hits all 3. N0tail into the spin. Crit slow. Dubu with the Nether Strike. He's able to pick up the Earth Spirit. Forev once more. Another Iron Shell. Another surge. QO, do you really want to break this close? Miracle's going to find himself a Haze Rune on the top river. Dubu with the bash into a follow-up charge for the Omni Slash. N0tail puts the Spirit Breaker down. Febby's looking for more, but Miracle, he's just too quick and too armored. They'll back up to the tier 1 tower. We got what we were expecting from this game. Heavy battles from both sides.
Yeah, OG very calm and calculated. That was an excellently placed wall by Darkseer, which really turned the tide of the fight. OG, they really had no choice but to fight under it, and the illusions did a lot of damage afterwards. And one of the deficiencies of the lineup from MVP, they don't have any damage in the Chronosphere. There's not an Ion Shell on the Faceless Void at the moment. And they also had a lot of trouble dealing with the Healing Ward at the start of the fight. Who's actually going to get in there and kill the Healing Ward?
Yeah, unless it's Bounty Hunter at the very beginning.
Yeah, maybe Faceless Void can run around.
Every time, Febby's getting dusted up, just like he is now in the bottom lane. Crit, there is a charge coming in from the Spirit Breaker. Febby needs to survive. In comes Dubu. Can he create the space? Nope, the Magnetize already finished the job. Another back in and give a Miracle with a Timber Chain. He goes through Dubu and Forev. There is going to be enough damage to get another revenge kill here. Miracle just keeps going and going. Forev will drop as well. Miracle racking up 8 out of the 15 kills of OG.
I like the player mentality coming out from Crit this game. I think his mindset is like, dying is a necessary evil for me this game. I need to die sometimes just because you need someone to absorb the damage so that you can build reactive armor stacks on Timbersaw, so you can get the napalm stacks on Tim Rider or Bat Rider. You need time to build up your damage on OG.
They're prepping up wards again. Fly coming in behind the lines. Febby not visible just yet. They come under the tower. Disruption will start. Febby, who do you want to go on? There's 4 heroes from OG and QO. He'll drop so quickly. OG coming with the numbers. They actually have 5 players here. A full 5-man maneuver from OG. Half MVP to win a team fight. When OG is capable of hiding and getting picks before MVP are in position.
That's okay. MVP knew that they were going to lose a lot of heroes, and so they drafted Bounty Hunter. You need to win one of these fights.
Well, you just want to bring it back to the whole, as long as we get track kills later on, we get a good chrono, maybe a couple of crits, you never know. A Darkseer, Vac Wall.
Why do you think they drafted 2 Bash heroes and a 50% evasion hero? Sometimes they'll roll in your favor.
The MVP RNG dream.
They're missing Ogre, though.
That they are. No ding, ding, ding on this one. And the MVP, well, they're coming for a kill if they can find one. Farev has already prepped up the Iron Shells, and they smoke into the Dire jungle. And Dire already scanning up. What a perfect scan as well. OG, they know exactly what MVP is up to. The Observer Ward goes into the lanes. At least MVP now get to fight with vision.
I think even their Observer Ward is going to get dewarded because of this. Like, it's a very common move. You smoke behind, and there it is. Lion knows exactly what's going on. Like, yeah, this T1 tower is at full HP, but despite that, he predicts MVP's next move and limits their angle of attack.
Is under attack.
So MP has 1,400 gold over on this Faceless Void. We asked the question a couple of minutes ago. He's finished up the Vlads. They've got their team fight auras with both Mech and Vlad. You now have to start racking up some damage.
I guess the build would possibly be Diffusal, I would say, for damage. We'll see Yasha sometimes. I think, I don't know. It's a difficult game for the Faceless Void. Scepter's okay, but you're not really getting that many kills in a Chronosphere. Well, MVP, they scan under the Dire T1 tower, and the scan hits, and I don't know if they're expecting to smoke right now, but MVP are up that hill.
OG are expecting it because they had 3 Observer Wars to see all the initiation. The charge keeping no tail back, so we actually have a split fight. Crypt went in, the Dubu held everyone else out, but now Timberchain, a back 3-man war! The Chakrams out of position, they still need more damage. Only the Earth Spirit died so far for MVP, and MP time walks away, back away from the wall. Not a lot of mana for OG to really work with here. QR! He goes in through the back lines, finds the Batrider, keeps the Stifling Dagger out. He's trying to pick the good fights, but Miracle still huge amounts of damage. Febby has to play elusive, but in comes QO. Another crit. Fly will drop. He went for the aggressive disruption on QO to try and buy some space. Now a Snowtail on the charge. Back in again. And MVP. They're finding huge kills, especially with such a huge advantage going the way of OG. Every single one of these track kills means so much. Big goal, big swing.
That's one great team fight coming out from MVP. They get split up at the beginning of the fight. Crit tries to go in, but look at this vacuum into Chronosphere. They get him on the edge of the Chronosphere too, so the melee heroes can follow up after that, and that's exactly what they needed.
And they turn it straight into the Tier 1 tower. Take a team fight, push a tower. You don't have Chronosphere available, your mech's still on cooldown. Not a lot of mana on the Darkseer, but once he's able to finish up Greaves, this might be a little bit better. But with the heavy team fights, maybe it's even better to go for a Blink Dagger. Have even better initiation for Farev, even though he doesn't seem to need it.
Well, they have the Blink Dagger on Void. They can just walk up to the Darkseer with Surge. I think MVP going to depth. What's better than 5 heroes running at you? We're gonna make illusions of you and have 5 more heroes. Those illusions stay alive for so long. OG actually don't really have the AoE to clear them out, or it hasn't seemed like it. I think Timbersaw should actually focus on killing the illusion very early on in the fight.
Before going for the hero kills. At least he'll have the man to do so, but he wants to have hero kills as his Bloodstone is almost near completion for Miracle. Febby hovering around, he's going to run out, he's going to steal the haste stone. Means he's going to have the movement speed to get away as long as he's got the life. But he does not. Crit and Miracle teaming up perfectly.
Yeah, the illusions don't really affect.
The Radiant jungle caught them. It wasn't even off guard like the Observer Wards. They had 3 of them prepared across the Radiant jungle. So the second MVP made even a move for Dire side, for Roshan, or to that bottom lane. OG knew about it. And then there's an Observer Ward on top of the Radiant Ancients. That just watched 3 MVP players farming up. So OG can then freely move into the Radiant jungle and take that. They just see everything and make the best decisions at hand with all the information.
And they also need to see the Roshan coming in a couple of minutes. Phantom Assassin has a hammer, 2 hammers now, so going for the Desert build that we see QO go for very often, that combined with the Vlads. All they need is one more team fight like that, and they take Roche. They'll take down the T1.
Miracle, very far out. He does not have a lot of friends around here. Probably a lot of confidence as well. With that Desolator flying in for QO, now for Rev back, charge, time dilation, they really want him. Fly still too far away, the Darksteel wall will drop, Miracle's alive, Dubu a little bit deeper, Fly, not a healthy man, now the Omnislash onto MP and Dubu, but MP took the entire brunt of it. Until then, they move on to the Spirit Breaker. Febby on the retreat, they slow down Miracle with a Stifling Dagger, the kick flies forward, gonna miss QO. Stay safe on the high ground, but then QO, the dust comes out from Moon, QO dragged back by the lasso, he needs someone to jump to, but while he's silenced, he doesn't have it. Febby stands close enough, up on the high ground, Miracle forward, Chakrams on cooldown, he slices up the Phantom Assassin, Febby's still on the run, but Miracle, he was looking for Farev, but Febby is away. OG just chaining kills after what was a very obvious bait of Miracle.
MVP knew that it was obvious though. They had the Spirit Breaker go on the Shadow Demon in the back line, and then you had the Faceless Void trying to run up the Chronosphere, anyone that was coming in from behind. Jug dropped the healing ward, but what they didn't know that Crit was already prepared. He silenced the Void as he was coming in for the Chrono, and then he immediately died. And this is a Void with a Blink Dagger. You did not have that much time to react.
I'll take that as tribute. It's the reason why Crit, the Earthshaker, continues to get picked for OG. Man is a god on that hero.
He certainly is.
OG. Now is MVP who are looking for an opening. They've only
the Soul Catcher and ult, then he might actually be in a little bit of trouble. So wait until Shadow Demon is like in a bad position. He can easily get caught out by the AoE. You don't need QO to eliminate the Shadow Demon. You just really need Darkseer and Faceless Void to get at least 2 heroes, I would say. It should be vacuum though.
MVP uses scan, expecting maybe OG to flank around them. It's an Invis rune for Miracle. They don't understand that Timbersaw is standing in the middle of their team. Now the Chakram, well off target, however. The Miracle just chaining himself away to safety as MVP once again. They were grouping up for a full 5-man fight, and they just don't see the opportunity for the initiation until now. 4-man smoke. They're looking for an opening. The charge will come first. Who does he find? It's going all the way up again towards the Juggernaut, while Crit caught out of position. He's able to get the double silence and then boulder himself away. The fight splits up. The Darkseer wall is keeping a lot of them away, and Crit just isolated from the rest of his team. Miracle will stand in front of the tower. But again, he's just playing that bait game. Dubu waiting for his next charge target. With no Earth Spirit down, there's no silence to dissuade the Faceless Void from going in.
Middle tower is under attack.
MVP is trying to lure them back to the Observer Ward. They have Observer Ward in the river, and they don't necessarily want to fight deeper, closer to T1, where OG actually had an Observer Ward. They need the Faceless Void to catch them by surprise.
They're running so low on mana without the Darkseer wall. Is this even still worth sticking around?
Dire's middle tower.
That's the decision that MVP is faced with.
Maybe not when Earth Spirit's back up. He just respawned, but they need to wait for OG to come to them. And OG don't have the greatest Roshan lineup, so MVP, they're safe to leave the pit.
Can OG actually slip in and do Roshan? There's a big creep wave up on top that MVP's got to go and take care of.
It's just Jug. Timbersaw's like okay at tanking, but it would just take far too long. And if OG's heroes are missing, they've been fighting as 5 the entire game. As soon as 5 heroes go missing off the map, you know that they're either going to smoke ink them, which MVP are okay with, because they're the ones that are actually looking to fight, or they're doing Rosh.
Nice little rune for QO for the next fight, holding on to the haste rune as he's going to farm up the top, brings him closer towards that BKB.
And there's an early gem pickup on Crit, so he got pretty rich off that last fight, but not choosing to go for the early Blink Dagger. And this could be a risky proposition. Sebi's already been dying a decent amount, but maybe looking to go for the long game and get those items up in case they don't want to invest thousands and thousands of gold on sentries.
It's kind of one of those fun games as well for Crit. Normally this guy's got a very early Veil, but he has to spend the money on the gem. With the 0-5-11 KDA, you can understand why. So there's so much money over on Miracle. You can say goodbye to the Observe Ward in the bottom river. All the money in the world rolling in, still holding on the 15 Bloodstone charges for the Timbersaw. But MVP, very nicely split, continues to farm until the next item progression.
Yeah, they're not really getting too much money on the Spirit Breaker. Ideally, you'd get a Midas, I would say, on him at this point. Like, you'll have track gold, and then you'll have Midas, and you're gonna die in most of these fights. He is the fluffiest tank that they have on the side of MVP.
Every time I watch Miracle move, there's 3 OG players just a stone's throw behind him. And now OG actually leaving Miracle on the back lines. Puts Moon to the front lines. They actually put the Gem and True Sight now over on him, and the jump! The jump on Crit! They're looking for a 3-man kick! Crit may have created the space for Miracle to do some lifting with the lasso. They hold MP there. He can't time walk away. He can't chrono. It makes a 1-for-1 trade-off. Febby also no way out. QO will TP. Barely in the nick of time. 2-for-1 trade-off. MVP should be counting their lucky stars. They get away with only 2 deaths. But now OG to make a break for Roshan. The healing ward's available, so this should be easy for him.
And Batrider recovered the gem, and yeah, Crit might be 0 and 6, but it doesn't really matter. He got a 3-man stun right there, and the more important part is they're putting Faceless Void in a really difficult position. Like, he doesn't want a Chrono with solo Earth Spirit. He doesn't want a Chronosphere to Timbersaw, who's out in front, but they don't have vision in the back.
They're coming to contest, but Miracle's gonna break the smoke. He was waiting for this smoke maneuver. And he's the man who's probably the tankiest of all of OG. They come in and look, whoa! He got 3 on the clip. Doobie will charge up with the Dark Sea and back. Doobie wants fly and he'll get him. Now Kuro jumps up, Trump battle up against Notel. The Shaka from Miracle trying to help out his core. It won't be enough. Kuro finds another. Now the Phantom strike down over towards Crit as well. Kuro, he's so low on life. He'll go down. OG, they were contested. Chris on a healthy man. MP with the help of the bounty. They find that kill. Miracle now time locked in the river. Chrono is still available. Time walk up, they could do it. Roshan only at 1/3 of his life. They have the Dark Seal wall. The problem is, without the PA, they don't have the damage to kill off Roshan.
And Roshan is a death trap for OG. I guess that, and for MVP too. You don't really want to fight into the Batrider and the Timbersaw there, but I like the way that Timbersaw was out in the front, just making sure the MVP could not catch him by surprise. And he popped the smoke, but they still got this beautiful initiation.
That was absolutely wonderful. You can see them trying to help out. The Flamebreaker at least puts Dubu down, and that Spirit Breaker, he was picked for one solid reason, and that was to cause chaos with MVP. And with combination of the Dark Seer, it works perfectly.
And I remember just last TI, that same exact position where CDEC used that on their way to victory.
Well, I like to see it time and time again if we have more of that. The BKB is done, so the strength of MVP's team fight is going to get better.
Wow, he's gotten a lot of farm since his Desolator. I'm surprised, especially considering that he died that last fight. That's a pretty quick BKB to follow up.
While Miracle's progression's not really going that far apart from Bloodstone charges.
And more importantly, No-Tail.
I say that when he's still so far in front of the net worth, but Miracle now caught out in the tree line. The charge forward with the time lock. They need a hold, and they bring him down. Huge amount of money. They move on the Crit. Kuo's already got 8 or 9 gold, and No-Tail locked in. Crit wants to run away, but he gets sliced. Fly as well. Triple kill for Kuo. Omni slash it up. No-Tail will appear over next to MP, but another time lock, another Crit, and it's a hit for the Faceless Void. MVP, a huge fight for them, and this is the big one. They keep the PA alive, so now they can go for Roshan. Miracle, he will try and be a problem child, and the blank up. QO gets clipped by Moon. He needs a way to jump down. He's waiting for it. Stifling Dagger, still Phantom Strike, actually on cooldown. He missed the timing for it. Miracle being pumped down a little bit further by the bash. Roshan, it does go the way of MVP with the Aegis Immortal into the hands of PA.
Miracle thinking that he's Superman. He didn't actually pop his Lotus Orb early enough that fight, and he just got bashed out.
This jump, MVP as well, like not just settling for one. You think up against a team like OG, you might be so scared that you just say like, let's just take one and be happy with that. MVP, the leap Chrono, gets the second one. They can understand it's just get as much as you can out of every single fight.
Did you see that crit? It took him down to 70% of his HP.
That's the beauty of PA. MVP, seem like they're the only team at TI so far that's had real success with it. And
Now
there's the swing.
All it takes is a couple fights, Toby.
That it does. We still haven't even thought about like the effect that Bounty Hunter has had on this game. He continues to get a lot of tracks off during the fight, staying alive through a lot of it as well. And all this money just rolls in for MVP. Like we talked about the BKB only just being done by QO getting a lot of money. Now he's got a Basher coming out in the Courier too. So you're getting extra chances. We already had like the Bash Lords of SB and Faceless Void. Now you're going to add PA to the mix.
And on top of that, the Bounty Hunter, he's like forces OG to make some crucial economic decisions too. The Shadow Demon continuously has to invest in the Sentry Wards, and the Batrider's not playing as aggressively as normal because he doesn't want to lose a gem. So they can't play like they want to.
MVP are coming. Miracle is the only man for OG to protect this tier 3 tower. Quick time dilation, the bashes, the time lock. Miracle, he has to timber chain himself away, but Dubu charge forward. He's got the low sword protecting McEwen. Does again a bad 3-man wall. Fly as well, bashed up, critted up. Dubu will get the double kill, and now no buybacks for both the SD as well as the Timber. This could be a top Raxing at the moment. The only chance for a counter is No-Tail in the bottom lane to push that tier 3, but he needs to come home. The Timber is up in 11 thanks to that Bloodstone. But MVP, they take down the melee racks. They'll take the range as well. MVP, they have just won 2 great fights, maybe 3.5 in a row, and then claim the first racks here on the main stage.
So OG, it seemed like they made the necessary preparations to deal with MVP's aggression, but I think a couple of decisions in the mid game like really proved to be their downfall. I think one in particular is the Battle Fury on Juggernaut. Like this is not a farming game. It might be good to get your farm up, but how often have they been split up? How often is MVP like not running at you as 5? There's like almost 50 kills at this point of the game, and a fighting build like PA could have also gone for Battle Fury, but she's going for the fighting build. The Vlad's on the Faceless Void 2, BKB's coming out all around, and now Juggernaut's proving to be very, very fragile.
And a fragile Juggernaut is not what you want to have. They need to find OG the better initiations. That's what gave them the confidence in the first 10 minutes. They always had vision of MVP moving across the map. They were able to set themselves up properly. They read MVP's movements, the smokes, the scans, everything was on point. Right now, Dire observed what they got 1 on the bottom lane, and that's all. They hardly see the movement of OG. Not that this movement is that hard to read. There's still 2 bottom towers available for MVP to take, and if OG want to fight this, they have to get it right.
Dire's bottom tower is under
They need
attack.
vision on that high ground. Fly will take care of that. The tier 1 tower is already going to drop, and OG is preparing for defense.
Yeah, it looks like they're going in soon. They had the defuse on Juggernaut. Pretty good versus the time dilation. Although I think it would have been better if it came out earlier, because then Timbersaw wouldn't have to build a Lotus Orb. He could actually go for more armor, so he can deal with and tank the PA.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Well, at least he's got the casual plate mail to go with his Lotus Orb. So there's some of it. QO picked up. Moon found the initiation. Remember, QO still has an Aegis Immortal for Rev, trying to make a little bit of space. He's waiting for it. Let the Aegis Immortal trigger before he goes for the back wall combo. Miracle takes half the life of QO. A quick, oh no, careful of the Stifling Dagger. We said he was fragile. 1 Stifling Dagger almost removes half of his life. Miracle, again, the front lines, actually getting a bash with the Stifling Dagger, the Chrono. They caught no tail on the back lines. They're looking for the kill. Crit, the charge from Dubu, bypassing the Chrono. They're looking for the back support. The wall will split this fight up. QO is just so big. He's ripping apart the back line of OG. Moon will join him. No-Tail's trying to create some help, but the Omnislice did practically nothing. They group up together. Now the boulder forward. MVP. Now they've gone a little bit too deep themselves. QO will drop almost 1,000 gold for his death, going the way of Crit. And Miracle is looking for the kill on Dubu as well. Whirling Death, Timber Chains. It looks almost too easy. Crit with the double kill from the kick. So while all that's going on, remember, MVP are still a racks up, but that's a good fight for OG.
Definitely a good way to start. And I like the zoning Chronosphere coming out from MP. They decided to chrono the 2 farm heroes and then just go for everyone in the back. I guess that's a way you can make a 5 melee lineup work with Chronosphere. Don't fight in it.
Problem is when the Chronosphere wears off and then the cores come back, you've got the kills on the supports, but you've got nothing else to throw.
They also need to make sure that they deal with the lasso. If they didn't have the Aegis that fight, they would have just had to turn tail and run immediately after the lasso. The Lotus Orb is a start. I think like Lotus Orb and actually slow sieging might be okay, but then again, that's not really what MVP's style is.
No, it's not. It's all about run, and then run some more.
If they could trap 2 bounty hunters, they definitely would.
If only Track could stack.
Radiant's top tower
As OG now, they're going to 4-man smoke up, running straight down the mid lane. And Dire, okay, they're scanning over towards Ancients. They're expecting MVP to farm this. Febby is just on the edge of it, but he's not triggering the scan.
Oh, MP.
Oh, he just jumped himself in. Can they find the kill in time? He's still got Time Walk available, but MP, no. Crit's too good on the silence. The charge is coming forward, but MVP, do they really want to fight this? Crit, he boulders himself into 4 heroes. SC defensive disruption. Making so MVP can't find the kill and move on to the next one. It's Crit in the back lines, the back into the wall again. Miracle is caught in the middle of the lineup, but it won't be a bad catch. Not when Dubu splits the kill. He fights the Crit, and then they move to Miracle. They need the bash, they need the control. Lotus Orb helping Miracle for the moment. They stifling. He jumps back in again. There's your first bash. Where's your control? Dubu's going to bring it. Another charge forward. 3 down for OG. It might be 4, but Miracle is just still so damn tanky. And Dubu has to be careful around that. They can find the other core. It's Moon. Flying himself over the hill. QO bashing, striking from the high ground. Killing him off. Miracle still trying to salvage this fight somehow, but it's basically 9k on 5 at the moment. He'll Lotus Orb up, Timber Chain away, the Chakram damage. Dubu was low, chains up in 1 second time. Now the bash is Miracle, can't get away. QO again, finding the crit, finding the kill. And OG lose everything.
You can see why they're one of the few teams that continuously pick Spirit Breaker. He kind of acted like a faceless void there, just controlling everyone in the fight. Great charges and healing himself up. He was like critical HP, earned himself, and just went right back in.
The dream fights again coming the way of MVP. 14,000 is the net worth advantage. Even if the experience is going to be closer, the money banks are just being fueled of MVP with track kill after track kill. And they can look for a second Rax. They won't be able to get it this time around unless they force a big fight. Chrono is still available. You don't have the Darkseer wall, but it's only 8 seconds on cooldown. So start the damage up. Batrider will arrive.
They're really struggling against the BKB as of MVP Phoenix right now. This is where like the Juggernaut needs to come in with all the physical damage. He's trying to build an MKB right now, and he's just seems like he's a little bit behind in terms of items. And I don't think he can buy MKB at this point. He needs a buyback.
But if that's the situation you face, I need a buyback to try and survive.
Yeah. In the net worth chart, he's not looking so hot too. He's number 4, like well behind the PA at this point, who is doing the most of the work of the physical damage on MVP's team. Well, OG around the secret shop. They have wards. Top lane is getting pushed in. MVP have pinged it out. They know what's going on.
Yep, and they ping perfectly that MVP is going to try and come in from the left side. It could have been an attempt for Roshan, but Roshan's not available yet, and they put Febby on the front lines. Now OG have picked up a new gem, but Febby already broke the smoke before he came in range of the gem, who is being carried on the Batrider. So Dubu, they just sent the tank forward, loaded him up, and the double stun for Corpnat. The Chronos be the Flamebreaker, she's pushing Dubu back out again, but the Omnislash will find the kill. But where is your follower? Miracle is controlled and moving the tree lines. QO and MP will follow him down. The Diffusal Blade charge on Farev means the Juggernaut can chase him into the tree line as well, but this Darkseer wall makes it very, very difficult to fight. As they play Ringer Rosie, MP comes back in and no tell, isolated around MVP. Miracle, the sole survivor, TP's home. They lost their tier 4 tower thanks to the creep wave in, but let's see that initiation again.
I like how they sacrificed Dubu. All he had is like treads at this point. It's like, whatever, we'll throw a Lotus Orb on you. You go in there, you get some vision for us. And they always have their like unimportant heroes up front. And then they eliminate the 2 supports pretty quickly. They got a wall onto No Tail near the end. And QO is just wrecking in these fights.
It didn't even seem like the perfect initiation. The Chronosphere at the same time as Darkseer was trying to go for his back wall.
It's their whole strategy. It's good enough.
Yeah.
We'll win a few fights with Bounty Hunter. Good enough.
That just shows how far MVP are ahead in
Their
this game.
teamwork is really phenomenal, though, with a lineup that's extremely difficult to execute.
The kick, nice on QO. They need to keep him controlled. The BKB helps him break free. Well, MP, there goes SD down again. They move over to Crit. Febby's back is over on the side. Maybe Crit, where's your damage? Where is your escape? MP still under the cover of the BKB. Will move forward over towards Moon, keeping the Batrider out this game. And in fact, a 3-man wall. The stuns, no car being pushed through it too. Heal drop, Miracle. He just needs to do some damage, but he can't finish QO. QO will jump up. He'll kill Fly all over again. And GG, the game is over. MVP in a 70-kill, 39-minute game. Take game number 1 in this best of 3 quarterfinal.
MVP played like refined cavemen that game. I like their self-described philosophy on how to approach the game.
And these cavemen learned how to use fire. A terrific performance from MVP, sticking to their roots, playing with an aggressive Phantom Assassin. It didn't look like a right combo, right? That you get yourself a Faceless Void combining up with a 4 melee lineup, but for me, like that swing just started happening. The Radiant Jungle fight, that was the start of it all, and then MVP, another great initiation on top to another Rax. It's the dream start for the Koreans.
The supports needed a little bit more farm this game. They had a really hard time. Like, ideally, you want Ghost Scepters. You want anything to try and stop this PA from slaughtering your backline. And QO just had his way with them. And he really did. He didn't have that great of a time at the start.
Yeah, he didn't. He slowed up. But where did they get their space?
Bounty Hunter.
That's it.
Yeah.
You're throwing it down to that.
Spirit Breaker too. I mean, it was their support duo just made so much space for them.
Mm-hmm. The fact that she also got that kill on the Juggernaut very early on, it was something which we weren't really looking at closely. But like No Tail's progression, he had all that top lane by himself and then died to a Darkseer Spirit Breaker combo, and then no items really arrived.
I really disagree with that Battle Fury build. I think like the Diffusal Manta would have worked a lot better for that particular sort of game. They really needed to get Roshan that game. I think that Roshan fight has actually really turned it around. Some really great ultimates coming out from Darkseer and Faceless Void.
All right, I think it's actually time to bring in the other line of experts, the analysts. Paul, how'd you feel, bro? How was that game for you?
It was great, wasn't it? 70 kills. What a great start of the day. Are you ready for our career in Overlords, Melini? Are you ready for them to take over the world?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
I don't know. Who would you put in your fantasy lineup, QO or Miracle?
I had QO and Miracle today.
Well, you might be a winner on both fronts. They both got good points.
Yeah, maybe I've done all right. Thank you very much, boys. We'll come back to you for game 2 very shortly. But we're going back at the panel now to talk about what an incredible game, Cat. What a start of the day.
Good Lord. I mean, that game started off a bit rocky for MVP Phoenix, and I was like, okay.
First 25 minutes, you think, oh, gee, this looks pretty
you're
good.
like 5 melee heroes versus Timbersaw. And then it's like, they had that one that one Radiant jungle fight where they got the Chronosphere with the vacuum and the wall. I was like, okay, that's your only real combination with Chronosphere that can actually reliably work. And then they just started getting these fights where they would immediately rush the back line. You could see it time and time again. MVP Phoenix were so quick to pick on those supports in the back and just leave the Timbersaw and the Juggernaut in the front. Leave them do what they want. Go to the back line, take out those really pesky supports first.
Yeah, there was a little bit of baiting going on as well, though, Charlie, because it seemed like what they really wanted, they wanted to get rid of Miracle, didn't they? So even though they were going for the supports in the back line, they wanted Miracle to they were almost teasing, come on and play.
That's what OG wants. They want the MVP to go on Miracle because MVP's draft is honestly like, they're insane. They pick 5 melee heroes with almost no magic damage against a Batrider and a Timbersaw. They have no defensive supports. They just have this Spear Breaker and this Bounty Hunter just run at you all the time. It's insane. It shouldn't have worked, but like Cap said, that the great team fights of being able to go on the back line and ignore Miracle in the beginning, that's what really pulled it out for them.
The best defense is a good offense. That has to fully encapsulate what MVP Phoenix is about.
I think if you took Febby's shirt off, that's what will be tattooed across the back of his shirt or something. Ted, did you enjoy that? Good start of the day, wasn't it?
I did. It was fantastic.
Yeah.
It was a casino draft. They had 3 heroes with passive something, flashes or crits. All they needed was an Ogre McGee, and we would have had the proper casino draft. I thought it was brilliant, and I mean, everybody that I was watching with was like, this is never going to work. What are they thinking? Oh, man. And then OG, Miracle was at one point just standing out, just baiting him, just saying, yeah, come at me, no problem. And then once he did that a couple of times and it went wrong, I was like, okay, maybe this is Phoenix's game, and they did it. They were brilliant.
They're not scared at all, are they, MVP? They're like, there was one fight, actually, on their side of the river, and it was 4v5. They'd already lost a guy, and I'm sat next to Winter, and Winter's like, back away, run away. And they just go, nah, let's fight. And they just go all in on them, and they blow 2 up straight away, and then
they
all hell breaks loose.
For that. They built a lineup that doesn't run away. They just keeps going, and it's like, well, maybe if I get a lucky crit on this guy and take half his health off with one shot, then we keep going, and they did. I'm not saying they got lucky. I'm saying that like they said, it was to create chaos, and they absolutely did.
Yeah. I mean, I'll jump on top of what Ted's saying. It's not luck when they have these bashes and these crits and that sort of thing. Yeah, there were certain scenarios that was like, oh, that's really favorable. What happened? But the way that MVP Phoenix was playing, that full commitment style, eventually you were going to get those kind of like, stifling dagger bash that comes out of nowhere. You were going to get that eventually, right? But the way MVP Phoenix are fully committing, and it's not just like full in, like you run 5 heroes and then, all right, fight it out, right? They play this amazing, they commit to the team fight, but they play this amazing in and out sort of style, especially with those kind of heroes, right? Faceless Void, Phantom Assassin, those kind of heroes will bounce in and out of a team fight, and you could see OG kind of being pulled apart at different sides and finding exposed flanks. MVP Phoenix would just insert themselves right into that back line, be able to get those supports, and then back away from the Timbersaw, let someone else come in. Honestly, it was fantastic to hold, and that's what MVP Phoenix is all about, right? That raw team fight style. That's where they can beat the best teams in the world.
And I think nobody else could have played the way that they did in that game. You saw in the beginning, OG actually did the correct thing. They were like, hey, there's nobody that can kill the Timbersaw right now. PA needs space to farm. We're going to fight in PA's lane. So in the first 15 minutes, you saw like 4 or 5 heroes from each team always in middle contesting PA's farm and just fighting around her. But you know what most teams would have done? They would have moved PA bottom. They would have tried to avoid those fights. What does MVP do? They say,
stick him straight in there.
We'll fight you right back. And it somehow worked.
She still got farm. She still got farm. Like, it's just crazy. She had like Deso BKB way earlier than I thought she was going to.
Yeah, I mean, she did get a lot of really good track kills. I think if that fight in the Radiant jungle doesn't happen though, that game gets very, very hard for MVP.
The bounty really
Charlie's going to have to hold himself back because we've got a hero in front of us that Charlie just wants to go around and hold right now.
Holy moly, that's incredible.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it?
You know how hard it's been for all of us, you guys at home, how hard it's been for all of us to see this and not have, like, say anything.
Not be able to tweet
and
or
just like,
put pictures out.
wait, just sit on our hands and be like, holy crap, this is so cool.
Yeah, I've had a few friends say, hey, so how cool is it? Is it really? I'm like, I can't say anything. I can't even give you a hint or a clue.
Can we
it's
get them
fabulous.
to cast spells? Like, can we make Bounty go invisible?
Yeah.
Oh.
There's some things that
Iron
we can do
Shell.
as well.
Anything.
Can have a bit of fun
that's
out
so
there.
cool.
That's pretty cool. Let's just do segments like this.
Yeah, just watch the heroes.
Just bring heroes up and let them show us
Awesome.
their abilities, and yeah, we'll enjoy it. Well, we're going to obviously
Right,
show you
let's
plenty of
talk
those
about
as we
the
go
void.
through as
I'm
well.
sorry.
Yeah. I wanted to talk about the draft a little
All
bit
right.
because it was a little off, wasn't it? And what do we see for game 2, Charlie? Do you think it's going to continue this madness from MVP?
I think if you're OG, you have to ban out the Phantom Assassin. It's not a hugely like high priority
but
ban
for
for
QO
everybody.
it is, right?
Yeah, they've won their
Yeah.
I think their last 5 games with it, and you've seen it like when they lose a game or whatever, and something doesn't go out well for them. They go back to that Phantom Assassin. It's their comfort pick. It's what they know. It's what they've been winning all their latest games with. Just take it out.
No one's really countered it either, have they? No one's sort of gone.
I mean, they tried to here. By all means, it should have worked. It should have worked.
But it hasn't worked, and that's the point, isn't it? It hasn't worked already, so just get rid of it.
Yeah,
just take it out.
I would just take it out.
All right, Cap.
Let's see. If you're gonna leave the Phantom Assassin in, you may need a better support combination. I'm just thinking, like, if the Shadow Demon, Shadow Demon has been one of those supports that has been rising in popularity, but he seemed rather exposed to maybe it was just Dubu's positioning, honestly, as a Spirit Breaker was what allowed him to be able to get so many initiations. But I was thinking if another support would really be able to fit into that situation better. Honestly, I think it's that Radiant jungle fight that really starts it's the crack, right? In the OG armor where you can't give MVP Phoenix that little bit of opening. Otherwise, they're just going to keep hammering at it, right? And eventually
Especially
you're
with the
gonna break.
bounty.
Right,
Especially
yeah,
with
exactly.
the bounty.
The bounty
Yeah,
hunter
yeah.
is exactly the way that you're going to be able to fully expose those kind of lineups, right? The team fight versus team fight. You win one team fight, even if you lost 3 in a row, the track is what gets you back in the game. So maybe you ban away the bounty hunter. I thought OG actually got the better of the trade when I was looking at the laning phase. You saw Crit was doing, Earth Spirit versus Bounty Hunter. I kind of feel like the Earth Spirit gets the better of it usually in the laning phase, but as we went into the mid game, we saw how powerful that track was once MVP Phoenix got so many kills. And it's not for lack of trying, right? Crit did amazing on Earth Spirit.
He did. He absolutely did. The first 20 minutes as well with MVP, whenever you're playing with him, what you've really got to be doing is keep the kill count down. Just stay away from them while they're doing this crazy stuff. We saw that through the group stages, and they dominated the first 20 minutes in almost every game that they played, but they lost 4 where they were actually net worth higher and net kills higher. So they're vulnerable later on in the game, perhaps. They sort of dive in a bit too far sometimes, make a few mistakes. That didn't happen in game 1. They were very clinical.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're OG, you're going to be a little bit nervous about.
Well, you're on the verge
right?
now of dropping to the lower bracket in round 1.
Yeah, exactly. And MVP Phoenix just looks so crisp and clean in their execution. The strategy of being able to, their team fight coordination is amazing, right? The way that they move that in and out kind of style. It's got to be concerning to you, right? Because you're supposed to be, you're the best team in the world. And you're also a team that's known for your amazing team fight coordination. And you just kind of got beat out by MVP Phoenix.
I want to talk about fantasy teams as well. Ted, did you manage to do yours this morning? Did you?
No, sir. I still don't have a computer that works.
Come on, Ted.
Dude, I
pop
can't
round.
even load Chrome on my laptop. It's dying. It's just dying.
Someone get this man a laptop.
Yeah, come on, give me a laptop.
Did you guys manage to get a few people in there?
I did.
Did you?
I mostly have OG. players.
I think that was pretty much everyone's tactics this morning. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I have Miracle.
Yeah.
I do also have QL though.
Yeah,
so.
I did. I went for both.
I'm going to pick
Figuring
QO every day after I found out he uses my announcer pack. That made me very happy.
Oh,
nice
Ted.
little plug in there, Ted.
That was my
Ted.
Ted.
By the way, Ted would also.
I have an
by the way,
announcer pack.
He would also like you to buy his signature.
No,
in the Dota 2 store.
Don't bother.
Yes.
Buy Charlie's.
Buy Charlie's.
No,
yes.
no,
and
don't buy
buy
mine.
Capitalists.
No, don't buy his.
Thank you,
definitely.
Paul.
Buy Paul's.
You can also get OD Pixels as well. So yeah.
OG versus MVP Phoenix.
Okay, teams on their way back to the main stage.
and getting ready for game number 2. Let's talk about this right now, because this is big for OG right now. Lose this game, drop to the lower bracket in the very first round. Not what we would have expected, Charlie, as the big favourites right now, after all the other favourites have kind of dropped down.
Yeah, and the lower bracket right now, very, very scary. A lot of teams in there that, like, you saw the level of competition in group stage, how hard they're going to fight. They're going to fight even harder in the lower bracket. This means so much to so many of them, so many storylines where, like, these guys have resurrected their careers and they're coming back. This is very much do or die for OG.
Yeah.
MVP, on the other hand, Ted.
Well, yeah.
That worked. Game 1 probably shouldn't have done, but it worked anyway, guys. Let's go out and enjoy ourselves in game 2.
I think that is a huge mental advantage over OG. You're like, you know what? You can think you outdrafted us, and we're still just going to turn around and beat you. That is scary.
Yeah, no, mentally very, very tough for them now. But also, it also means that potentially they can introduce a little bit of cheese in game 2.
They can do whatever they want. Yeah. They can pick a draft that you think you can beat, and they'll beat you. They can pick a draft that they know that will win, and they can. I mean, the world's their oyster.
The world is their lobster,
It
Ted.
is. Their lobster, yeah, okay.
I think the key for them, though, is still going to be enable QO. Enable that guy to go off and do whatever the hell he wants.
Just for the fantasy points.
Yeah. I would love that as well.
I mean, that
Charlie and I in God's edition, give it all to QO.
You're obsessed. Obsessed.
We are.
It's kind of interesting. It's like how you used to look at OG during the Frankfurt Major and a bit after that as well. You looked at it how the whole team was like so much based around Miracle and enabling him as much as possible. And MVP Phoenix, I think, is very similar to that kind of outlook where you want to enable QO. This is a lineup that has built their strategy, their coordination around that guy because he's a superstar, right? Like you're going to play around your star. You're going to try and make strategies that open him up as much as possible. So I fully agree with Charlie. I think that is actually both the strategy of MVP Phoenix here and perhaps OG, maybe that's their antithesis to MVP Phoenix. Maybe they actually look to shut QO out.
Okay, well, if that's the case, what does Miracle pick then? What do they give Miracle for game 2?
Whatever he wants, I think, and you build around that.
Yeah.
I reckon you just
Is
say,
this
what do you
something
want to play?
specific?
His Invoker's very good.
Yeah.
I think both teams...
I don't know if he'd have the time.
Successful,
I don't know if he'd have the time.
I think you want to make sure that Miracle wins his matchup mid.
Yeah.
You want... If you're OG, you want him to get that advantage early. You don't want him to feel like he's playing from behind. I mean, when you think of Miracle, you don't think of him as like a catch-up player. He's a guy that dominates the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would fully agree. I think the laning phase, I think both teams are probably going to be looking for the favorable matchup, so there may be a slight edge to... I anticipate the teams... How the draft may go is that we have the last pick go to mid, the mid players. So we may actually see the whoever has last pick here in this game actually have a potential advantage if the game is going to orient around shutting down the opposing mid player. I think OG do have a little bit more depth that's it to be able to put more pressure on No-Tail, right, to be able to carry through the game. Whereas I think MVP Phoenix is kind of full on QO.
Okay, 30 seconds to go. Charlie, you said this was 2-0 to OG. You're already wrong.
Oh, yeah. I'm out. It's okay. It happens sometimes. I'm not a psychic.
Well, we expect more from you, Charlie. I'm sorry. We want psychic powers from now on. Kat, very quickly, you went 2-1. Are you still okay with that?
I will still...
You think OG can take 2 in a row now?
I will stay with that, but MVP Phoenix, if they do win, it would be 2-0, right? I don't think they can bounce back from losing a game.
Ted, you went for the same score.
I went for 2-1.
Yeah.
I think OG, that was a wake-up call. They can do it.
Okay. Time for game 2, ladies and gentlemen, as we get into the second draft of the international main event.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We're about to hop right into action here. It's OG versus MVP. We have a Game 2 draft underway, so let's go ahead and get into it. I got my experts back by my side. We got Draskell, we got Black, we got Winter. Winter, OG shaking up a bit after game number 1, going against that huge raw talent from MVP and their, what were they saying, caveman tactics. What did OG need to change up coming into game 2?
I think Darkseer was a very key hero the last game for them because if you look at the off-lane position, there's not many heroes that can keep constantly fighting, and you buy mech for your team and you don't rely on cooldown. Darkseer is one of the key heroes I feel that allows that playstyle. You can sort of replace it with a Slardar. You don't need like a blink, but you can't really blink. You can't really get a mech on Slardar, but you can keep fighting with your team. That's of course.
We've spoken about it before here. How can you make a 5 melee lineup work? Pick a hero like Darkseer that pretty much just makes sure as soon as you're close to them, you deal a crap ton of damage, and that's literally what they did.
Ooh.
And they do go back to the Naga this game.
We talked about it because we were deciding, are they going to let the IO through or are they going to let the Naga through? And being first pick, MVP actually decided to take the Void, which I guess when you know that both teams can play Huskar, it's a little bit daunting to pick Naga in the first phase because then you have to decide, during that point, do you actually want to get rid of it or not?
Might be support though. There was one game against Wings, they actually ran a Naga support. The idea behind the support Naga was to counter the bubble. You come in with the chrono and you go with the sleep and they don't do anything.
Yeah, you counter initiate.
Yeah, wonderful disengage, and now OG kind of have that feather in their cap where they can show a bit of flexibility. So MVP are going to have to consider both options for that Naga moving forward. Second pick, they're going to go right into the Alchemist.
They are anticipating that the Naga will be core. Because basically the Naga playstyle, you want to split push and you want to pressure lanes. Heroes that can deal with that will be Alchemist, Meepo, Tinker, even Anti-Mage.
Alchemist is a hero that can really punish the Naga Siren because you're online like 2 times as fast. You have your Radiance, you have your Armlet like minute 13, 14, if you have a good matchup, which you will have if the Naga is really middle.
Minute 25, I would say like the Naga, if you have sorry, not the Naga, the Alchemist will have all his items if you have a pretty good game.
Yeah. And then you siege high ground and the Naga Siren team really can't do anything about it.
She's not ready yet at that time. She needs to be ready maybe by minute 30 to 40, and Alchemist is just way faster than that.
Now, your theory crafting, that's the potential if it's going to be a Naga core and they have to match up in that department. Do you think it could be in OG's best interest to keep it in a support position and maybe look to take the game in more fast pace or something to, make sure the Alchemist doesn't have a good time?
It's definitely possible. I mean, like Winter said, if it's in the support position, it still counters the Void anyway. So you can just look for something that's going to pressure the lanes a little bit more, like take what MVP's approach was in the group stage to Alk and just go for something that's very lane dominant and you can just like roam around, like maybe even get the Earth Spirit again for crit during the early game. If it's wait, is it him who plays Naga?
Yeah, it was him who played Naga.
Yeah, it was him who plays Naga. So maybe you're going to need something else then. Maybe just a good matchup against the Alchemist.
I just feel like if you really give credit to Naga Siren, he's not on this like comfortable playstyle because Naga Siren is not like an Earth Spirit or an Elder Titan where you can really like just counter gank and gank yourself. You're more like a static puller. You want to get level 6 really fast to be able to counter initiate.
I think against Alchemist, you think it's not so good, right? Like if you do that against Alchemist.
Because Naga Siren really doesn't offer any damage. Like how are you going to kill this Alchemist with a support Naga Siren?
You want like an ogre, like you run at the Alchemist lane and you throw your ignite on him and you just run him down and you force him out of the lane, you force him to the jungle and you just constantly follow him and you make sure that the first 5 minutes of the game, he doesn't get much.
Interesting to see that the Ogre has been completely ignored up to this point. We didn't even get to see it in the previous game here. But
they have Bat Rider. Bat Rider and Ogre is very good together.
Yeah. OG, though, finishing out that second phase of bans. They'd already got rid of the Lich. They get rid of the Axe. MVP say no AA, and we don't even want to see that Huskar.
Yeah, the Axe was a very good sign for MVP because MVP, they took out the AA first because they had Alchemist, but then OG was like, oh, AA is out. Maybe we could sneak a Huskar in there. And they banned out the Axe because Axe is pretty good at dealing with Huskar and Desert's still on the pull. So immediately MVP reacts, oh, no Huskar shenanigans now, OG. We're not going to deal with that.
So does that remove one of OG's best chances on taking a game where they could ramp it up early and go faster than the Alchemist would like?
Huskar would be really good against Alchemist in the lane and in the game itself because you snowball faster, you get the armor and keep running at the enemy.
And the life break literally just removes half his health, which is like one of Alchemist's strong points, that he's that tanky and just like take off half his HP in one moment and he can just die really, really fast.
And then now they get their hands on the Oracle, which is obviously a good counter against the Bat Rider anyway, so obviously MVP still could have done something with that. It's actually sick with Alchemist because you throw out the ultimate on him and then when he has Chemical Rage going, if you don't have like an insane amount of burst damage, you just flat out can't kill the hero.
I mean, you heal about what, 1.8k in that time, I think, in total?
What's it? His level 3 ult's like 100 health a second, and then you get it doubled during the False Promise, and it's not including Purifying Flames, so it's a ridiculous amount of healing.
Yeah. Basically what MVP needs right now with their draft, they have a very farm, like heroes that farm really quickly, Alchemist, and they have Chrono, but they don't have follow-up. They need follow-up damage for the Chrono right now. They're going to go for the Venge, which deals with the Lasso, but still doesn't provide the team with too much instant burst damage in team fights.
Like there's 2 ways MVP could take this from here. They could go high ground with like just defend high ground and go really lake him with 4 like really good Agons upgrades.
Lineup,
something like that where you just like stay high ground, you get like 4 really good Agons upgrades.
Did they play that way? Do you think the MVP or the
I
don't think that as MVP really. They can work.
No, maybe Shadow Demon Alchemist. You hit a point by 25 minutes, you siege high ground. Yeah, maybe that would be probably.
I was kind of surprised they didn't pick the Shadow Demon instead of Venge, actually. Although they could be looking for more Roshan potential, their team is pretty weak at it right now. Maybe they just want something for that.
It could still be possible to pick the SD on top of the Venge. Like the support duo is pretty good. You have 2 saves against Bad Rider. It's like not the worst, but it's definitely not
Yeah.
you know, it's something you're really
This
looking
junction
for.
is very important for OG. They are deciding whether we're going to stick with the core Naga or we're going to put Naga as support. It's extremely crucial for them to make that decision right now. Can we outlast the enemy till the Naga gets to a point where, oh, Naga is online now, there's not much you can do, we're going to dictate the pace of the game.
Yeah, and then you're already going to be knowing you're going against the Voids Chrono, a way for them to bail out the Alchemist with the Vengeful Spirit. It's going to be a tough task.
You can't really run Oracle Naga supports though, right? You have like
Probably-
no kill potential. You have no
probably
kill potential
not.
at all. This
You can't
Alchemist will
pressure
just
the
have a free
Alchemist.
game.
I mean,
Yeah,
but there's
he'll
a
just have free
chance.
game.
There's a chance you run the Naga as like a ogre.
Going for
You,
Terrorblade.
you roam the Naga early and you help the lanes with the Naga roam early, like with the illusions, and you block camps. I've seen them do it before. So with the Terrorblade pickup, I think it more or less tells her that Naga should be support.
Yeah.
It has to be. Like you can't run TB and Naga in one lineup and it.
Yeah, but then I think
expect to
with
survive.
their setup, the Naga might have to help the Bat Rider a lot more on the off lane. You need to be able to get the Bat Rider blink, because all the other heroes don't really have any points in the game where you can create tempo for your team apart from the Bat Rider with blink.
We've seen it a lot on TR5. There was Naga dual offlanes, and Naga Siren is one of the strongest supports to go dual offlane.
A lot of armor, you know.
Yeah, a lot of armor. It's very tanky. That Riptide level 1 deals a lot of damage. And Bad Rider Naga in general is like a very, very good lane.
So we 100% decided them though that it's not for sure that Faceless Void's even going to be safe lane. It could be off lane.
Yeah, but
you don't know what you're going against. More
But I think you would favor like the Bat Rider Naga duel off lane together right now for OG.
Yeah, if it's
Like,
support,
no
I
matter
think
what,
it's strong.
They need to bring on the pressure. Like they need to pressure this Alchemist somehow, and to make sure they can do that, they need to keep the safe lane down.
Yeah, you
So
know
they
one
can't
more
actually
thing like
support the mid.
the Naga in the offlane can do is like you constantly spam illusions. You can use the illusions to stack the camp near the Ancients for the bat so he can clear it later. So it allows your team to be much more efficient in experience.
Yeah.
But they'll still need something to round the whole thing out to be able to have damage for the Alchemist, let's say. So we'll have to see what they decide to do. But we go back to MVP now, something to kind of get that one piece in their puzzle right now. Now that you see Terrorblade, you even see a Naga, do you have to start considering options to be able to deal with this heavy dark army that could be coming with your
Yeah,
weapon?
you need a hero that can kill illusions quickly. Like Alchemist doesn't do it until the later part of the game. Like usually you talk about Battle Fury, you know, like heroes that can clear illusions, or even you talk about Kotal, which is your
Legion
favorite
Commander.
hero. Legion
This
Commander.
game against Bad Rider as well.
Mirana is
very
also good with the Ags.
Yeah.
And you deal damage into the Chronosphere. So a very good pickup there by MVP.
Probably the support one though, right? Like they usually don't play it as a core. I'm not entirely sure on MVP's side.
But
I haven't
don't
seen
you
them
like
play much Mirana actually.
don't you like Mirana as a core this game, or you would still prefer support Mirana?
I think a support Mirana is really good with the Void in general because you can set up a really easy arrow. But of course, as core it's really good too because you have a lot of speed. But then you have an Alchemist that can't really give you an Aghanim's because you want to buy one yourself really fast.
Yep. So the Shadow Demon banned by OG, they're really, really good. That would have been a very good last pick for MVP with their heroes.
Would have rounded up
My
the whole
only
lineup.
worry right now for MVP and having the Mirana is that you already have Alk and you already have Voids. You already have a lot of the space on the map contributed to those heroes. So if the Mirana is supposed to be helping clear out illusions, it's going to take a lot longer to get to that Aghanim's phase.
Yeah.
So you would prefer a core instead of support?
I would prefer core personally.
I would really like to see, like, Legion Commander I think is really, really good this game. Instead of the support Mirana, I would have liked to see maybe a Coddle would have been really good here. The Mana Leak is incredibly good against those heroes, and Blinding Light as well.
Yeah, Blinding Light and Illuminate is very good versus illusions.
Yeah. I will see what they go for here. They could still run in this core, they could as a support, we will see it. in the
I mean,
last
it's
pick.
very open. Like even though we might not like the Mirana support, but they could still technically run it.
I mean, it can work for sure.
It can work, yeah. They could also duel off their Mirana is always pressuring middle a lot to help the Alchemist out is a possibility.
Yeah. They don't really have that great heroes to zone the Void as well, so the Mirana roaming around early could help the Void get kills if you land arrows. Like Oracle alone is not very good at zoning, like with the Terrorblade, not very good at zoning Void if Void is off lane.
OG need a hero middle that can really deal with the Alchemist mid late game. They need damage, and right now they don't have it. And Timbersaw is not.
I was just gonna say he's still out there.
Yeah, he's a really good choice, but they have
it's
faces
gonna
with
be
it,
the
so they do
Veno.
go for the Veno.
Is this the safe lane Veno? I've seen,
MP runs that a lot.
yeah, you build a lineup around the Aghanims, even though we are not so convinced that MVP would run this sort of lineup, but their lineup works really well with the Alchemist.
Yeah. I mean, like the Timbersaw that we spoke about wouldn't be terrible, but obviously like Faces Void is a hard counter, but other than Faces Void, they don't really have much to do with him. He can go Hood, and then he doesn't really care about any of their damage.
MVP's Teamfight Runner is super scary.
Oh, Old Dirty comes out, the fifth pick for OG.
Hard lane counter, definitely a hard lane counter for OG. So I think it's pretty good. I'm actually going to say OG for me, slight advantage here in game 2 for the draft.
So possibly game 3.
Yeah, I think game 3 is probably on the way.
Black winner.
No time for OG to farm. MVP is going to take this.
Yeah. I think MVP is going to win too because this Alchemist, they just can't keep him in check.
Fair enough, gentlemen. With that, we've concluded our draft. So why don't we go ahead and we'll throw things over to our two casters to take it away for Game 2 of OG versus MVP. It's Toby Wan and Merlini.
It's the situation we were wondering if we'll be in. MVP, the ability to take one game off OG. They've done so. Can they wrap it up 2-0? Is it possible with this draft? The panel doesn't seem to have that much faith in OG.
I like the Alchemist here. They really don't have the typical roamers on Crit to actually pressure him, steal the jungle stack. So I think MVP, this is the lineup that maybe not they're used to the whole entire time, but it's definitely good versus what OG has.
Man, I can't wait to see it going down on the map right now. Seeing an OD in action once again. We were lucky enough to get him once, I think, during the group stage. And it is all about a whole new time. See how the presence of Crit is able to be on the map, as the panel was also saying. It's a lot more of a passive kind of support for him as opposed to that big action-making Naga. But he's already getting 2 very early wards down. So they're able to watch the camps on the top. They're watching the mid lane, and OG. Can you even turn this into a farm game? You can't keep the Alchemist in check, but normally the best way to bring an Alchemist down is 1, control runes, and 2, keep ganking him in the mid. Is this even possible with OG's lineup?
They don't really have a good setup with the OD. Last time they ran to OD, I believe they had a Mirana in their lineup, so this way they could just have one hero in the middle lane and have a ton of kill potential. This time, like, do you really want to combo with a Naga and or an Oracle? There doesn't really seem to be the synergy that they had last time with the OD. On top of that, last time they played OD, they also had a Drow Ranger, so you could ensure that mid lane would be an easy time for Miracle.
Yeah, but this time they don't have that, so Miracle will just have to rely on all of his skill to try and win a lane, which just looks like he shouldn't be winning it up against QO, because normally QO is just like, hey, I just got a bounty rune and lane is won, right? So just move on from there.
It really depends on the Naga. I think Crit is the most important hero on OG, at least in the first 15 minutes. He sets up the framework. He can slow down the Alchemist. He can make sure that OG has a good time. But if he doesn't, if OG are too passive, if they miss on a few of the rotations, if they don't scan out the stacks, then I think the Alchemist is just going to control this game. And you could easily turn Mirana into a core by pulling her and Ags. And I think she's one of the heroes that you wouldn't really mind pulling Nag very early on.
Note the lane switch up. So the Venomancer will be brought into the middle lane to go up against the OD as well as the Naga. And they're pushing QO to the safe lane on the Alchemist. So they really want to make sure he's able to get that early farm.
MP already had a good block though. His range creep is dead. So even though there are 2 heroes in OG's the lane, it is going to go towards MVP's side very soon.
How's the top lane really meant to work for Farev? Like, he's already, like, he got bursted down by Fortunes and time walked it off and now down to Half-Life. How's this Faceless Void meant to deal with the dual safe lane?
Make sure you buy lots of regen. Generally it with Faceless Void. You can Iron Talon, but it doesn't really seem to be the flavor for either of these 2 teams. Just make sure that the supports are there, know exactly what they're up to. And we already see Crit stacking up a few of the camps for Moon, and let's see if MVP are doing the same. Looks like Febby just arrowing large creeps, so he's stacking, but they're not full camps from the Alchemist.
Fortunes and again going to force Farev just a little bit further back on the lane. Still got the PMS plus tangos and salves, so a lot more consumables left for him to do his thing. Moon's been getting a decent amount off this bot lane. Missed timing on the pull a little bit. So he won't, oh no, he actually did manage to still bring one Hellbear over, but Dubu's there to intercept it. Oh, middle lane, arrow, well off target. Very well off target.
Maybe he didn't expect MP to run that way, but he was getting blocked by Crit, so he didn't really have a choice. MP's salve gets knocked off, and he's out of regen for some time to come. Chicken's all the way back in base.
Yeah, it's actually bringing out a Fairy Fire as well as a salve to him to make up for that. This will make Miracle a lot happier.
Let's see where the 2-minute rune goes. A little bit of an important case given the Alchemist in this game, but Alchemist not interested in going to see those runes.
Febby, okay, Febby's just up here to steal Centaur. Once he finishes up the Arcane Boots, then this Naga, this Mirana's going to be roaming absolutely everywhere, looking for arrows everywhere.
I wonder if he's going to scout out the stacks or what on Febby. He's like kind of geared up towards the mid lane, maybe looking for a chicken snipe.
Well, the Metamorphosis is being triggered by Notel. It's that time to add some pressure towards the tier 1 tower for some kind of reaction out from MVP. But MVP may even just let that tower go down. Creep wave's coming in now, and forever, you just have to let it take damage.
And Crit's going in deep into the Radiant jungle. He drops a Sentry Ward. It will be out of range of Radiant.
Lost, but the arrow will connect from Febby. Dubu's got stun and Wave of Terror available as well. So there's your stun. He's looking for a mirror image. He was actually hoping to dodge the magic missiles, but unable to do so. This will help Febby, and yep, he'll take the first blood.
Nice catch by MVP. On the point with the arrows. Febby been playing very well this series.
Mirana also one of the most successful heroes throughout this tournament.
So we see QO with an early win lace on the Alchemist. That's a strange build. It's usually just quelling Iron Talon optional with Soul Ring and Armlet into Radiance. But
I was saying like to run from bottom lane to bottom rune quicker.
People get phase boost on Medusa to speed up the farming. Like getting more move speed so you can farm faster is definitely a thing, especially when you consider people picking up Yasha all the time. I don't know if it's worth it. It looks like he's actually going to skip over the Soul Ring.
Instead of armlet it up.
Yeah, they need to start stacking the Ancients though. OG are maybe expecting it with the Observer Ward on the high ground, but I don't see any stacks on MVP's left side of the map.
Yeah, you wonder if the Venomancer could even do that. Like time it with the attack of the Plague Ward.
Oh yeah, he could easily do it. If you don't have your Plague Ward's auto attack, you can easily micro it.
Moon's about to take his first stack of the game. So he's trying to get that flash farm into the Battle Rider, get the drums completed. Very important as well when Moon goes for this kind of build, to have progression from drums into that Blink Dagger. So needs to have himself a very good game. But a very passive start. Compared to our last game, this is very, very slow compared to our last game.
MVP have shown that they've run different multiple styles, especially during the group stage, but a lot of it was not met with success. Febby narrowly misses an arrow in the mid lane. And yeah, it's a different pace for them, but sometimes I think they just make a crucial mistake just because they aren't super comfortable with the playstyle. Like last game, they know how to fight S5 all the time, all game long.
Top lane for Rev. They're trying to bait out his time walk so they can lock him in, and Fly just starts with a nuke. Hits the Fortune's End, but Faceless Void's already away. A couple of stick charges up his sleeve as well. And crit and snare for Rev. Doesn't actually have time walk away with the range damage of N0tail. They're going to reach him 1 second. It wasn't even that, it was like a fraction of a second.
Very nice positioning by Crit, and now the tower pushing starts with the meta and the Basilius at the ready. And they're desperately trying to defend this. Vengeful Spirit trying to come in with a wave to slow down this push, but Glyph is down. This tower is certainly dead.
Yeah, they burned that Glyph very early on, back when N0tail first triggered that Metamorphosis of his. But this is good for OG, some extra money coming their way. This actually puts them back in the lead of the net worth. Obviously, that's a very hard lead to hold on to when you've got an Alchemist who's now taking stacks inside the Radiant jungle.
So he did
very lucky because he got the Mud Golems too.
And Satyrs. Satyrs are pretty good. Don't want those Centaur camps.
The more units, the better.
But still not that much stacking on the left side of the map. Riser's like not a Plague Ward up there. You know, Dubu's not really around there. Maybe he might get it with a wave, but it doesn't look like he's even going towards the stack. That's what Alchemist is meant to do. And you see Kyo trying to stack up with Acid Spray, but just a little bit too late. And they're not well oiled in this sort of game.
Still at the same time, we were saying like early on, OG need to do something about the Alch, need to be doing something about the rest of the lanes of MVP, but
we see early smoke from Crit. They want to do that. They have 2 Observer Wards on him. They typically do this like 4 to 7 minutes, I would say.
Well, they're going to find the time to gank up mid. What they may not realize is the Alchemist is in the neighborhood. And Crit, well, there's your ensnare, moving to MP, Dubu. Arrow flies forward, missed absolutely everything, but Miracle's already so low. Defensive imprisonment will allow him to survive a little bit longer. MP locked in, now the Chrono! It hits 3 heroes! Forever will come back out, but he got more of his teammates than he did the enemy. He still may have enough damage. With Alchemist QO arriving, there'll be a 3-for-3 trade-off. Moon will come in too, lassoing back the chemically raged up Alchemist. He won't really achieve that much with this. Maybe a couple of sticky napalm stacks, but that's all. And for Rev, well, the Chrono not working perfectly for him, but still an even trade.
And nice that QO was there. He actually picked up a double kill. And a nice stun coming out on Miracle. They saw the Vengeful Spirit there. Maybe they thought it was an illusion with the way that she was playing, but nice. I don't even know if I want to call it a nice Chrono Spirit coming out from them. They just get destroyed by the Sanity's Eclipse.
And some good damage from either side, and maybe next Chrono avoid catching teammates back to live.
So now they're finally starting the stacking game. Dubu tries to stack up, but there's already an Observer Ward in there. They're much too late to stack the stacking game, and Kuo's gonna have to fend for himself, but he's still on pace for a pretty quick Armlet Radiance.
Still amazing how much space they can get on bottom lane. Dubu should have seen that ward going down from Crit. MP, a little bit too far out in the mid lane. We'll need a little bit of help. Wave of Terror won't be enough. You need a swap. The stun on Moon keeping him back, but not back far enough. The damage from Fly is just too high. 3 levels up in that Purifying Flames. So they get the kill on the mid. You're still having Forev getting a lot of CS up on the top. The Alchemist continued to farm as well. Already finished up that armlet and up to another 1200.
I don't think the Venomancer should feel this vulnerable in the mid lane. Like, the wards aren't really scouting out properly.
Another wayward arrow from Febby. Hotel keeps the push going. MVP, they're bringing in support.
They need to defend this tower.
Oh, they need to keep Febby alive. Moon can just go straight for the lasso. The nukes are easily there. Miracle with the extra orb damage, finding these kills. NOG very happy to use ability after ability. This is one of those other combinations they had during their last OD game, was running the Oracle with it, and he can just keep Purifying Flaming and getting cracked on the Essence Aura. So it's never-ending mana for the Oracle.
And they have no reason to stop right now. They know that Alchemist still needs a few more minutes. He's doing a good job of stacking farming his own jungle. Moon will find him out.
Yeah, QR is going to have to Chemical Rage and run away from this. And then the arrow, okay, maybe Moon, a little bit too deep. Concoction prepares as well. It's a good 5 seconds. Now QR, okay, he still got the vision, so he'll still hit Moon. But he knew there wasn't enough damage to find a kill there.
Losing that tower, though, it's terribly important for the Alchemist. Like, he needs those to farm those camps safely, and now he's
smoking.
Quite vulnerable.
They're coming over. OD is the most obvious target. Leap forward. No! Forever! Well, the arrows are being off. The first Chrono caught 3 teammates, and now that one, well, it catches the air. A Gale from MP, he does find N0tail in a little bit too deep with the Moonlight Shadow already up. Maybe they can salvage this situation. MVP looking for the time lock with the Magic Missile. They'll help Forev to get the last hit before Febby's arrow would have ensured it. So the Chrono is not completely in vain. They do bring down the Terrorblade. But OG is now preparing to attack the bottom tower.
That's just as good, though. I think killing the Terrorblade. Even better than the OD, possibly.
It seemed to be the objective anyway. Moon dragging Febby back onto the tier 1 tower, a leap away with a time dilation, leaving Moon low. But he's keeping MVP's attention towards the mid, allowing OG to keep the pressure on the bottom tier 1. And they're still not ready to fight yet, MVP. The sweet timing for them is getting that Radiance over on the Alchemist. Still need to cut the tree line too to do that farming efficiently, which is what QO has now just done.
He's going to be on par for 12, 13-minute Radiance. And I don't know, though. Losing all 3 of your T1s by the time that happens is certainly not ideal, and MP is very underfarmed.
Radiant's bottom tower.
But that's the reason why he got an Alchemist, right?
He is... Look at his net worth. He's 3rd from the bottom. Yeah, I mean, you do have an Alchemist to make up for it, but...
just give an Aghanim Scepter down the road. You'll be fine.
You want him to have the basics. He doesn't even have the basics.
It's definitely not been a fun game for MP. But as we were saying, and the panel was saying during the draft, OG, their primary problem is still going to be that Alchemist. How do you keep him in check? An easy way is just being a lot stronger than them. The Dragonlance will be completed on N0tail once the courier brings it back, and they start up on Roshan.
Not really a fighting point for MVP. They don't have the Chrono available, not the Radiance yet, but this pretty much means that Kua will get his Radiance in pretty much the ideal timing for him. He's been fighting a lot, but he got those 2 kills to make things up.
Nice life there, Crit. Flies is bringing him back up at the moment. That takes 5 players from OG, so it's just under 12 minutes. They're able to claim Roshan, putting the Aegis Immortal into the hands of the OD. And the ping's coming out for MP. Yeah, he knows he's too far out, but he needed some kind of a space to try and complete up this Veil, which looks to be his first item of purchase.
I wonder how early you pull him to Ags this game. You certainly want him to be relevant, and without an Ags, I don't think he's going to be useful at all, especially with the Oracle in the back lane. With the Fate's Edict going to be able to nullify most of his damage. Actually, I don't know. Maybe you just go all in on Alchemist, just give him his normal Manta, Octarine bots, and then go from there.
Maybe the better choice.
Yeah. Shiva's is pretty useful, though. Shiva's is really good versus the Terrorblade. Gives you a lot of int versus the OD, too, so maybe you even get that before the Ags.
Moonlight Shadow being triggered up by Mirana. They're not certain what OG is up to, even though they understand there's a couple of players hovering around mid. You expect this, though, when the tier 1 towers on both the mid and the bot lane are lost for Radiant side.
Is under attack.
And OG, in fact, are grouping up to look to the bottom tier 2.
Radiant's bottom tower
got practically their entire lineup. The Alchemist does have the Radiance, is coming on the Courier now. Kuro doesn't have the life to fight, however. Even if he wants to Chemical Rage and jump down to that bottom lane. Oh, okay, they are. They're going to be forced into it. The swap, the stun, not the perfect timing. And actually, the Gallon hit, but the Chrono is perfect. Miracle and Moon caught, but crit stops the fun. The arrow will fly through, but it's still not enough. Fly brings him out. False promise on Miracle and wait for the Eclipse to connect. It won't actually do anything. They don't even need it. The damage is just too much. Even back behind the tier 2 tower, they're willing to fight. Concoction prepared by QO. Flies forward, only hits on No-Tail. And No-Tail's still got that saving grace of Sunder up his sleeve. So MVP not finding that sweet spot, that nice initiation.
Yeah, the Ace is the Naga Siren support, just in the perfect position to stop that. And then nice place from Fly too, saving up Miracle and Moon at the same time. Not even have to expend an Aegis for this.
The perfect fight for OG. 2 hero kills, MVP backs up, and then you take a tier 2 tower.
I always thought it'd be interesting if they had like hero-specific interactions in the game, like Alchemist plus Veno. I don't know. He's like, you can add some nastiness to his poison, or Sanity's Eclipse on like Ogre. He's like too stupid, so it does double damage.
That makes sense more with a Batrider and Alina together. Sticky Napalm should actually work with all the fire damage. Batrider, well, no lucky time lock for Forev. Moon, very early triggering that drum charge, just in case. He doesn't have vision on the hillside. In fact, that all belongs to MVP with the Obs and Sentry down, but OG, they don't seem really to care. They're grouping up for the mid. Metamorphosis is off cooldown, so No-Tail wishes, yeah, and he will. Triggers it. QO with the Asprey and Wave of Terror. A lot of negative armor on that Terrorblade. -8, dropping down a half-life. That's why Fly is there right behind the lines to keep giving the extra regeneration to the Terrorblade.
It's a big problem for MVP that the Veno's this underfarmed, because he's the one that's supposed to be defending the towers. They don't want QO here at this fight. Like, they want him to be like farming somewhere, like farming. Yeah. Their net worth is like very even at this point. Alchemist team rather needs to be like 4,000 or 5,000 gold ahead, but he has to be in the front line.
Moon, lasso, he catches Forev. Now Forev does get swapped out. He's got to leap into a Chronosphere now, in fact, and he'll find 3 heroes. No-Tail combining with a Concoction and Wave of Terror, but Fly, he still kept the life going into No-Tail, so the regeneration was too much. They do find the kill over on Miracle, but thanks to Aegis Immortal, he'll come straight back up. QO mopping up the pieces of the initiation of OG, and OG, in fact, okay, maybe not the greatest time. Miracle. Commitment is real, the Vengeful Spirit pops.
Well, maybe they thought that the Naga Siren ultimate had cooled down at that point, but it was still 50 seconds off cooldown. She is not level 11 yet, but maybe also they just wanted to make good use of the Aegis. They did get the T2 at the end of the day, but Vengeful Spirit with a very quick swap in for last, so will ensure that MVP had the upper hand in that team fight.
OG were waiting for a long time too. Like the fact that they started that push into mid lane and the Firefly was on cooldown for 10 seconds when they first hit that tier 2 tower. It took them forever. In fact, to wait and go, okay, we had an opening. They actually had an opening on the Alchemist if only Firefly came off cooldown 2 seconds earlier.
I thought you were trying to make a Forev joke.
I was not making a Forev joke. Not intentionally, at least. But this gives MVP some space to farm again now. So we can watch this initiation once again.
So Instant Swap comes out after the lasso and a great Chronosphere. Like, look at Crit. He has 48 seconds cooldown on his Naga Siren, and he just like kind of runs in there hoping that they won't kill anyone else and gives away a life of his own.
And they really just like walked all over him, or he walked all over them, and they're quite happy for it.
Well, it's a strange team fight from OG.
Just that small opportunity. They gave one to MVP in game 1. And MVP ended up taking another team fight in the top racks off it.
The caveman mentality is rubbed off on OG. Well, QO is, okay, he's almost doubling up the Terrorblade at this point. And the axe pulling can come soon, if you like, pretty much any time for him. OG smoked up in the mid, looking for something. I don't know, everyone's behind the Alchemist. They do have the Faces Void up, but I don't know.
With a 3-man, 4-man smoke of OG, they can wrap around from behind.
The only reason I don't like this is because
there.
the Naga's position might be compromised.
Oh, the
because they
Firefly?
have the Observer Ward. Here they go.
Now the Observer Ward's up. Now Dubu's going to actually break the smoke. Farev jumps in. Chronosphere didn't want to trigger her straight away. Now Ice Leaf Miracle. Dubu's still alive. Caught in the edge of the Chrono, which means he will die in the middle of that time vortex. At Naga, also low on life. QO was looking for the opening. And MVP, they're split to 3 different ways. As MPU's on the run, but thanks to Moonlight Shadow, he'll get to go invis. The dust is on him. And now that will actually dissipate, but so does the Moonlight Shadow. They've got stuns, they've got ways to fight him. So the Venomancer accepts his fate, triggers the ultimate, at least keeps OG low.
They didn't even need the Naga Siren ultimate from that fight. Farev saw the Naga Siren, but she was not really close to anyone and decided to go for a solo ult on Miracle. And Q just like, screw this, I'm out. I see creeps.
If Moon realizes also the low, okay, mana is still there for Febby, but he's waiting for a good time to initiate. So comes in close, means if Febby wants to blink him, like actually leap himself away, Moon can blink along with him with the drum charge too. Febby, he knows it too. So there's your leap away. Oh, he started his TP and cancelled it. Maybe accepting his fate. Flamebreak would have stopped it anyway.
Q also TP'd the wrong creep. He could have TP'd a siege creep and maybe helped him out. Oh,
try to stick around for the last hit in the tower. The catapult will do it. He'll time walk into the river, but the problem is he can't get out of there. Lost too much mana. Dubu will swap him up, and that'll be the saving grace. In the meantime, OD just enjoying. He's actually got 44 stolen intelligence at the moment, so he hits like a truck. Make it 52 and crit with the Song of the Siren. They gather around QO, and ceremoniously they will execute this Alchemist. Even with the Chemical Rage, they flame break him back. QO does not have the life to survive this. And that's a double kill for Miracle. No Chronosphere available, no Alchemist unless he wants to buy back. And they're going to rotate to the top lane. Creep Wave's still a long way up, so OG will only take the tier 2 tower from that kill.
I liked MVP's game plan before where they were just trying to stall a little bit and then just get Alchemist nice and huge. Like OG are wasting a lot of time trying to be together as 5 and take down objectives, and there's not that many towers left for OG to take. So if they have to make a long trek to take this T2 out, you need to get something else out of it. And feeding OD 2 kills is not the way to go about it, especially when Roshan's going to respawn. But fortunately for MVP, it's almost a full 3-minute respawn.
And OG actually have the ability to look towards the tier 3 towers. Double Dragon Lance has been done, and the start of what I believe is going to be the Hurricane Pike for OD is also on the way.
Really good at dealing with the Void. I think Void's, he's getting a blink, but still the fights are going to be very difficult for him. You want to catch the Oracle, you want to catch a Naga Siren, but their positioning has been pretty decent so far.
They do have an upside with Febby. This is something we've seen from a lot of the support Miranas, the ability to get a very early Aghanim Scepter. This one's probably a little later than what we've seen.
20 minutes is really good.
20 minutes is still good. It's just that MVP game we cast on the first day of group stages. Oh, hello, goodbye, Veno. What we saw a 12-minute and a 13-minute and 18-minute Aghanim Scepter.
Those are outliers, Toby.
They were crazy times. Farev. Well, potential leap forward into a Batrider. They have an Observer Ward on the hill, so they knew what they were up against. They're looking for a better situation to fight, a better Chronosphere.
OG picking up an early gem again. This time on the Naga Siren, a much safer carrier than the Batrider of last game.
Good way to get that vision during the team fights with the illusions completely spread out. And MVP only now just really finding like the Moran or Ags to deal with that.
And now they realize she has a gem and trying to fight in the area that they have an Observer Ward in and maybe keep their blink a secret. I don't think they've scouted out for it with that Observer Ward. And
both the obs of OG were like on either side of this 3-man smoke of MVP.
They're trying to do the very long smoke though. Not even going into the river, trying to wrap around the Roshan pit from the right side where OG won't expect it. They're expecting it to come up through the rune.
Does that smoke last long enough? It's only got another maybe like 5-6 seconds left on it.
Nope.
So they'll be able to slip themselves over to Roshan, but he's still not up yet.
They need smoke to get the jump though because of all these illusions. Not only Naga illusions, but also the Terrorblade can scout out, and now OG smoke at a probably better time for them. And Flores already sitting inside the pit though.
Arrow flies forward, doesn't hit any heroes. Oh no, again! Barav enough to walk for Chrono. He'll have to get himself away. They imprisoned over on the Alchemist. Now lassoing back QO. The Chemical Rage again not being enough to deal with its OG damage. The Vengeful Spirit was attempting a save, but loses his life along with his core. And now this means OG can easily take the freshly spawned Roshan. This is a very, very one-sided fight. Another one for OG.
That's an air ball. MP, you take Faceless Void next game.
Maybe they just hope the Darkseid doesn't get banned out within the first two like OG did to them in this game. No easy setups. Very difficult to hit that perfect Chrono time.
They can just
see it
farming.
again. Like you thought you had the opening, but the Force-Staff. Hurricane Pike from Miracle just too quick.
They could have even gone for more with a Naga Siren sleep. They're lucky that they didn't lose 4.
Now OG, they're moving up to the top lane. That Dire Observer Ward would have seen the courier going up for a shop. Actually, not even doing that. It's sending a TP scroll to Febby, who's pushing out the top lane. This does stop OG from taking that remaining last out of tower of MVPs.
I wonder if you move Faceless Void lower on the Axis because of this.
Where you push the Venomancer up. At least the Veno's got Veil and almost completed his Force-Staff.
I think even
but he's still
Spirit.
He's still the okay. Yeah, double VS.
Even Mirana. Then Mirana can sell her bags.
And by what? Maelstrom into something else?
Sure, why not?
Any kind of clearance will do.
And then you can bring the Alchemist up.
No, you just get the Aghanim's over on the Chronosphere. 60-second cooldown. Always got it.
That's having a lot of faith in your teammate.
That's, well, in a way, yes, in a way, no. It means you got more Chronos to throw. Every Chrono you don't throw, you don't catch a person in.
For Ev, it's the case even if he does throw him out.
Well, for now, you got Kuro being more selfish. He finishes up his Octarine core. So you got most of what you need for the Alchemist to do his split push. It's the BTs, the Mantra, and the Octarine with the Radiance you're searching for. That keeps OG's line back all the time and creates more time for MVP to build up some kind of net worth or opportunity against OG. Blink Lasso, they found Dubu, and well, he'll hope for a swap target with a stun on Miracle. He's actually got one. The Moonlight Shadow also protecting him, but no, the Batrider Flame Break timeout was going to be enough, and this time for Rev. Easy to Chronos will hold the game. A quick DC from the Mirana, but Miracle with a self-imprisonment was the easiest Chronosphere of his life.
He's definitely dead.
Yeah, there's no doubt. His Hurricane Pike's still on cooldown for another 3 seconds. So it's a simple swipe. The impending doom. More than one Alchemist ready to kill Miracle.
Yeah, that was a much better Chrono. And he like caught Miracle near the edge. So Alkin is lovely. Ogre buddy can take him down.
Yeah. And with that OD going down, it'll be down for a while. That's actually a big kill streak too. Didn't realize again, like Miracle, he hardly died in the last game and had tons of kills. Now he's 8-1 for 7 on this OD. It seems to be a walk in the park without a Drow Ranger aura and without the extra Mirana helping arrows. These things just aren't there, and yet Miracle still has such a good game.
Yeah, I wonder what value they see in the OD that a lot of the other teams don't, because they're, I think, the only team that picked them.
Do we then look more towards like the Oracle with his sustain?
It's all right.
Like the start of the fight, like he's putting like 5-6 purifying flames on his teammates, and they engage, and then the heal just kicks in.
But what about the one fight that Oracle dies? Then you have an OD.
Yeah.
His aura is not really that useful. He doesn't have BKB. I don't know. It seems risky. Like right now, he was having a pretty good game, but look how easily he died in a well-placed Chronosphere.
And maybe that's also the other scary point, realizing that MVP, the damage is starting to build and build and build. And if this game keeps going longer, is there then a clock? Do we start a clock for OG? Like they got the 2 Dragon Lances very early on, really good for Terrorblade, as well as the OD to attack high ground. He's terrible at that. We'll come back in. What a surprise! Miracle is dead. Back inside the game as we have resumed.
I think there's more of a timeline on OG because if they mess up, like the Veno will actually do a lot of damage with Veil and ult. He's had a terrible game thus far, but all it takes is one good fight and the Oracle dying, and they can't recover from Venom ulti, and then you have the Radiance burn on top of the Venom ulti with a Veil, and everyone's going to tick down. Like, Terribly does not have that much HP. Batrider, like, they don't have any BKBs on the side of OG, nor do they have a pipe, so they're really reliant on the Oracle to heal up from that, and that's only one hero that we're talking about.
Maybe it's a different aspect you could look at for OG. It's the ability to find the initiation. Naga Song used aggressively as opposed to defensively, or just to reset the fight. And the pressure then being applied towards Moon. Moon's had a pretty good game so far. Blink, Force, Aether Lens. Like, kind of everything you want on Batrider, just shy of a BKB on him. So maybe they can find that first kill, which lets them go high ground. But then it's up to MVP. Like, do you have buyback? You've got Acid Spray. You've got Starfall now in the back of a Blink Dagger that Febby purchased. So you get a very quick AoE nuke coming in from the Mirana with a double Starfall.
Yeah, it'd be way better if, like, they had a Naga on MVP's team. Like, OG, what are they going to set up the Naga sleep into? I don't think we're going to see any top plays from this game. There's not going to be, like, a song into Epicenter Burrow Strike like we saw earlier. There's just, like, OD needs a lot of time to get his Arcane Orb so he can get some in and then hit with a big Sandy's Eclipse. You can't lead off with it, and then even then MVP will be able to buy PKBs soon with the pace of this game.
I'll say their advantage, the fact that QO could survive for so long, would give OD time to build up those Arcane Orbs, but QO has just been exploding in this OG lineup.
Maybe you keep him alive.
Just let him stand there and let OG hold him. N0tail now with the Skadi completed. Aegis the Immortal. Looks like time for a push. He's still got Metamorphosis up his sleeve. Febby's trying to push in the mid lane. The bottom lane's being pushed in by QO, so the other lane's looking good for MVP. But the top lane is the primary one, and actually OG, yep, they will continue. They're bringing all 5 in. Now the Metamorphosis to go. Fortification up for MVP. Forev starts the time dilation on the Terrorblade. Trying to slow him down. Concoction prepares as well for QO. They're just trying to get rid of these illusions. Forev with the Moonlight Shadow also hoping for an opening. Febby blinks in for the double Starfall. N0tail takes a lot of damage early, and now Forev, it's a triple chrono on the back lines. The Song of the Siren will help reset this fight, however. They'll group up, and then they just bail out. Vengeful Spirit swapping a nice ulti from Crit. MP, maybe has he got enough time with the lasso? They drag Dubu back, but Crit, he's almost going to die. In fact, he's so low on life, he will tick count to the Venomancer. And Aegis the Immortal will bring N0tail back to life. The defense is real from MVP, and this OG gained the first taste of MVP's fight, and they may not have actually stopped it yet. N0tail getting caught out by the Concoction, couldn't dodge it with the Mana Style. And that's going to be the Terrorblade dying twice over an MVP. Not only they hold their top lane, they keep their tower at half-life.
The high ground defense of Venomancer, he already had wards placed down at the start of the fight, and Oracle couldn't even heal everyone after that. And they had kind of just traded Chronosphere for the Song of the Siren, which is ideal for OG. But despite the Aegis, there's just too much magic damage from MVP. It's, I think, suicide to push high ground without a pipe.
Well, they need time to build that one up, but who's going to grab it? Like right now, Oracle is finishing up what looks to be an Aghanim Scepter on himself.
Maybe Batrider, I would say. Like maybe instead of the Aether Lens, he could have built one, but yeah, they're lacking in the defense department right now.
Is this also Naga as well, building an Ag? Are we looking at double Ags?
Oh yeah, the Ags on Naga is actually a good one. I haven't really seen it too often, but they do need a way to heal up from the Venomancer ulti. However, the problem is if they use Chrono at the start of the fight, and they use Song of the Siren at the start of the fight, you're not going to be healing anyone. So it's just a very difficult ultimate to execute, and on top of that, you have to farm 3,000 more gold.
Yeah. MVP supports won't have to worry about that one. The 6-slotted Alchemist just got completed. He can still upgrade his BTs and get a Moonshot, but everything else will be going into the Aghanim Scepters. And now with the effect we've seen from MP in the fights, the Aghanim Scepter looks like it will go his way. And like you lose one bad high ground push, and already OG down to the same amount of towers. That tier 2 days are very, very shortly numbered. Like they're going to be set down to the same amount of towers as MVP.
Well, looking to fight now. There's still 20 seconds left on Chronosphere. OG.
They're under the Obs and Sentry, however. They'll get rid of it quickly.
They also don't have Aegis this time.
TP's coming forward. Bringing N0tail into the fight. No Aegis, no Metamorphosis. On cooldown for 16 seconds. Moonlight Shadow. Going to allow MVP to come in closer. The Observer Ward, however, from OG very clearly saw this happen. And they still want to fight around at least the extra armor that this tier 2 tower provides. They're scanning to see if MVP are moving forward, which is not the case.
MVP could win the game with this fight, though. This one fight is very crucial for them.
I'll see if
OG are at their weakest.
OG just need the initiation, however, and then maybe they can hold this fight. QO's already triggered his Chemical Rage. And OD, okay, caught inside the Chronosphere. Song of the Siren comes out from Crit. They're trying to keep Miracle alive, but the Starfall is slowly killing him off. He has to Hurricane Pike himself away. Forev locked in the trees until the Time Walker bring him out. OD, nice ulti. Miracle can stand his ground and try and fight this one. Same with No-Tail. He's actually got Thunder Revival. Needs a hero to trigger this. Oh, and he's got it over on Forev, who Time Walks away the damage. Now No-Tail can go big, slowing down Dubu. They move to QO. The last Super Moon will hold him there. OG, this is going to be the fight for them. 3 heroes. They're going to bring them all down. They need another one. Forev to Time Walk away. The Dire Observer Ward sees Febby down inside the river. He's just stopped. And now he'll blink up, looking for the kill. He almost found it on the Oracle, but the OG Vision let them prepare for it. As Febby's on the run, but the Eclipse drops from Miracle. 4 heroes lost for MVP.
What a disastrous Chronosphere from Forev. He only got the OD, and they have him as everyone on the high ground the whole entire time. And it looked like Forev hoping for a lucky bash to kill the Terrorblade before he ulted, but he just gave him a free target asunder.
And here it is again, so the Chronosphere comes out.
Maybe he thought that Naga was a real Naga from what it looks like, perhaps, but
it would have been suicide to send in both your OD as well as your Naga into such a clustered area as that tree line.
Yeah, No-Tail doing most of the damage.
Oh, they're fighting. We come back live right now as OG start knocking on the door of MVP bot lane. They still look to force the issue. The Mirana's up in 12 seconds, Alchemist in 5. So it's damage to a tier 3 tower. They probably, well, maybe with the illusions they can complete this. They're trying to Gale, Shivas, that tier 3 tower can be denied.
And OG maybe looking back to take down the recently respawned Roshan, this time with the cheese.
Yeah.
You can even give both OD at this point.
Third Roshan for OG seems easy, but then again, MVP, they're approaching a position where they will try and contest this. They won't have easy buybacks. QO is still short of money. He actually bought the 3 1Ks. So he's trying to finish up an Aghanim himself to be shy of it. Moon, hello, goodbye. And got himself away, a very quick blink away. Very happy he used Force Staff to get closer. So OG bailing out of Roshan. Moon still has already triggered the Firefly with a haste ring. You'll see Forev a little bit further down as the Naga Illusions will start their scouting too. Naga Illusions, Terrorblade Illusions, everything they've got to see MVP's movements.
And same with MVP, they're trying to use the Alk Illusions, the Plague Ward to get the jump on the OG supports. Those two being so crucial to take down early on in the fight.
Miracle needs to farm for a little bit. He's only a couple of hundred short of finishing up that Scythe of Vice. So they'll have an extra disable when Forev jumps in as an instant control to stop the Chronosphere.
I am very worried for Forev.
It doesn't really seem to be a fun game for him at all as Radiance Courier. That's a big one. They tried to keep it up. That was the purchasing of that Aghanim Scepter for a Venomancer. Also makes it very difficult for QO just to get the easy Ags purchase. Doesn't really have a slot where he wants to carry around a point booster on him, so he has to wait the 3 minutes for the Courier to come back up again.
Yeah, absolutely an important point for OG. I don't think MVP have any more smokes though. I'm not sure how they're going to get the jump on OG. I think they can even like sleep into Scythe now, which is actually pretty devastating if you can get the Faceless Void at the start of the fight. And nothing's going to save him from that, just except a defensive Vengeful Spirit swap or perhaps a quick blink out.
Well, now it's time for OG. They have smoke still in stock.
The Hex can definitely catch him off guard. He doesn't have a blink though, and his daytime.
Alchemist. Oh, he just broke the smoke on No-Tail. He ran inside the pit. No-Tail's going to move down. Actually, was he even covered by it?
He's going to see him with the Alk Illusion?
Yep.
Now they know.
They actually Riptide. So they know that things are awry, but MP, the Sentry Ward is down here as the Venomancer under the cover of Moonlight Shadow. He'll hit the Gale and a Miracle, slowing him up. Fly still there to hold Miracle's hand. Concoction, but also preparing for Alchemist. Jumps forward. They're just trying to harass Miracle. The Naga Illusion's making it difficult to walk forward.
He used False Promise already.
Oh, really? That's early on. Arrow's going to fly. He needs a good hit. Moon's actually almost walking into it. He'll turn around for Rev. He's still hoping for an opportunity to leap into Chrono, but they're not finding it. Concoction stuns. OG just keep tanking them up.
Still with no Frost Promise and no Aegis, they can focus down one of the cores during the Chronosphere. Only problem is Naga Siren, is she going to get caught or not?
Dire Obs and Sentry being planted by OG. They want to make sure that MVP don't have vision on that hillside, but they can also just commit play quartz. Gives the vision to MVP. The Alchemist was thinking about having some fun with Roshan, but now he'll think no more of it. So another 50 seconds until that courier is back up for MVP. And they really want to get that Aghanim Scepter on the Venomancer.
And G's Terrorblade is farmed.
Yeah. That is a full butterfly purchase up for No-Tail.
However, no buyback.
That's the sacrifice you take. Give a better team fight. No MKB carriers over an MVP to get around the evasion. Then again, they've got a crap ton of magical damage, which could also just shred him apart if he's not careful. And on time for the Sunder.
Another smoke from OG.
A lot committed early on.
They're saving smoke for the most important times.
Venomancer already using Gale as well as Veil. Needs to get him out, and Moon, he jumps forward. But there's no Gem of True Sight on this Batrider, so he doesn't see the retreating P. 5 hits from Miracle, and you'll find a solo kill in MP.
And do MVP still want to fight? This Roshan is really important, but...
It is. But without the Venomancer, okay, he's going to buy back, BT forward. The Aghanim Scepter being purchased by QO, but Moon's ready to fight. He grabs Femi, the Chronosphere, catches Miracle and Moon, but now the Song of the Siren. It stops the fight for the moment. Kret will turn off the song, and now they start fighting again. No-Tail looking for the damage. Miracle, he'll be protected primarily by Fly, but
What a fight from Miracle. He just went in there. No false promise, no problem. And nice self-astral there to buy his own team some time. And Kret always with the saves on the Song of the Siren. 4F is having a really difficult time locking heroes down in OG well. They are not slept.
It's a nightmare game for the Faceless Void. Starting with the initial Chronospheres, Alchemist, okay. Arrow's gonna fly in, looking for a good target. 5 seconds on over on the OD. Concoction as well. Femi jumping in, nice damage with the Starfall, but now Moon's gonna make him pay the price. Dragged back in, a Miracle with yet another kill. They still want Roshan, but the Alchemist illusions, missed chances. OG just can't do this in peace. They're underneath the Acid Spray.
And he just got full HP from that Alchemist illusion. Sunder only being 40-second cooldown, why not? He was at like 30 before.
MVP's finally going to give this up. They split the lanes. Remember, MVP still have a small advantage. It was the momentum that was on the top lane. QO is going to try and bump that in a little bit further.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And we get to see that initiation again. Miracle. The timing was just too easy. He had all the time in the world to keep attacking against QO, and then that Sunder from No-Tail into the follow-up Eclipse.
3-man Eclipse.
It's devastating. It's that time you wish BKB would actually save you from the Sunder.
So Naga Siren has completed the Ag Scepter. So 10% health per second for 7 seconds.
So they have all the life, they have all the mana. He just needs to hit his level 16 on Naga. Maybe it's time to buy up a couple of tomes for her. So you can have it on a cooldown of only 1 minute.
Now they have severe issues in dealing with the Terrorblade. They've been focusing most of their firepower onto the OD, but now Terrorblade combined with False Promise, Sunder, Ag's Heal from Naga. There's pretty much 4 lives.
But how do you even do that? Like, you almost need to pick off one hero when they're away from OG, but you can't keep your vision up.
They don't have
the Gem of OG is taking everything from them.
They need more burst on the Mirana to deal with her. Like EV Dagon, I think, would be sufficient to deal with the Terrorblade. If you do it too slowly, the Fate Seeded and Purifying Flames will heal him up, or heal Sunder.
But now you've also got extra protection. You got a Lotus Orb that's being picked up by Moon. So you try and go for that initiation, but it may just get reflected or broken.
Yeah, they just don't have enough burst right now or enough lockdown.
Febby, run now. The Blink Dagger and Leap is available for him. He'll leap to start with, Blink Dagger further, and Force Staff, then the TP, the Flame Break! It reaches him up in the corner. Moon read it perfectly. Febby's arrow will go astray, and he understands there is no way to survive this. Moon even dancing a circle around him before Fly will kill Secure with the Purifying Flame.
Miracle's by himself, though.
Yep, correct. However, Miracle doesn't care. He's by himself. There's not enough life. Not with the Swamp Pound. Miracle still got cheese available. He'll take down 2. Follow up with the imprisonment into a 3rd. Alchemist trying to help out, but now Moon has arrived. Flame Break Miracle. The Lotus Orb, and then the cheese into the Eclipse. A triple kill for Miracle. But he is well over 9K at this point. Whole QO in position. Where's the attack? Miracle, wait for it. He needs more damage, but he doesn't have it. He can't attack the BKB target.
MVP thought they were setting up a trap for Miracle. With no fast fingers on the scythe.
Exactly what we expect from him. QO too far out. Gonna get stunned, gonna get controlled. N0tail's on top of him. The Terrorblade will find the kill. The buyback's really not there for MVP. Only Faceless Void has it. But by the time the Venomancer is back up, OG may have taken one lane of Rax, if not two. The push is just so strong. Alchemist, Concoction, Acid Spray, everything you've got, try and slow down OG's attack. The upside is Miracle is still terrible at bringing down Raxus. The upside for Miracle is, however, he's really great at killing off heroes, especially when QO comes this far forward. He's still got 48 stolen points of intel. The swap back for Rev, almost dying from this. But he's already found the Terrorblade kill on VS. And this will be a second lane of Rax in favor of OG. MVP rallying the defenses. They spam as much as they can. The leap forward, the concoction's done. N0tail, now a three-man chrono. Nice for Rev, but the Song of the Siren's gone. The only thing lost for OG is the Aegis the Immortal. There's 4 players grouped up. N0tail wants to fight, make more copies, make more kills. QO surrounded by OG, and this really is OG's home. It used to belong to MVP, but they can just stand their ground as long as they want to with no tier 2 towers up. OG can just keep bringing down Rax after Rax. And MVP are always playing with one man down at least.
Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen.
No hope for them this game. Wonder what they'll do for game 3. Whether it'll be another Alk or Heavy Farmer similar, or game number 1 style. I think they have a lot more fight with the early style. They just made, like, they didn't stack that well for the Alchemist. Like, a lot of missed spells. When you only have like one big team fighting ultimate, like the Faceless Void, you have to hit those when it matters the most. And some great individual play from OG. I think Crit in particular, like not getting caught in the chronos, was huge.
That Naga Siren really did just help OG reset everything, but MVP, they're not done yet. They fight to the end. This is the MVP way. For Rev, however, well, the swap back can be there with a stun on the Miracle. So for Rev, can time walk off a little bit of the damage, but Dubu sacrificed himself. QO trying to fight the front lines. Crit comes in. There's your lasso for Moon. They hold the big man in place, and they get the GG. OG will force this best of 3 into a decider. After MVP and OG, they went hammer and tongs. This game, it seemed a lot more cool, calm, and collected from both sides. MVP slowing down the pace. Is that actually something they really wanted to do against OG? Like, I know they had the Alchemist. Never, like, all the panel were going for that, but
They just didn't seem that comfortable. I think MP in particular on the Venomancer, like he played a phenomenal Faceless Void in game number 1, and then this game he was 3-9. He died way too much. He gave a lot up in the mid lane, constantly kept getting coming out, but it just was not the smoothest game.
yeah, it felt really odd for a lot of places. The Chrono's not hitting, the Venomous not making his play. Dubu's influence, like he was always trying to be that saving grace. That's why he ends with 13 deaths and 0 kills. It was a very, very rough game for the supports of OG. Febby never really felt his influence either. There was no Mirana arrows hitting in that mid lane. There was no great combinations everywhere. It was a very hard game for MVP, to say the least. But how do you turn this around? Cap was saying, like, he was not expecting MVP to win game number 3. If they lose game 2, they can't just pick it up. What do you do then mentally as MVP?
I think if there's one word I could use to describe MVP, it's chaos. And I think they need to breed chaos in this game. This game, it was OG kind of picking them apart in their jungle and their team fights, forcing the Alchemist to not farm. And you could tell that MVP just weren't super comfortable with running this sort of style.
So you want to see more aggression out from them? As far as OG, things went wrong in game number 1.
It doesn't necessarily have to be aggression, just chaos.
Well, we have a couple of other guys to bring in on the conversation. We do have the analysts. So, guys, Paul?
Yes?
Thoughts of game 2? Is Cap going to be right?
Yeah, interesting. OG coming back into it. We were talking about potentially they could be in the lower bracket at this point in time, but now do you feel like Malini, maybe it's swung back the other way and maybe OG are favourites for game 3?
I think MVP, we said that, maybe in game 2 they'll try something different. Huskar, I think this is like kind of their Huskar, isn't it? Their version of a cheese strike.
They had a small opening for it in the draft, but they got locked out, so.
Yeah, maybe.
Hey, they could always just pick techies.
Yeah, what are the rest of the guys?
Toby. Why with the techies all the time?
Stop it, Toby.
Stop it, Toby.
I just
right?
ignored you.
I mean, come on. Like, what's going
listen,
on?
as
We're just
someone
going to upset the panel now,
You were with
Toby,
me
okay?
during the group stage. You were with me during the group stage.
I wanted it in group stage.
As someone who knows
MVP.
Toby, probably one of the best of here, you just got to shut him down early.
Right, okay.
You can't let him get the ball rolling into mention his crazy ideas. Just shut it off. Quick.
Shut it off.
Yeah.
All right, we'll go back to
Cut
that.
his mic off if possible, production.
I think they have now.
As soon as he's like tech, it just ended.
Okay, so OG tying things up, Charlie, 1-1, pretty much as Cat predicted, but you didn't.
Way to rub it in, Paul. Anyways.
Just, you know.
He's got to make a prediction. Sometimes he's going to be wrong.
No,
Yeah.
Charlie is never wrong, Ted. Come
To be
on.
fair, my prediction was kind of like MVP Phoenix will 2-0 or OG will win 2-1, so I kind of like covered my bases there.
You did, that's all right. It's all good.
Yeah.
So we're tied up,
Way to
though.
hedge your bets.
We are
Yeah.
tied up. What did you make of the performance, Cat?
I thought that OG played a really good game. The idea, like I was looking at the draft and I was thinking like, man, if they actually start like handing out Aghanim Interceptors, like holy crap, that's going to be amazing. But that's still pretty later into the game, and I was really hoping, like from the beginning of the game, I was like Venomancer versus Naga Siren. I really hope we get to see that Ags upgrade on Naga, right? Because we never get to, and it's a total counter to any kind of like really long damage over time kind of team fight orientation, which is exactly what Venomancer is all about, right? So I was happy when we saw that, but I think OG just played like a very solid game. I think they were able to read MVP Phoenix quite well. And we've talked about this. Like, we know MVP Phoenix is going to be an aggressive kind of a team. So
Chaos.
They're always going to contest you for that Roshan, right? And I think Moon Meander in particular was quite good on positioning a lot of the times. There was that haste rune that broke the smoke coming in. There was also the buyback. It's obviously a big heads up that they're going to contest you, but his positioning, being on that far left-hand side and immediately grabbing Febby on one of those Roshan fights, I think took MVP Phoenix by surprise. Very proactive play.
Yeah, we've talked about Miracle an awful lot, as always we will. We talked about Crit. We talked about the No-Tail. We talked about Fly's Draft. We talked about all of them. We rarely talk about Moon, and in particular, his Batrider, because it's been great throughout the whole tournament when they've relied on it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Moon is often someone who people don't say a whole lot because you're so overwhelmed by Crit and Miracle, because those two are probably like some of the best players in the world when it comes to their position, that oftentimes Moon falls by the wayside, unfortunately.
Yeah,
He deserves a lot of
good.
praise.
Yeah.
He's
Yes.
the guy, he's able to pull off plays that you didn't see, or like the point where he caught the Mirana out, and I just thought a lot of players might not have got away with that. He just reads the game really well. I think he's like an extra playmaker that they've got. He's fantastic.
In the way that they played, you and I watched some of it together. It felt like they went back to basics, OG. They were like, we're just going to play simple Dota, simple, straightforward execution, really, almost, you could say, period and flag style Dota.
No, that
just
was...
to get...
No, Paul, let me stop you right there, okay? They were effective and calculated,
But they
and their
won.
draft made sense. This was not my kind of Dota at all. I guarantee you, it was really good. I thought the Naga pick was great.
Yeah.
If you know people are going to be aggressive running that, you can reset, and Chris' positioning was fantastic in the whole game. He was brilliant, so... Yeah, I'm glad they pulled it back because I want to see a third game in this series.
Yeah, very patient as well, though.
Yeah, Merlini really hit the nail on the head when he said MVP needs to create chaos. In the first game, OG did an okay job sort of controlling the early stages of the game, but when you have Spearbreaker, Bounty Hunter running around, it's hard to keep track of all those heroes all the time. And like this game, they did a much better job of controlling space, sticking to their game plan, and Merlini is absolutely right. What you need to do in the next game is throw OG off their preparation, their game plan. Give them something that they might not be used to.
Yeah.
Because this is a team that really, really does well with preparation.
Yeah, think about the play style of what Naga Siren does, right? It sits really far in the back, plus it's rather tanky. So it's very hard if you look at the way that MVP Phoenix played in game number 1, assault the back line. And Spirit Breaker in particular was creating a lot of chaos and was getting those kind of those angles for initiation that were so effective. But there's no way you could do that in this kind of setup, right? Once you've committed, you're going to be countered, right? Whether it's an imprisonment coming out from the OD, or if it's full 5-man commitment, or even 3 or 4, you're going to have that Naga Siren ult as a response that resets the fight, brings things back into OG's favor.
Charlie, what do we do game 3?
MVP, I want them to go back to their original run at you play style. Venomancer isn't necessarily that. It's more of a space control-y, I'm going to spread my cancer to everybody in the game sort of hero. I want them to, I'd like to see them go back to their very, balls to the walls, in your face type of style.
Caveman Dota.
Caveman Dota, man.
Yep. Get the clubs out, drag people into caves, beat them up. That's pretty much what they got to do. And like Chaos, I think that's great. I think they do need to get rid of the Nagasuren. I think that's a big counter to the way they play. But yeah, Chaos reigns.
I think there was plenty of execution errors there on MVP Phoenix. I think they slowed down their progression quite a bit. If you look at the Faceless Voids, Chronospheres were...
a few missed ones.
Yeah, a few missed ones. The very first one at mid was probably more counterproductive for MVP Phoenix than anything else. And then once you have one Chronosphere that doesn't ensure a one fight, you saw that OG just like 5-manned again at mid, and they were able to take so many objectives. When you fail those first kind of team fights where you've got all your cooldowns ready to go, you've got things like the Chronosphere, and you don't actually manage to win the team fight convincingly, then OG's just going to punish you with that kind of draft, right? You can't contest early on when you've got no Chronosphere. The Terrorblade pushes. They're too tough to deal with.
Do you feel like it's a product of the chaos that they cause, Ted? They want to play like that, but as a result of that, they're going to make some mistakes occasionally.
Well, they didn't in the first game. I mean, you've got to say.
They were pretty flawless game.
There are going to be mistakes, but the point is, I think the effect of the chaos is you make your opponent make mistakes. And if you suddenly see someone get crit for 70% of their health, that changes the whole weight of the fight. Or like chain bashes and stuff, that's the chaos. So, although, yeah, sometimes it might lead to mistakes in your half, the enemy team has no idea what's coming. So that was a bit more predictable. OD were able to set up, and every time they sent the Alk illusions down, OD can take care of those real quickly. So, yeah, I think it played into OG's hands, but I think MVP Phoenix need to come up with a surprise draft.
Yeah, we talk about, great, exactly that. We talk about the drafts and how important they are, but never more so than in Game 3, Charlie. Put yourself in Fly's position right now. How does he draft and out-draft MVP, if at all?
I think he's outdrafted them both games. Just the first game.
The first game
it just didn't matter. They just played out of their minds.
We won the draft, guys. What the hell happened?
Yeah, so I think you continue to do the same thing, but just try and remove MVP from their comfort heroes, and that's it. Stick to your game plan. I know for a fact they've prepared like a lot for this matchup. They do their research. They're very hardworking people, and just trust in that research. Trust in your preparation.
Yep.
And you should be fine.
Your separation, as they call it.
Yes.
And accept that sometimes, like Charlie said, even if you get the draft you wanted against the team, and you're like, we won the draft, guys, you can still lose. But I mean,
of course.
Have faith in the fact that they can come back.
Do you actually on that subject? Do you think there's too much emphasis sometimes been put on that? Oh, they've had so much of a better draft. Is it really that much of a clean-cut thing now? Do you think with the changes to the meta and how just different it is now?
It is for me. I've lost a hell of a lot of great games in the draft today.
Okay, yeah, all right, so have I. But
I would say no. I think that that draft.
Do we put too much emphasis on it, I guess is what I'm asking. Do we as a panel, do we put too much emphasis on good drafts being winning
I don't
drafts?
think so. I think draft is super important.
Yeah.
As the player skill has gotten closer and closer. I think what we saw in the first game was just a bit of an aberration.
The thing about the draft is that games can be won or lost in the draft, but I also think not only is skill rising, but I think strategically teams are actually doing much better. So I don't think you're going to see very many clear wins or losses via draft.
Okay, last few seconds. Thank you very much to all three of you. Of course, we are going to come back to our panel once we are done after this one. We'll also have Purge back to break down some of the play. But now it's time for Game 3's draft.
OG versus MVP Phoenix. Game 3.
Well, welcome back, everybody. We are getting ready for MVP versus OG game number 3. I'm back, of course, inside Key Arena with some of the experts here. We got Draskell, we got Black, we got Winter. Gentlemen, first series goes to 3 games. Now, based on the drafting so far, we saw MVP go very aggressive with the draft. Game number 1 led to a lot of success. Game 2, they went with an Alk. It didn't work out. Draskell, should they go back to what they did in game number 1 or pull out something different?
I mean, I think the Alchemist was a really good idea, but the main problem was the Venno. The Venno just got crushed. So maybe it was a little bit too greedy at the last second. I think they decided to swap their lanes around, and I think in the end it really hurt them because they were like all in on the Alk at that point. But I still think the hero itself was fine. Just depends.
Focusing on this game though, Phoenix does not ban out the Elder Titan this game. And OG obviously first picks it as like one of the most comfortable heroes. And also something to note is OG did not ban Naga when they had second pick, so they could just snatch it up right away from MVP, and that's like the two main changes we see here.
Yeah, both teams prioritize the Naga a lot, we can see from the series. But do you think it's strange that they didn't go for the Void instead, when OG opened up with the Elder Titan, since Void is not banned, and they went for the Axe instead?
I think it might be a confidence issue after the last game, because he had like a really rough game on it, and
but he was playing against Naga.
Yeah,
that was probably one of the harder Void games you're going to have, I feel.
Yeah, for sure, but maybe it took a bit of his confidence because they first picked it pretty much whenever they could.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to give Titan and Void to the enemy team on the...
Well, they just
if you
did.
can, you know.
It's a killer combo.
They are about to give it to him right now because we get to see the debut of Ogre. So he makes his way in, but it's looking likely that OG...
But I
can
think
get that
maybe MVP's approach here is seeing the fact that both of these heroes, like Ogre Magi and Axe, fight very consistently. If they're going to fight around cooldown ultimates on OG and they want to open the Elder Titan Void, I feel like that kind of is conducive to MVP's style because they can fight non-stop. They can fight around cooldowns, you know, they can force the engagements. And not only that, but they can also go for some dual aggressive lane if they want after seeing the Elder Titan pick.
Well, they do for the Void. It's like, I just feel it's very hard to fight against Void Titan in general because Titan can set up super good chronos. Like you stomp 2-3 people and you actually just lose the whole fight.
Well, they can set up each other even. It doesn't have to be just a stomp. It can be once Void gets blink, he sets up ET as well.
I mean, the Lich ban is really good for OG. It deals with... it doesn't allow MVP to deal with the lane. Because with Axe, often you want Axe to have a good start. You don't want him to just, you're going to Iron Talent jungle, see you later, bro. But you want to give him a good start. You want to pressure the lanes.
Yeah. Plus, you get you would normally get the addition of that armor buff going against Elder Titan. That would be pretty nice to have. And I think in the group stage, it might have won a team a game at a critical point. Not too sure.
Dazzle is also an option here for MVP Phoenix. It's very good with their heroes. You kind of want to just run at people and...
Dazzle, Witch Doctor, as long as you have a support that can sustain the Axe in the lane and you can pressure. So I think this game is maybe a bit difficult for OG if you want to run the safe lane Void against the Axe. You probably don't want to do that.
Yeah, whatever they pick safe lane, I think it's going to have a hard time because Ogre and Axe, like dual off lane, is super strong. They're both really tanky and you actually need to triple lane there to lane properly.
So you just pick a range hero for that, like a Klings.
What about Mirana? Or if it's okay with Elder Titan bases.
That is also possible.
Yeah.
Mirana, Clinks. Yeah, Clinks used to be paired with Faces Void all the time.
Well, we do know that OG actually also love their Juggernaut as well. So they could even go as far as to just put Moon in the offlane, pick safe lane Jug, and then pick a kill lane because Spin actually can still kill the Ogre and the Axe, and you can set up that way as well.
There's so many good heroes for them. Like there's still the Invoker for them.
Yeah.
So their options are fairly wide right now for OG, depending on how they want to run. Do they want to have much more team fight or better lanes? You need to choose one of those. Like against MVP, maybe you would consider better lanes more against that team because you don't want to lose the early game to them.
Oh, losing the early game against MVP, yeah, that could be.
Then they just run at you, and then you lose the game.
Absolutely.
I think OG might be looking to pick their Invoker because they picked themselves the hardest counter to Invoker in the game, who's also a great setup for the hero. And obviously it's one of Miracle's most comfortable heroes. And
I think it's his best hero probably, yeah.
Yeah. Like we've seen in the top 10 what he does with it. He's crazy on that hero.
OG ban out the Timbersaw to round out their second phase of bans, and we move right back into picking here for phase 2, going to MVP side. They already have a pretty aggro setup and a couple of Bash brothers, if you will, between Axe and Ogre Magi. They're going to round it up right now with the Shadow Demon snag.
It seems like MVP is setting up that draft for a late game hero. Like you have Bloodlust and you have Disruption. You don't pick those heroes if you don't plan to go for a carry that can utilize the Disruption and the Bloodlust. Like Luna would be a very easy example to understand what they might go for.
That's such a big deviation though from what we normally see, right? Like going Shadow Demon Luna for them. I mean, I guess Luna can still fight because you have Eclipse and you have a lot of damage that you add to the team.
Your lanes are really strong with that.
I feel why SD's really strong here. He can make Axe Illusions who can pretty much just farm jungle or push out any lane, and you have a safe against a Chrono if you really need one.
So I guess it's going to be the Ogre with the Axe lane if they want to pressure. Ogre, Axe, and SD with the safe lane. Like, if Elder Titan is roaming, they might be able to pressure the safe lane a lot. So this game Creed on the Elder Titan probably has to focus more on the safe lane. If it's up against the Axe plus Ogre dual lane.
We could see something like a Luna from MVP, but against Elder Titan is really risky because you don't want to be going AC. You usually just go like agility. So picking something like a Luna is really, really hard, I think. Should probably focus more on something like a Mirana, play their usual aggressive style.
OG don't consider snagging it for themselves. We'll have to see. Third pick, or maybe the safer bet is grabbing up something for Fly. In the meantime, not revealing too much in your hand.
Kotal might be good here because SD Ogre sort of suggests that they might go for illusion-based carry. So having the Kotal there is pretty good for them.
Nice call, my man. Keeper is going to be the pick. The third one here for OG. And then immediate response from MVP. They go right back for the PA.
They did this in the first game. They see a squishy support or two heroes that you can very easily jump on the back line, and they just pick up the PA.
Buy Ghost Scepter.
Yeah, but is Fly actually going to get enough farm? Because, I mean, yeah, you can stack the jungle and whatnot, but I think the lane's going to actually be so pressured you might not have time in the early game to be able to get your own item.
I guess that's a fair point. Like, if the game doesn't go well, you rarely see the keeper get a Ghost Scepter like way too early.
But this game, they actually have a lot of saves for the support in the back. Like Titan can stomp him pretty easily, and Void can time dilation him. Then he can't jump and blink anymore. You will need a BKB for that.
Yeah, Blinding Light too, which will help a little bit for his base PA. And very good against PA. OG gets fed.
Going for the Sven.
Very good pick here. The armor is really good versus the PA in general. So PA's damage output in team fights would be severely limited by this pick here. Yeah, very good pick.
And you can have like double armor up as well if you get Chakra Magic before, and then you have like a duration of 12 seconds where you're practically immune to damage against PA.
Yeah, sure. That you pick the hero for that.
Why not?
Well, I would much rather have Timber for that matter.
Yeah, but they banned it.
Or maybe a Kunkka, double Typebringer.
What double Typebringer is so sick with Echo Saber?
Yeah, lately though, fortunately, we've been seeing more of that support Kunkka, and we can't see his true potential unleashed with Coddle. I agree. Last bands though coming out. MVP.
Dude, MVP played Dusa?
They did occasionally on QO, but it's pretty much only QO. Like he plays both the
so
heroes.
because they have PA, they won't play it.
Yeah. Okay. And MP is usually more the guy that suffers and doesn't get that much farm. Yeah. Runs around the map and tries to make things happen.
Like for OG, like Invoker could still fit up into their heroes. I think it's still a very good pick for them.
Yeah.
They have Stormbolt, they have the Storm from Elder Titan, and there's Chronosphere. There's 3 spells to set up the Invoker here.
They do have to be a bit careful though. PA lanes really well against the Invoker, and if an Ogre just roams in, you're actually just dead. It's really hard to help you.
So you would rather have a hero that's harder to gank in the mid lane.
What would you guys say if they ran it out instead with something like just a classic Storm Spirit to match up there? Is typically a good partner with the Coddle. Do you think he would be okay in that matchup?
I think you actually get harassed a ton. Storm versus PA, you just eat daggers all day, and even if you have high base armor, it's still kind of a struggle for a lot of these heroes.
You do have the Chakra for the Storm though.
Yeah, that's actually true as well.
Going for the Tinker, of course.
Okay, yeah.
This is much better because they have a lot of global presence with the Kotal, plus the Recall, and you have Boost of Travel, and you have the Spirit to TP onto.
I'm a bit worried for MVP. They already don't have the greatest high ground push, and against that lineup, you can pretty much never breach it. Like
they have to win their lanes. If they don't win their lanes, I don't think they can do this game.
They have to win their lanes for sure, and they have no Tinker counter at all.
I feel this might, like so far, be the biggest outdraft of the series by OG.
Unless there's that one magical pick, gentlemen, that could pull it all together here for MVP. The good anti-Tinker, something good to be able to accelerate the laning phase and take control so OG can't take it back.
Anti-Tinker is like Storm or Spectre, but I'm not sure if those heroes are good here against Tinker.
Anti-Mage is pretty good too, but he's really bad against Sven. Or they go for the Invoker themselves.
MVP or
might be a cross-wax Invoker, like MP plays a cross-wax Invoker.
All right, Andy, I ask you first here. You said it's a bit of an outdraft. Do you think the Invoker still...
No, I don't think it's enough. I think OG still have a pretty big advantage.
All right. I actually think Invoker gets outlaned by Tinker as well, so I will go for OG this game as well.
Yeah, I don't think the Invoker actually salvage what MVP have right now, so I'm going to go for OG.
All right, all my panel thinks it's going to be OG. We'll see if the casters agree. Why don't we go ahead and throw it over to them right now? We got Toby1 and Merlini out on the floor. Gentlemen, take it away.
It's a good question, Merlini. Do you agree?
I don't know, 5-0 on PA. They just know something special about the hero and play really well around it. I don't think you can discount that.
Yep, so you just need to catch out, right? You just need to find the Tinker. If we go with the Crosswex Invoker, maybe a long-range Tornado can find him in the tree line.
Yeah.
Some good warding, some good laning.
It's a lot of good stuff. It's nothing reliable, like Spectre pressed R. Oh, there's Tinker.
Oh, there he is. Or Storm Spirit's got the mana. He can chase him wherever he goes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this doesn't exist for them. So MVP will have a tough run, just judging off the draft. But if anyone can do it, MVP are proven. They can be the one. So into the game we go as MVP and OG start up game number 3 of this winners bracket quarterfinal at the International 2016.
I think even more problematic than the Tinker is giving OG the Elder Titan. It's almost always first ban against crit. He was one of the first players to bring it into what we currently know as competitive Dota in the most recent iteration, and like it's such a nuisance playing against it.
He's so quick as well for that mid lane. MVP is going to get lucky. They put down a sentry ward, and they're going to find a very aggressive observer ward that OG has already planted down. So small advantage. Invoker gets to get the first CS on the board. small advantage.
Yeah, it looks to be a Coswex though. Coswex is pretty good. It's a lot of what they needed. Decent control, and
if you can control long enough for QO to do the damage, then it all works out.
Mm-hmm. He has a tough job though. He can't do everything. He needs to you need someone to jump the keeper. You need someone to interrupt the Elder Titan combo, stop the Void from doing his thing, and then kite the Sven, and then after that you can deal with the Tinker.
It's funny, if you're looking for a way to checklist that off, you've got that. You've got SD Disruption to really interfere with the Void. You've got Ogre, Lockdown, Axe, Jump in with Blink Daggers. All these things can work. Moon, okay, Moon. Is there going to be a stun? There's a Fireball, and well, the Moon. Time walks off a lot of the damage piece. So got 2 poison levels on him. He's probably not going to survive this. No way to time walk out, and First Blood will go the way of MVP as Moon gets very greedy, chasing the Bounty Rune.
He had it down there very, very early. I think SD is one of the better supports to deal with the Faceless Void. You can't time walk off the Shadow Poison stacks. So I think it's going to continue to be a struggle for him, but no signs of a Quelling Blade yet. Moon does start with a Magic Stick and returns to lane immediately.
I love how Febby starts his mid lane. It's like, okay, well, Miracle's going to get up in the face of MP. How do we change the trade-off? Let's just bring, basically, we've got the Gambler Man, Ogre Magi, up against Foam Book Crit. And they have to force him out. 2 insanely tanky heroes. Maybe Febby a little bit more tankier than the other Titan just because of his high armor. And he's just trying to zone it all out. It's just split the lane at the end of the day, though.
He has to be careful once the Invoker gets some levels because he can actually catch the Elder Titan if he's far away from the lane. He has a lot of reach. Looking for No Tail. Wonder what build he's going to go this game. We've seen HOD a lot, but sometimes we see an armlet fighting build earlier, which might be necessary. I think the armor is very important versus a Phantom Assassin, even though he has Warcry.
Seems to be a better lane as well. Even if PA is going to... Okay, well, maybe that's not great for Moon when he has to time walk off just a Stifling Dagger. Dubu's pushing him out.
But they're giving Keeper Light a lot on bottom. He's taking out double stack right now.
Levels on a Keeper of the Light, but not just that. Able to get... If he can actually get enough money on him, getting an early Aghanims, OG's going to have a lot of items to fight with, split push with, even harder, more than the Tinker is already going to do.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Febby's really just itching for a go here at Tinker. They got Cold Snap and Tornado available, so that's going to force Miracle back underneath his own tier 1. Make it so also Crit has to hang at this mid lane.
And Miracle's at that critical point too. He doesn't quite have his bottle yet. Still needs one more creep. Is he going to bring out a salve and delay his bottle or what?
Selfish.
Not sure.
You'll find out in a bit. As MP and Febby, again, they still... Miracle's low, and you've got to be cautious about this. But I'm also keeping my eyes on Forev. Forev almost died to an Alpha Wolf stack, but he's still pushing the envelope a little bit inside the jungle. Managed to find 18 CS already, 4.5 levels. Not too bad when you compare him to his counterpart in OG, which is Moon. 2.5 levels and found 0 CS. He just can't get anything out of that lane apart from presence.
Well, and they actually had Crit TP mid to bring the bottle for Miracle, so he'll get a few extra free charges from Elder Titan. That'll kind of salvage that and make things easy. And I think Keeper's just one of those heroes that you don't want to really leave alone. He just farms the jungle so efficiently.
Febby trying to TP as quickly as he possibly could to get back to MP. Miracle initiated with high level up in Laser and Rocket. No points up at Marching Machines. Miracle's gone for a big combat build. MP wants to help out. Still with Tornado available. Crits on the front lines. Cold Snap's off cooldown in 1 second time. Not going to find that opening there. Or will they? Stuns on Miracle. He's getting back to that tier 1 tower. The extra stun, but Crit too good with the Echo Storm. Now it's MP who has to turn around the rockets from Miracle. They find the kill. He's got enough mana for one more laser, but the more damage needs to be done to Febby before he can find the kill. Now TP in a mid lane. It's Dubu. Disruption, but the Spirit's out. No stop to go with it. Dubu trying to solo kill on Miracle with a poison. He may still have enough. Dubu low, and he will drop. SD will find it, but Miracle with a double kill.
Perfect timing from the stomp on Elder Titan. They were waiting for the Fire Blast to set up for the Tornado, so they would guarantee that I wouldn't miss. But, yeah, just too good by Elder Titan. Right place, right time.
That wasn't even where MVP really wanted to fight. They had 3 players preparing themselves to fight in the top lane, trying to get that pick off on Moon. Because they're still trying to buy more space. Forev farming very, very quickly inside the jungle. And they'll have to do something about him soon. Tranquils, Iron Talon, still progressing nicely.
I think they're getting enough out of the lanes. Not really under too much pressure. OG maybe start looking to stack some for Tinker. Crit comes in for another bottle refill, giving him a lot of help.
Keeps Miracle efficiently in the mid lane. That's what it's all about. Bottom lane, Febby. He's got Notel. Notel trying to initiate onto that Ogre Magi, but now Ferev, he comes off out of the jungle. The Illumina's going to hit pretty hard, meaning Febby can't really keep up with this. But Ferev, he just needs some spins, but he can't get any. So Notel runs out, the salve healing him up. With a couple of spins there, Ferev would have had an opportunity to Culling Blade down Notel.
Yeah, he's level 7.
That's that farming axe.
Invoker almost dies in mid lane to level 3 laser and level 2 missile from Tinker, as you mentioned the combat build earlier.
Crit's looking for it. He's thinking, and I think MP also knows what's going on. He's hovering around MP in the mid lane with a smoke maneuver. Axe has to loop him behind, or you can just use Disruption into initiation. MP lends the cold snap, and Miracle. With the extra help, Ferev gets the dunk. And Crit spends all of his time wandering around trying to find that pick on MP, but never finding his target, never found the Invoker.
I like how active Ferev is. As soon as he has level 7, boom. I gave too much time to the Keeper, too much space to the Tinker, and he's going to start moving around. And he has great sustain too, Tranquil and Infused Raindrops to make sure that he's always fight and combat ready. And Moon's also nearing critical HP on top.
And he's got to be careful once Kuro hits level 6, then all of a sudden you could have a surprise dagger damage. We'll have to be a lot more cautious on this off lane.
This could be a very early blink from Max. Just taking out a lot of stacks at the moment.
Yeah, taking out the stacks, finding the kills. It's also going to be a slow BTs from Miracle. For all the help that Crit's been trying to give him, Tinker has still only got 22 CS in this mid lane. Like both mids haven't got that much CS, but it's more important for the Tinker with his progression into BTs to have that global influence. Invoker can still go hand of Midas and play catch up later on.
However, Fly's free farming on bottom, and he's almost level 6 on the Keeper, while still giving almost full lane experience to the Sven. So we haven't seen too much active from OG's bottom lane, but I think sooner or later it'll start to pay off for them.
Well, bottom lane, Notel wants to have a crack. He's gone for the War Cry into a Storm Bolt. Febby dropping low. The Illumina damage isn't enough to find the kill. It is a higher level than normal, so a level 2. But that's a very tanky Ogre. And Ogre's almost level 6 as well.
Time to get some rolls.
Ferev's going again. So again, they go for this disruption into a walk-in call. And, well, Notel is so far up with the creep wave there. Starting with the Battle Hunger. Ferev to follow him into the tree lines. Dubu going to see Fly. They let the poison go to start with. Dubu, does he want to disrupt up right now? He's looking for it. The call will hold Notel in position. Febby's helping out from the tree line. The Stormbolt's over on Dubu. So Notel with the Illuminate. Oh, he's just off target, but Dubu's dying to the creep wave. He'll fall down, but the Culling Blaze there from Ferev. So bonus movement speed. He still needs more help, and it's on the way. Invoker, MP through the tree line. Gets that tornado onto Crit. He wants to go for the Stomper. Ferev finds another dunk. 2 heroes lost for OG, even if MVP do lose their SD to the creep wave under the tier 1.
Ferev and Shadow Demon moving around very well around the map. Just isolating the Sven. Sven has HOD, has not yet dominated a creep, but I think OG need to work on their stacking game very soon. MVP already prepped up. Observer Ward on the high ground, and Observer Ward close to the Tinker stacks too. Miracle in a precarious position right now, 650 gold away from the BOTs. But Blink Dagger on Axe is coming in just 200 gold. He'll have it after this camp. I think they might be able to hit the smoke blink timing before his BOTs.
That's so dangerous once Axe actually has that. Like, not relying on the SD. He didn't rely on the SD in that last fight, primarily because Ben was just so deep. But then Notel switches his lanes. Goes up to the top lane, dominates one of the range creeps, now starts his stack. It's all going to be all about the flash farm, but MVP have an Observe Ward watching most of that happening. Mid lane, Chronosphere, Moon goes on MP, Miracle with the laser and the rocket underneath the Master Machines. Dubu, defensive disruption keeps him up. Now Notel comes in, Curo TPs as well, the Monicast, MP's got the movement speed, and he gets away. He's actually Invis, away from the Sentry Ward, the call! Ferev! He actually manages to grab the two of them. Dubu will get the kills with the high levels up in poison. They want to go for more. They split away away from the Stomp. Dubu, the only affected one. QO, no stifling daggers. They don't have the slow, but forever another jump in. He caught Miracle. QO goes in with him with the crit and the Axe Culling Blade. Once again, they get the bonus movement speed, looking for the kills. They'll run away MVP. They've done the damage. They're pretty low. No reason to risk anything more. But that's the second time MP's been escaping on so low life, but still involved in the fights. He should be careful, however. He's underneath one of the Obs and Sentries, but maybe not. Crit. He thought he had something there, but, well, he thought differently after he dies.
Very quick from MVP to TP in there, just in time with the SC save, and No-Tail getting a little greedy too. He didn't actually Stormbolt the Invoker, just assuming that he was dead, and goes for the Stormhammer onto QO, and MP just gets saved with under the guise of the Ghost Walk, and after that, Forev catches him out with his Blink Dagger. That's not really a time to expect 9 minutes, Tranquil Blink.
It's going to get worse for him too, with Forev getting involved in all these kills. He's now sitting on 1,000 gold, so if he starts getting tankier, OG may not have the damage to deal with it. No-Tail still a way away from getting that Echo Saber up and running. You still are lacking Miracle's BTs.
And very different build from QO this game. He doesn't wait out for the Dezo, instead of going for the Vladimir's offering. It's a pretty curious choice. I guess they don't have the Void to build the Vlads for him this game, and they want much more Roshan potential because they don't have an Exhort Invoker available to them this time. And Quaswex Invoker is just not good at taking out Rosh.
At least like QO have sustained directly on him when he wants to move through the jungles. But MVP, a nice start for them so far. They hold the advantage, about 5k in the experience, just over 4,000 in the gold. And they're going to push this even further with QO slipping into the pit. Looking for a quick and easy Roshan. That's what the early Vlads is allowing you to do as well. But OG, they have to try and stop this. You have an Elder Titan. He's fantastic at slowing down Roshan.
No-Tail has different plans, though. Looks like he's going to pop his God Strength and start to work at his Ancients, and he's going to be nowhere close to that fight.
So this is OG just saying we are not even ready to fight.
I don't know if they expected this early, because we didn't see this build from Phantom Assassin. I don't think they expected it with the Quaswex Invoker and no lifesteal of any sort. And you'll see the Elder Titan Spirit go into the pit right now, and Stomp comes out, QO gets stunned out, and OG, they can head over there, but
it's too late. They don't have the numbers for it.
I think all they'll get is the BOTs up on Tinker.
They can instead try and go for a little bit of a trade-off. Moon pushed the creep wave up, and this is why the ET was hesitant to come over. That Axe Blink Dagger, easy jump. Finds yet again another kill.
4F seems much more comfortable on the Axe in this game.
Yeah, most definitely. This is a lot more comfortable game for everyone on MVP. Good aggression, good early movements. Even MP's having himself a good game on this Invoker.
But the Axe is a big problem for them. Like, he can jump anyone at this point, even the tanky Sven, and he might be in danger of dying. And they've slowed down the Tinker so much with those two calls and the Coles.
Like the fact at least Miracle has BTs up and running. And this is the other big upside of OG's lineup. They're really, really good at high ground defense, so MVP need to be a long way ahead. They don't have the advantage of something like a Bat Rider, get a blink initiation, drag back out, kill nice and quick. So instead, they're going to rely on the pure strength of their lineup.
It might be time for MP to start thinking about transitioning, though. You can see him pick up a Glut to Haste and realizing that, okay, OG, they're going to play the longer game. They have the Keeper for the recall, so even the Sven can split push. They have a Tinker for the high ground hold, so they're not going to be able
needs
to
play
end
catch
this
up anyway. This is a nice pick. Fly, Forev, Blink, okay. Call and Tornado, not the greatest synergy in the world. Oh, but it won't matter. Forev, already a level 2 Culling Blade. And that Keeper of the Light didn't stand a chance. And they're even going to find Sven's double stack. Forev can take that fairly easily.
And OG trying to trade off their own jungle for Dire's jungle. They've started warring it up, and Moon and the rest of OG will start farming it. But I don't know, with this mid T1 tower under heavy siege and no Keeper there to defend,
I think QO wants to go on bot lane. Miracle, stifling dagger, where's your crit? QO hoping for it, and Miracle, he's gonna go down. Waited for laser to be used for farming, now Moon arrives, QO in too deep, Miracle can't rearm in time, the Chrono! You can smell Miracle! The Aegis Immortal will trigger. Miracle will pop. It was the EMP from MP that did the work, while Forev gets the call, gets the control on Notel. Ghost Strike's been triggered as well as Warcry, so he's got some survivability, and QO wants to run away. He'll have to run back in again, or maybe he can just blink himself over, killing off Fly. The Tornado taking Sven out of the picture. He wants Forev, but the Culling Blade again. They go through them all. MVP is a slaughter. OG on the bot lane can't do anything. QO in again. Keep the stuns, keep the control, and keep the chase going. Moon Time Walker's up in 2 seconds time, but does he have it? 1 second, back to the tier 3 tower. QO, he's going in deep. This isn't your home QO, but he won't carry one on the crit. Now he'll jump away and let Moon survive.
What? Who told him to back?
I don't know.
I totally expect him to go from there, but, you know, respawns are coming.
They also are here for objective-based gaming. Do some damage to that tier 2 tower. Difficult when the Spirit is up.
That whole fight started off bottom because the Tinker didn't have laser up. He actually used it on a creep. It is good for efficiency, but it's bad if a right clicker's gonna jump on top of you. QO almost falls to a lot of base defense.
Yeah, this is what we're talking about with OG.
But look at Notail. Notail also has no mana. He has to get chakra at the moment because of the EMP. So now, slowly transitioning out, MP uses his first Midas on a large Centaur.
Look at that Graph just swing down to MVP. Such a huge advantage. And here is that moment again. QO just hope for one more crit. Moon, a big saving grace for Miracle. The problem was with the support rotating down, there was no way Miracle was going to survive. That EMP was perfect target. And then you commit the Chronosphere, and all you burn is the Aegis Immortal. Now they go again. We come back live. Forev holding Notel. All Notel wants is to farm, and he will be denied that as another dunk for Forev. Racking up so many kills. 8-0-2 now on this Axe.
MVP is just strangling OG, and every time they try to venture out to farm somewhere that's beyond their T2, they are just stifled immediately. And they have like okay vision, but the problem is they can't really fight at the moment. Tinker doesn't have Blink Dagger. He can't reposition himself in the Chronosphere or around the Chronosphere to get multiple marches off. And Sven doesn't have a Blink Dagger, so he's still very vulnerable if he gets jumped.
So MVP removing the first tier 2 tower, so will open up the mid, but of course it's only 16 minutes in. They're still going to look to bring down more outer towers before they think about attacking OG's racks.
Just need to play it patient, and luckily for them, they already kind of set that plan in motion by taking down the first Roche very early on. So you're going to talk about breaking base with like Aegis number 2, Aegis number 3, and that timeline's going to be sooner than most.
They have a lot of items on them as well at that point. Looking at a Buckler now over on Febby, and I was wondering who was actually going to be the mech builder in this game. It looks to be him with Shadow Demon, a casual ring, so we'll probably consider Lotus Orb.
Maybe just standard Ether too.
Standard with Ether? That'll be fine.
I don't even know if they need a mech. I think, I don't know, maybe a pipe later to deal with Tinker. I think it's going to be especially problematic because of ET and Tinker is just a nightmare. You're going to have to get BKBs.
Notail once again. All he wants to do is farm. And he's going to be denied all of his mana. The Blinding Light will force him back out. Tornado holding Notail in position. The Poison and the Purge is just stacking up so heavily. The Dubu, he has done some serious lifting this game.
Yeah, I like the way he's been playing this game. Just very active around the map. When they have kill opportunities in lanes, the supports can shine on MVP. When they have QO just farming, it doesn't really seem like they know what to do. They're just so used to it.
There's Axe hunting for another kill with a fresh Blade Mail to go with that early Vanguard. An 18-minute Axe who is almost beating PA for net worth. So just for the opening, so MVP, they are looking to go high ground now.
Still, a good Chronosphere could turn this around. They have a lot of damage to dump in the Chronosphere, even if the Sven is in the grave. And now with the Blink Dagger on Tinker, they might be able to dodge and make some more fancy moves.
Smart from Fly to already get that Sentry Ward down inside the base. He cannot let OG MVP have vision inside their base. That gives an opportunity for Axe to choose a right place to go. Miracle is adding pressure to the top lane. Another upside about the Blade Mail. Does make Tinker a lot more scared of him.
QO is much more farmed than he was in game number 1. I think he picked up Dezo around 20-something. This game he has Dezo on top of Vlad's and 1,500 gold. And
4-man smoke. Tinker moves forward. He's looking for the PA. Rocket and Lasso. Warcry's been triggered to give the extra movement speed here to OG, but MVP, they're coming over and they're hoping OG that MVP will try and contest the Ancients, walking up to the high ground blindly.
They need BKBs to do that, to take a straight-on fight where they can't jump them without vision. Radiant has you scan, making sure that, I guess, no one's at a secret shop.
Now that MVP could have been smoking to try and flank them.
I think they'd be okay with that, though, because they had that ward on the high ground, and Void kind of thrives in those sort of situations, and MVP does not look like they're going to be able to get the T1. Have fun dealing with March.
Well, they're already backed out. They're actually denying OG every fight that OG want to take. And OG are definitely grouped up. They are ready to try and have a 5-on-5. Chrono, Splitter, Illuminate, all this, they just want to throw it at MVP.
I wonder what he's going for. Okay, he's going for mech instead of pipe. I was considering maybe pipe, but he can also just get both. But OG finally can farm these two camps safely, at least. Very important for their melee cores.
They should still be prepared for Roshan. He's up in about 1 minute.
It's a long shot for OG to take that, though. They've already invested all of their support items onto the left side of the map, and I don't think they have anything left for the right side.
Yeah, they got orbs and sentries everywhere there.
They really do have to protect the Ancients, though, because you want Sven to get armor, a bunch of other items. He needs to be able to scale MKB at some point to deal with the PA. I'm surprised that we haven't seen too many teams trying to go with like a Silver Edge carrier to deal with a PA. A lot of times it's just magic damage or MKBs, but sometimes those two items come out a little bit late just because they're damaging the cores. They don't want to get MKB like second, generally. Well, OG with another smoke, this could be their time.
Yeah, they need the opening. The Spirit's coming out just to have a look over towards Roshan, and Roshan, he is about to spawn. Warcry, Axe trying to initiate the Tornado, catching both Void as well as Elder Titan. An early time walk from Moon, trying to bring him out to safety. QO stifling dagger. He'll jump up and follow an instant crit on the Moon. He can't time walk off that damage straight away. And then the double call for Rev. He found crit, he found no-tel. They're burnt out. Crit can't help out. They dunk one. The Chronosphere. It'll at least buy a little bit of space for Sven to hide in the tree line. But now with the stifling dagger, QO will go in once again. ET. Crit had to buy back. He had to help his teammates out.
Without Faceless Void for this fight, though, OG stand next to no chance. They have to retreat and wait for MVP to push into them, but that means they will concede another Roshan.
And what a call on EMP. The fact that OG just had nothing to fight with. Can't trigger any abilities. No stuns, no... It wasn't even enough for a Spirit.
Yeah, they just have better vision around that bottom side of the map. But OG, they have to catch them by surprise. As soon as there's smoke pop, MVP, no. Okay, we can go now.
And this is when, like, more weight gets put on Miracle's shoulders. He's the highest net worth player over on OG. Just creep skip it. Try and keep MVP away from the base, looking towards the side lanes. A dangerous venture when MVP now have enough money they can start buying items to catch him out. Just waiting in the wings, ready for a jump.
They need the Aether Lens up ASAP, so it also helps versus like the Shadow Demon Siege. Well, you'll see it more commonly with the Luna, Terror Blade, but you can also do it with PA. But she's melee, doesn't really do that much damage to towers.
Miracle's still waiting. He's still pushing that top lane out.
Oh, they still don't have Chrono for 40 seconds.
Yeah, that's a level 1 Chronosphere. 130-second cooldown for it.
Well, they better hope that Elder Titan with the level 4 stomp can hold that.
There's no March prep yet. Now Miracle, he'll do the first wave. The rockets for Rev try and jump. He was right on the money to find that spot of Tinker, but Tinker left a fraction of a second earlier. And with that early jump, Miracle now stifling dagger. QO! He rips apart Miracle. Miracle does have buyback available, but QO almost at the base, gets the crit on the fly. He finds a double kill inside the fountain of OG.
Did you see this Observer Ward planted on the south side? That's what won in the fight. That's what QO used to jump on top of the Tinker. I think it was just placed right before that happened, and it completely caught Miracle off guard. That is a game-winning Observer Ward right there.
OG just trying to scramble defense. They don't want to expand the buyback of Miracle. They need to keep every cent they've got on him. They need to stomp. They need to illuminate. They need to just slow down MVP's push. Now Moon, a 3-man chrono. Time dilation as well. The EG split is going to come in. QO low on life, but not low enough. He's still up. Now N0tail, he can hit him, but he's going to lose his life. And all QO could potentially lose his Aegis to the Immortal. MVP can just keep going for more. Tinker is up again. So Miracle back on the field, but QO also up. The Aegis Immortal did trigger. They beat into the melee racks. The Rockets, however, is starting to force them out. And Crit, no splitter available. He can spear it up onto the hillside, start to stop if he wants to. But the Yule Scepter already on Forev sets himself up for a re-entry, for a perfect hit. N0tail also in way too deep. Cole snapped up. He just can't fight properly. Forev doesn't have enough mana to go for another dunk, however. But then again, it's the Shadow Demon Poison bringing down the Sven. They come back in once more to the breach. MVP looking for the melee racks. And there's only so long OG can hold the line. Rockets march. Everything you've got will stop MVP from diving to the fountain. But they can rotate into the mid lane. All 5 heroes still up.
Oh, what do OG have left for them?
A nice tornado into a call. Keeper of the light. There's no safe place to illuminate down. That's the reason why Miracle creep skipped. He actually went for the mid lane to keep it out. So the tower attacks at least all going on to MVP. QO now going to BKB, looking for a target. Moon, Forev can't get in range for a proper blink call just yet. Chrono on cooldown for 40 more seconds, and MVP, okay, you thought they were backing up, but Forev wants in. He holds Moon in, too early on the Culling Blade, but it won't matter with the Rockets. Miracle can get the pick off on the Invoker. A lot of money coming out from that kill. ET wants to go for more. The splitter is up, but OG still can't leave their base.
OG were just not given enough time. They did not expect MVP to be pushing high ground with the second Roshan under their belt, and they thought they had the stall tactics necessary with the Keeper and the Elder Titan just in case the early game went poorly. But it went just a little bit too poorly. Tinker way too underfarmed at this point. Needs Scepter plus Aether, I think, at a chance for the next high ground defense. And Sven, I think, has been the biggest problem.
It's the sad day for a Sven when you're 0 kills and 8 deaths on a Sven. The only person to get a kill over on OG right now is either a creep wave or Miracle. He's got 3 out of the 4 kills of OG. There's just nothing coming in for them, and high ground defense can only get you so far when the die side have got such huge strength they can just keep diving in.
And BOT up on bottom lane, he's gonna go for Crit right now. Forev just picked that up, and that's a free kill. And shoring up their anti-Tinker defenses with BOT number 1.
It's almost an impossible ask for OG to come back from this. They have been stomped into the ground. Their hope is somehow Forev feeds himself to see the advantage. 25,000 net worth, over 20K in the experience. And MVP, like the only hope is the fact this 13 kill streak Axe dies to like Tinker to give him his Aghanim Scepter finally or something. Miracle is like halfway between 2 different items, having to hold on to his buyback. It only costs 800 for him at the moment just because he just doesn't have that much. So there goes your Aghanims. He actually sacrifices everything. So no buyback available for the Tinker. They have to defend strong. The range rack's being brought down by QO. Now you jump in, Moon catching out 2. They need the damage, but Forev, a huge call. Caught Miracle and flying the backlines. Dunk number 1. Blinding Light won't stop this. Moon can time walk off the damage. Maybe N0tail can do some damage on the back line. Catching out the Invoker. Illuminate flies in. MVP still taking a little bit of damage, but there is no Tinker. There is no Span. There is no N0tail. And under the tier 4 towers, QO. This could be the game right now with a BKB charging. Jump in, slice and dice. It is over. MVP. You have torn apart OG. You'll take the mid racks, but OG is down for so long with 0 buybacks. MVP, if they want to, they can be safe or they can go for the GG push here.
And what a crazy TI this has started off to become. OG straight to the losers bracket, 2-1 by MVP off the back of QO's Phantom Assassin yet again. And Forev, what an incredible axe performance coming out from him.
This was so good. OG also not even checking him. The first movements of Forev Like, he's always been highlighted as MVP's greatest support rotator, and he's done it perfectly.
That last fight, too, like, they had a chance. It was a 3-man chrono. It was so good from Moon. And with the recently completed axe on Tinker, they had the damage to actually kill people.
It was the double call.
Yeah, the double call.
The double call destroyed every chance they had.
And OG just limited to 5 kills this game. Still yet to kill QO.
They're going to believe in their defense. They will stay in this game and not let it go. Of course, if there is even a slither of a chance that you can hold on to this series and maybe win the next fight, you got to go with it. This is TI, this is winner's bracket.
It's nearly impossible at this point, though. Pipe completed on Shadow Demon. Invoker didn't go all in on an early game build, just earned for the early game, and then Midas, so he's transitioned quite well. Gold lead approaching 35,000.
Ferev's going to go bot lane, blink call, he finds Miracle. Ferev's actually, the Blade Mail helps him find the damage to bring Tinker within range of Culling Blade. Because he had double march to the machines down. It was the oldest counter in the book to a Tinker. You just stand inside the master machines, like you Culling Blade down, a Courier to boot. No Tinker for 40 seconds.
Yeah,
no buyback is available.
Whew. There's no way Sven's killing this PA.
Ferev again. He doesn't care. He just blinks in. He Yule Scepters up. No tail with a stifling dagger. Loses 1/3 of his life. Then QO catches out crit. He takes out the big team fight controller and can just go from hero to hero. Ferev calls and brings No Tail out of safety. They've got the stuns. They've got the control. They may not have the damage and they may not have the desire. Go back to the tier 3 towers. Make sure MVP get cleanly through into the semi-final. Moon still waiting in the tree lines, hoping for an opportunity. 4 heroes are grouped up for a Chronosphere. Tinker's up in 2 seconds. Chrono on 2. No Tail blinks forward, doesn't find his target. Now Tinker, where is this damage from OG? QO jumps down, he finds Miracle with the control. He hasn't even used Abyssal Blade. Now he will, holding Miracle there, allowing the act to finish it. And GG! Well played. MVP have trashed the 2-time major winners. The guys who are hoping to put a TI win under their belt. They may have to do it just like they did in Frankfurt, the journey through the lower bracket. They had a longer journey in that series, and MVP, again, victors here on the TI stage.
I think MVP was probably one of the teams that benefit the most from the rest in between group stage and main stage. It just looks like completely different from what they were, where they just barely made it into the upper bracket.
It's truth to themselves, man. The fact that QO and Ferev, they have 27 kills between them, and they have not a single death as well. The cause never died. MVP, they just played a perfect game. That axe, the control that came from him as well, everything was on target. And MVP, you've got to be happy. You're going to feel so confident. The semifinals now, and who's going to face up against them next in the semis? You don't want to be that team.
You can't predict this one.
You really can't. And that's the beauty of it. Gabe said at the introduction, this TI, anyone can win. No one is a guaranteed victor. There were some people that said MVP could have bounced back after losing game number 2. Obviously, those people are wrong. MVP, they've pushed through. They've done it. They've 2-1'd it up, and I kind of want to see the reaction of those analysts.
Well, it's good because you can get a reaction from those analysts in a very quick moment. Just finally, quick thoughts from all of you. It's an incredible victory for MVP when you now think that they are guaranteed top 6 finish here, Charlie.
I don't know what to say. Like, every time I think I understand something about Dota, and then I watch MVP play, it's gone.
It just goes out of the window.
I mean, look at OG's draft. It looks so good.
It did.
They have a mix of teamfight control, fighting, they have AoE, they have magic damage, physical damage, they have the Elder Titan combo with the Void, and then MVP says, I don't care, I'm picking PA and Axe, and you're going to lose, and we're just going to run at you.
And they did.
I honestly think the Axe pick
was brilliant, and he got everything he needed in like 9 minutes. And from that point on, they didn't have a way to challenge him. He just said, I'm just going to go to the jungle. You guys don't have any way to get me. And he was right. And Ferev just owned that game. He was unstoppable. Really perfect Axe performance. But I also think they set it up for him to make it a perfect Axe game. He had to do a lot of the work, but he knew he was going to have that time.
I mean, tactically, I think what MVP Phoenix did with the Axe is really interesting. The idea of being able to, the laning phase, whatever, he was able to get his farm out of the jungle, so-and-so. But the fact that they were able to make that transition to a heavy amount of pressure via, like, a lot of smoke ganks coming out. I counted at least 2, if not maybe 3, within the first 13 minutes, right? Tranquil Boots, just Windlace. That's all they needed. The Axe was able to position himself every single time via those smoke ganks to be able to set up for kills, to set up for pressure, to push OG into a defensive position. And that's how we got his Blink Dagger, right? Off of rotations and getting kills. Most teams in that situation, they maybe bring the Axe maybe once for a gank, something like that. But like MVP Phoenix knew how to utilize that Axe as an active ganking force pre the Blink Dagger, and actually speeds up that time when you're successful like that. It was such an interesting idea in classic MVP Phoenix, right? They would be the team to really push that strategy to like the full limit, right? And push it out there as much as possible. Go to the extremes of constantly using that hero to move around and gank.
Okay, we're going to get more thoughts from all 3 of you in just a moment, but let's bring Purge into this one because he has some thoughts on the PA.
Hey guys, I really felt like the story of that game, oh man, just when we go live, our program crashes for the first time. That one's actually new, we didn't get that one in practice. Rob, can you help me out over here? All right, it was almost ready.
It's all good.
Any moment. Okay, I think we got it, guys. I swear to God, that was actually the first time that's ever happened. Nothing new there, though, in broadcasting, right? All right, so the story is really about PA. It's a hero that hasn't really felt very appreciated lately, but MVP picked it twice in the same series. And the strengths of the heroes are really how they're playing it. It's pretty much all about the skill build and a little bit on the item build and a lot about the playstyle. The really big things you got to focus on are the fast levels into Stifling Dagger as well as Blink Strike. And the reason that's important is because then your Blink cooldown goes down to 6 seconds. Super important because then with their items as well, with a bottle, with a wand, with a phase boots, this allows you to weave in and out of the team fights. And that's basically what happens in this fight here. That he evades, he looks for the targets in the backline, and he jumps in. And this is exactly what MVP does. They go in and out, they engage, and when it's safe, he can jump in. Now, the weaknesses to PA, and this is basically why she's not played, is because she's not very survivable against nukes, and even past that, she could just be chain stunned. So if you look at OG's draft here, they actually had a lot of limitations here. Cap spoke about the Shadow Demon. Shadow Demon is not a good solution against PA, and it's kind of the same thing with the Earth Spirit as well. So it kind of just provides a situation where PA can weave in and out of the fights continuously and always look for the low HP heroes and then get kills on them. And that happened this game. So it was a great pick this game. That playstyle works fabulously. You grab a Desolator as well, and then you get more damage for the rest of your team. And we can basically see that following up in the next draft, in the follow-up game, OG had better solutions. They had Chronosphere, Time Dilation, Void's second skill is amazing against PA just because she doesn't get that fast cooldown on Dagger and Blink Strike. And then the Sven armor as well is also going to provide a lot of survivability to their team. But the problem is that Keeper doesn't have much past Blinding Light, and Elder Titan are very weak to this. So in this fight, for example, they had a slightly different item build due to the fact that they're in the safe lane rather than the mid lane, but allowed PA to continuously re-engage, get to a point where she was ahead, which is where those weaknesses that she normally has don't exist. And once she finishes a Basher as well as an Abyssal Blade, it's just a straightforward game for PA in a lot of ways. So I really feel like the hero PA was a lot of the reason MVP was able to win this game. The skill build, the playstyle, everything just gave them a huge advantage.
All right, thank you very much. Great. I'm really looking forward to those Purge pieces at the end of all the series, and maybe even squeeze a few in during the games as well. We're going to catch up with one of the players from MVP right now. A very happy man, Febby, is with Casey.
Very, very happy. Febby, congratulations.
Oh, thank you.
You just knocked the top seed into a lower bracket after losing to them in Manila. I hate to start with a how do you feel right now, but you have to be feeling pretty confident.
Last year I felt confident and it backfired, so I'm happy but I'm still not pleased with the results. So
you're focused on.
Yeah, we're still focused on the objective.
What did you learn after facing them in Manila that helped you prepare to face them here at TI?
It felt like they played a bit different towards us, so we kind of focused towards that aspect, and we got ready for today's match, and it worked out. So, yeah.
What was your reaction to finding out they chose to face you?
We're like, you guys chose wrong, buddies, and we wanted to show them that we were strong, and you guys shouldn't have chosen us. So, yeah.
And you kind of showed them a little bit here today, didn't you?
Yeah.
You're known for your aggressive play style. A lot of teams that doesn't really work very well for. That definitely worked for you here. Why do you think you're able to play with that strategy and do it so well?
It's mainly, I think it's Q. Q has a really good angle to go in, and we're all aggressive players, so I think if all five of us are that aggressive, it works out. It can't work like when 3 people are aggressive and 2 people kind of want to rat or like kind of don't want to fight. So yeah, it works out really nice between us.
You mentioned that it's important to you to get comfortable when you're playing.
Yeah.
Any lucky socks or anything like that you wear?
I used to, but don't have them anymore.
And it looks like it's working.
Yeah, it is.
Get rid of the lucky socks.
Yeah.
Are there any teams looking ahead that you think you'd like to prove yourselves against next? I know you mentioned that was a big factor in doing so well against OG.
OG was the team, but now that OG we beat them, I kind of want to face EG.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Why is that?
I don't know. I just like facing EG.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What would March say if he could call you and talk to you in
March
here?
would be jealous.
You'd be jealous?
March would be jealous. He wouldn't be like, oh, you guys. Yeah, he would like feel proud.
Yeah?
But he would be jealous. He would be more jealous, I think.
Does that make you a little happy?
Well, I feel sad for the guy, but yeah.
A little happy?
A little happy.
Yeah. He screamed for us last time he was here, you know.
Yeah, I saw twice.
Yeah.
The roar.
I'm not going to make you do that.
Okay.
Unless you really want to.
I don't really want to.
You don't really want to?
No, I don't really want to.
I appreciate your honesty.
Yeah.
Here, I'll make you a deal. If I see you back here again later in the tournament because you're another winning team and you've won again, will you scream?
If you win the TI, I'll scream for you.
Okay, you will?
Yeah. We'll scream.
Deal. Congratulations. Great job today. All right, we'll send it back to you guys.
Do you know what, Casey? You are amazing. You manage to get people to do things they don't want to do. I want to know what the secret is.
Well, the secret is to just smile and act like you're offering them a cookie when what you're really asking them to do is scream.
Thanks very much, Casey. With Febby there, we'll get more from Casey, of course, a little bit later on. We're back with our panel. I just want to react to a few things in here. So firstly, top 6 guaranteed for MVP. OG will now drop down and face TNC or VGR in the second round of the lower bracket cap. What on
Lower
earth just
bracket
happened?
already for OG. You know what happened, Paul?
MVP happened.
I mean, MVP happened, but also as a result, everyone's bracket predictions just crumbled.
Yes.
I bet there's like 70%,
Absolutely.
right?
Did everyone have OG going all the way through? Upper bracket, pretty
Guilty?
much?
Yeah.
Guilty.
Yeah.
Guilty.
Yeah.
Guilty. Full
I mean, it's
house.
hard not to. It's
absolutely.
It's just like.
But you know,
I mean, the top
MVP did this last time too at Manila. We all predicted Liquid to go through, and then MVP comes along and they use their Spirit Bomb on Team Liquid. They drop down to the lower bracket. So you know, we'll see what happens next. But this game, MVP did a great job of disrupting OG's timings, and
getting in their faces just as we expected them, but perhaps more clinically this time than the group stages because they were a bit sloppy in the groups, weren't they?
Right. And then they really had it together this time. You know, OG had the picture perfect team fight in their head, and MVP just they went in before they were ready. And when you saw OG dismantle MVP at Manila, it was because OG managed to control their own team, their own timings, and they cut off MVP before they were ready.
Yeah, indeed. Let's take a look at the bracket and show you exactly where we are right now. After one series of the day, we have OG versus MVP at the top of the bracket, of course, and MVP have now moved on to the semi-finals, guaranteeing themselves a top 6 finish. They will play a winner of DC versus Wings, which is our next series. Now, a little later on today, we will have all 4 of our lower bracket matches. Really looking forward to those as well. Charlie?
Yeah, man. Lower bracket matches. That's what it's all about.
Lower bracket of death.
That's that sweet, sweet sustenance
You're
that Charlie
evil.
lives off of.
You're evil.
He's like a vampire, you know?
I'm just gonna.
He just
when
feeds
they're
off of
knocked
other
out,
people's
when
misery.
When they're knocked out, I'm gonna, go to their booth and they're crying. Just gonna lick the tears off their cheeks.
And then you're going to interview them.
Yeah.
Why do you
that's why
revel in
he's
misery?
interviewing them.
Why do you revel in misery?
Yo, this is what it's all. This is why I love competition. It's about drama. It's about human stories, and you see people's wills pit against each other.
But you don't have an empathetic understanding of the human story. You're like, oh, give me the delicious tears from your pain. I just want your stories.
Hey, I gotta balance out you over positive people.
Yeah.
Over positive, and AKA just regular people,
Normal people.
living with
Normal,
hopes and
everyday
dreams.
people. Yeah, exactly, yeah.
I mean,
Charlie, crusher of dreams.
Oh, come on.
and memes. Right, we're going to get into our second series of the day, which means let's take a look at our first team of the day. It is DC. So there we have it. Our first team are into the booth. Digital Chaos, the underdogs, some might have said from the group stages, but I think we have to remove that tag from them now. They are very much in with a shout of winning the whole damn thing. They are in the upper bracket quarterfinals with one match away from going to face MVP. Time now to meet your second team in this one. They were one of the favourites coming in. They're still one of the favourites, and they're still in the upper bracket. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Wings. Okay, so Wings are all set. They're going to get themselves set up. We're just going to have a very quick chat about these two teams. Charlie, how do you feel they match up?
This is like super even because before I would say that Wings are the favorites here, but DC has like steadily ramped up their play. When they first came together, when this roster first came together, a lot of us had really high hopes and expectations for them. They had Resolution, who a lot of people considered one of the best CIS mids, and they had Misery and Wii that just came off a Shanghai major victory. A lot of people had high hopes for Saxa as well. So, but they've had like really disappointing results up until this point, and they're finally like reaching that. I think they're finally getting over their chemistry issues between each other, and we're seeing the fruits of that here.
Did you put them in the upper bracket, like the upper half? Did you think they would get there, like fourth place? Would you have put them there? With some of the other teams in there, Fnatic didn't turn up at all. I mean,
Dude,
DC felt like they got a slot.
Dude, I had them bottom like 8.
I mean, Resolution's been fantastic. We saw a couple of the plays of the tournament so far. Wee's pulled some great plays off, so I think they can do it. I'm backing them.
I like how he raised that prediction. He was like, is that a bottom 4? He's like, I had him bottom 8.
Yeah, still technically. Come on. All of you guys did the same.
I'm not convinced that's a thing right now. I don't think you can have bottom 8 in the bottom 4 or top 4. We're not letting Charlie off the hook with that one, but we will get more thoughts from our panels in just a moment. But first, let's catch up with Misery. He was with Casey earlier on.
So I'll start with this question. You have been to every TI, but always with a different team. So how has the experience changed for you over the years, and what have you learned as a player from that?
I feel like it's always different coming here, because obviously I play for different teams, but this year there's something different about it. Like, first of all, I'm a captain, and I've had a really good year in a sense where I have won tournaments, and I have achieved something that I didn't achieve before going into TI. Apart from that, I think every TI I've been to has always been with an underdog team, and that's kind of sad in a way, since I've been to all TIs, and the other people that have been to TIs have gotten really good placements. Some have won, some have gotten into top 3 multiple times, and I've always been in the bottom of the placements.
Well, and it has to be interesting too for you, because the level of play is different every time. You're playing with a completely different group of people. I would imagine that makes you a stronger player overall.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I've definitely learned a lot just as a player, but also as a person, because I've played with so many different nationalities and types of people. And I feel like I'm becoming smarter every year in a lot of ways. So that's cool as well outside the game.
And you've had a really varied experience just in this year alone. You were on Team Secret. You guys actually went on to win Shanghai, but even after that, you ended up having to switch teams again. Walk us through what that experience was like for you.
It was really sad for me. Like I had a team that I finally achieved some great goals with that I didn't do before. So obviously I was kind of annoyed at the whole situation. I kind of lost all motivation to keep going. But after a few days, some people convinced me to keep going and said that it was kind of a missed opportunity and I should just keep going. So I got these guys and we formed a team together and now I'm here again.
Are there hard feelings with your old team, with Team Secret? Do you have an extra motivation to kind of prove to them that maybe they made a mistake?
I don't know. I feel like definitely there is some drive there because of what happened. I don't feel like I need to prove anything to them. I would rather just prove that they were wrong all along, even though I already know that in a sense. But I mean, I'm definitely more maybe more hungry, especially if I'm going to play against them in some knockout match or something like that.
And then you watched even more changes happen. I mean, there have been a lot of changes just in the last month. What was that like for you to watch?
I knew about when both teams kind of fell through after the initial change. It was kind of obvious to me that another change was going to come because you can't fail that miserably and then just keep going because that's not how it works in Dota. The whole situation was just really dumb for me, and I don't know, especially with the people involved that has already switched so many teams with those exact teams, like DG and Secret.
And you're in a leadership role this time around as captain. What has that experience been like, and are you enjoying it?
It's a different feeling. I don't really enjoy it. I would rather be the guy next to the captain, you know,
yeah.
being that guy, you know.
What are your expectations for this team?
I think we're going to go into top 8, and I think a realistic goal would be top 6. I think it's going to be hard for us to keep up the consistency throughout the whole event and win everything, but it's definitely possible. We have the potential to do it.
Yeah, belief. That's one of the big things about these boys, isn't it? He's been here every single year, bar none. This year, potentially, could get his best result ever.
Yeah, he's a great guy. He's a really nice guy, very experienced.
Doesn't want to be captain, though, Ted. You can relate to that, right?
No, I want to be captain, Paul.
Oh, you want to be captain?
No one wants me to be captain. That's the difference. That's the difference.
That's sad,
I think DC are a great bunch of guys.
Yeah.
I think they have got a lot of talent. Like I was saying, Resolution, we are great. They've got the experience of Misery. I do think they can do it. I didn't realize just how young Wings are.
Yeah.
They are super young. So, well, you know, you've got the experience of someone like Misery coming up against those guys. So we'll see if DC, maybe they can outthink Wings, out-experience them.
Okay.
But it is going to be close.
Charlie, I want to talk to you about how these guys formed. It's almost like a bunch of mates got together and have formed a mates team. Now, that used to be the way it used to be in Dota, right? Back in the day. Yeah.
Is it mates?
Mates?
Yeah, mates.
Misfits, rejects, maybe a little?
Yeah, that's what I mean. In terms of, like, no one else wants these guys. These guys can just form their own team on their own. But they're all really cool friends, all really close together. Well, almost like OG in a way.
No. I don't know if they're close like OG. There are very
think
few.
so?
There are very few
Okay.
teams like that. These guys got together because I think they were the best of the players left over, and I mean they're making it work. They're doing their best, and I think they are really great guys. And I think over the time they've definitely gotten a lot closer than obviously at the beginning. But let's not pretend that anybody are like real friends here.
This was something forced out of necessity.
Just the thought of friends revolting to Charlie.
Come on, don't play that storyline.
Listen, it actually looked like Charlie's head was going to come off its shoulders there. He was like, so angry. How dare you talk about friends?
Charlie is clearly biased. He doesn't like friendship or love or any happiness. But I agree with Charlie.
I'm not the devil here.
This is a relationship based around necessity. This is something that was forced on them that they had to make do with, right? And in particular, I think Misery's story really reflects. In fact, he's like everything that has happened to Digital Chaos. That Misery story is that, right? It's someone who had some flaws, right? You can't beat around the bush in that he did have some flaws. He was kicked for a reason. He stepped up at Shanghai big time, but there was still a reason, apparently, that Secret felt like, despite winning, that he needed to be kicked. And I think that he has matured vastly. Not just as a player inside the game. I think he's stepped up in, a lot, not only just in Secret, but also in Digital Chaos. But I also think that he's taken on this captain role, something that you heard from him.
He doesn't want to do.
Right? He had attitude problems. He set that down. I've talked to the players at Digital Chaos. They feel like Misery's a good captain.
Right.
And that's something I wouldn't have expected a year ago.
Okay, very interesting. We're into our last 40 seconds before we'll hand over to the draft. So very quick predictions then between DC and Wings. Is it going to be the upstarts, the underestimated, or is it going to be the steady Chinese that are going to take this through?
You know, we haven't talked a lot about Wings, but like this is a team that I've heard that they eat every meal together. They have a curfew. They do everything to get like it. There's so many rules to get on this team.
Is this a long story, Charlie? Because it's 20
It's
seconds.
not a long story. Either way, I'm picking Wings. I'm picking Wings.
Structure. That makes, I think, great teams. I will agree with Charlie here. They put everything into this. Wings.
All right, Ted, you got 5
DC have
seconds.
a guy called David Hull, which is a really English name, even though he's not English. Go DC.
Right, the English are on the side of DC. Let's find out how the draft goes with game 1.
Digital Chaos versus Wings Gaming.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back inside Key Arena. We are here and ready for Digital Chaos versus Wings Gaming, game number 1. Joining me this time, we got, of course, back Draskell Black, and we've gotten rid of Winter, and we brought in Mr. Ben Merlini-Wu. Ben, welcome to our drafting panel right now. So I'll hit you up with our first question. Wings, are they or are they not one of the most entertaining drafting teams in the game right now?
Of course, I had them as favorite for the whole tournament, not because I like watching them. Well, I like watching them, but also because I think they have the versatility. They adapt really, really quickly. And looking at the draft right now, I think it's a little bit surprising that Wings were given Mirana. What do you guys think?
I think it's weird to pick Mirana into Oracle. I mean, we've seen in the group stage how effective that hero can be individually against Mirana when you rely so heavily on like an arrow combination into like the Star Storms with Eggs, and just that Oracle seems to be almost a hard counter to the Mirana build nowadays. So I mean, obviously they're very good with the hero, so they're feeling confident, but an interesting opening.
I mean, they've played the hero a lot in the group stage, and they've won a lot with it too. Like, they've had a rocky group stage, but when they pick Mirana, they've won most of their games, so they're definitely confident. And then they pick Draw right after, obviously.
Now it makes much more sense.
Now it makes way more sense, yeah.
Obviously now this will ramp up the pace quite a bit for Wings. For DC though, I mean, I don't mean to step too far out of the draft, but this is a team who obviously had huge success in the group stage. What do you think though, gentlemen? Is there gonna be a little bit of jitters now that you hit up the main stage?
I mean, I guess it's, you know, obviously the first time as a team they've been on a stage this big, so there's obviously something to be said for nerves, but I think, you know, they're coming in hungry. It's like Misery said, so I think they have a good shot.
We'll see what they do. But now they see a Drow Ranger. So what is your first impression about that, and how do you look to already take an initiative to respond to it?
Well, a lot of teams, what they like to do is they just pressure the Drow very heavily. Like sometimes you see just immediate, like jungle heroes, you dive the Drow, you just pressure the lane super hard. You can also pick a lot of deep push to try to draw the game out past the Drow's usefulness. But that one I feel is a bit harder. I think it's more likely that DC just want to go aggressive.
Yeah, what you said about the Drow, you usually pressure her, which is the correct thing to do, but the other lanes are very hard to play because let's say you have like a Prophet off lane and then like a bottom middle. It's really hard to lane against those heroes one-on-one if they have the Drow aura.
Looks like Digital Chaos are going to be snagging up an Alchemist here to match up with the Oracle in the second pick here, Ben. So Digital Chaos saying, you got a Drow, you're going to look to go fast. We're going to go Alchemist and make it more greedy.
They did have a lot of success with Alchemist in the group stage. I believe the GPM record for this year's TI is already set by Wii, 1090 on the Alchemist, and Oracle is one of the best partners. You can easily ban AA out in the second phase. I'm not sure how well it deals with the Drow Ranger though. If Alch's strong enough, you can just man-fight the Drow Ranger at any point. But the only problem is maybe Drow's going to take down all your T1s and Alchemist has nowhere to farm.
Gentlemen, we're in that second phase now, so I have to ask the question, Huskar, is it something to worry about? Is it something they have to get rid of, or is it something that might be passed on altogether?
I think it's more likely that DC would play it than Wings at this point. But I don't necessarily know if Wings are super scared of it. As we see, they take out Resolution Slark. It's been one of his staple heroes so far throughout the group stage and whatnot. But yeah, I think, I mean, it's always possible, but I don't think for Wings.
Now, Huskar could be very problematic for Wings because the Alchemist could go for the traditional Solar Crest build, and you can actually Solar Crest the Huskar really early on, and you have Oracle to back him up. That could be really problematic for Wings, but I just don't think that DC really likes that hero.
I'd be much more worried about the Ursa or Morphling. I think both of those they've seen a lot more success with. There's a way more up their play style, and I think it combos way better with their lineup at the moment. Like you already have a lineup based around Alk. You can't fit a lineup around an Alk and a Huskar. It's one or the other.
DC do take the initiative to get rid of that AA, though obviously very good against both Oracle and Alchemist. Could rid of their whole sustain power if given the opportunity, so they decide to make the initiative and get rid of that.
Yeah, also sets the path for Morphling, as you already said. AA is a Morphling hard counter, and Resolution really likes playing Morphling. It goes really well with the Alchemist as well.
Don't you feel the pace of the game is way too slow if you pick Morph and Alka in the same team against Tro?
Yeah, I think that's why I'm leaning more towards the Ursa, especially because they're on Dire.
Ursa I think would be very good, actually, at this point. Because, I mean, with Oracle Ursa, you can kill Roshan at, like, any point in the game. And if Wings aren't ready for it in any area, you just get it for free. So I think that one is much more likely.
And Ursa is what you fear the most as a draw ranger, somebody getting close to you and just killing you.
Yeah, and that's actually another really good point, because up until now, like, obviously DC have no gap close. They don't have a hero who's actually going to get into the face of John. You want at least one on the team to make sure you're breaking
you just need a hero that can blink next to her to make sure the ult is not active, and then the whole team is a lot weaker.
There's still Batrider too. They don't even need a position 1 to do it. They can have a position 3.
Yeah, I was going to make that note too. They still hold Moo's pick, and he's typically that guy for DC to take that role. And I wouldn't mind of seeing the Batrider there. We'll see if it stays in the pool or not. Wings are going to get rid of the Beastmaster, though.
A bit more worried about the Beast than the Batrider. Obviously provides a lot of vision, a lot of pushing power with the Drow Ranger. Can couple it up with the Vengeful Spirit as well.
I think the DC might just go back for the Moo Timber, honestly. It's very protected in this draft so far. Like, Beastmaster is actually good against Timber if Wings wanted to potentially pick it up and just go for, like, the mass Aura strat, so banning that makes it, I think, a little bit better. AA is obviously good against Timber as well, so is Sand King. So there's a lot of really good openings here.
But generally, Drow lanes really well against Timber. Like, Timber's going to have a hard time if there's one support plus a Drow. You can't really get close and get your level 3 that you really need to sustain. So maybe he might have to start Iron Tail in jungle if you really want to get the Timber through.
I think they need heroes that don't really need that much help and can help other lanes, like, I don't know, Ogre or something like that, Riki, someone that can, like, pressure the lanes, and then self-sufficient laners so that you need time for Alchemist. So when you have Alchemist, you don't need other heroes that take a lot of time to ramp up, especially versus a Drow.
Yeah, Alchemist is just a hero. You have a bad early game, it doesn't really matter because he will just feed your team in Aghanims and he can just take over the control of the game by himself. And they definitely need to secure the Alchemist farm. Like, they need to stack the jungle and then secure it with the heroes. Oracle is a really good hero for that. And we'll see how they want to round up the lineup.
Yeah, DC got rid of that Dazzle in the second phase, and we go back to Wings Gaming. This is where typically Wings like to pull something out that makes things a bit more spicy.
This is typically when Wings are just like, Warlock. and everyone's scratching their heads going, wait, what? But they always manage to make it work somehow. I think up until the TI group stages, they had won like 5 games in a row with Pudge or something like that, Pudge support.
Oh yeah, they played a lot of Pudge.
This time though, no Pudge. They're going to go right for the Rubik. We saw a lot of success in the group stage with it in the hands of Liquid and company. What's his deal here, though? I mean, it's not like there's a wealth of spells to steal. It's not like Null Field is super valuable at this point in the game. What's his deal now?
Well, Rubik is just generally a very good lane support, and it goes really well with the Mirana too if they want to run it as a core, because you can lift him back straight into like an arrow, and then it sets up for a really easy kill. May it be middle, may it be safe, then we don't know yet.
Yeah, there's another thing too about Rubik when you have Dro is that typically Rubik's not like the best lane support for harass or anything like that, but when you have the aura, like every little bit helps and it just makes the lane that much stronger, and as Black already said, the combinations are nice with the Mirana.
Going back for the Kunkka, probably position 4 support, as we have seen a lot during this tournament. It's really nice with Alchemist as well, because with those 2 support heroes, you will pretty much never die in a team fight. It's like almost impossible. You will heal so much and tank so much. I don't know. How are they going to deal with all the tankability?
I don't actually know how they kill Alk.
Yeah.
If he gets Rum and he has ultimate on with Oracle ulti as well.
The only thing they need is a hero to close the gap to Drow, and they literally have no damage against the Alk.
They could kite the Alchemist too. We saw them run a support Morphling one time. I mean, you can make illusions of him.
Wings did, right?
Yeah, Wings did it. I think it's a pretty fine solution for them, but yeah, they're not killing her. I think they have to kite her.
Okay.
All right. Something fresh for the main stage?
That's not. I think it's probably like support or something.
I mean, I guess you just, Alchemist doesn't want to buy BKB, right? So you just throw him up in the air.
Yeah. Or you Drunken Haze him.
Yeah.
We don't know what carry they're going to pick yet, but Brewmaster really limits, like it doesn't limit the carry pool, but it makes some heroes really hard to play.
Yeah, make it, like Ursa's terrible versus Brew.
Yeah.
And then like Morphling's okay, but I don't know if you want to line up that slow.
But we're not sure yet where he's going to end up. Do you think just not the simple one-on-one matchup with the mid lane could be okay? You know, him benefiting a bit with the miss chance with Drunken Haze?
It's just generally they'd run the Mirana mid and then the Drow Ranger safe lane.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to run an off lane.
It could be an off-lane Brewmaster. We have seen it a couple of times. It's like pretty hard to lane though against like if you get another range support or range carry or kill plus one range carry, you can never lane there. Though he could go Iron Tail in jungle. He's pretty fast at that. Like I've tried it myself.
He has evasion crit, and you know he doesn't have too bad a stack gain, so it's okay. I'm kind of leaning more towards the 1v1 though, because I feel like, as you already said, if you want to go offlane with it, you're going to get pressured too hard, and you want the quick 6. You can rotate Mirana into farm. Like, what does every team do? They just farm the Mirana, even if it's support, after the laning phase breaks down. You can still get a 20-minute Aghanims.
Looks like DC are going to be snagging up the Mighty Axe with their 4th pick. We're going to be in for some dunkage.
This is such an insane combo with Kunkka as well. You get a decent call on top of a Torrent and a boat, and like team fight just automatically ownage. I'm really liking what DC are bringing to the table. I think that their draft is very well rounded. They have heroes that protect the Alchemist extremely well, that don't just rely on the laning phase. Like throughout all stages, they can protect him and hope that he gets to that critical mass.
They have lots of disables. They have saves. They have BKB peers. They have farm. Like they shouldn't be worried at any time at this. Like at this point, they shouldn't be worried at any time that they might lose the game.
The only weakness their lineup has is the lanes. That's it.
Yeah.
Like obviously Wings having Dro and 2 other ranged heroes, you're kind of leaning more towards them. They are going to take out the Ursa here.
I'm a bit surprised by that because Brewmaster is a really hard counter to Ursa.
But you can only, well, I guess you can haze one, throw the other one up, right?
Yeah.
You can just do both. So yeah, that's a little bit strange.
I think they want to make sure that they get Roche.
But you can just ult
really
off the haze, right?
Yeah, if you have Aghanims, you can. Not without.
No,
you mean yeah?
Just haze, yeah. The tornado you can't without eggs.
Yeah, I thought you meant the tornado. Well, DC definitely need to strengthen the lanes a bit because Alchemist is really vulnerable right now. Like even if it's Brewmaster mid, just one clap and the Rubik lift and the Alchemist just dies. Yeah, like Panda actually deals a lot of damage.
We'll have to see what DC are going to be rounding out in their lineup here to help a bit with that laning stage, or if Wings are going to grab something to kind of punish them for a weaker start or not. The last ban, by the way, from DC was getting rid of that Timber Saw, so we'll see what they do to round things out. We anticipate the supports are already unlocked, the core, the off lane here, so it's looking like the mighty Weehaw hero.
Going for Nature's Prophet?
Or Nature's Prophet.
So it's a safe than Axe then.
Yeah, and they also want to pressure the lanes a lot more by having the Fury.
It might also be block pick because the only real good offlaner left for Wings that's range and goes really well with Drow would be the Prophet. And they banned the Timbersaw out already, of course.
I mean, it's Batrider. They have Oracle, you're right. I mean, that's the only other range.
I mean, Batrider is still...
Batrider is still fine.
It's okay.
But they have X too. Like he jumps in, you X him, and you bolt on top of him.
They want Wind Ranger sometimes too. I don't know.
Of course, I keep Wings. Why not?
Wings draft.
So, we'll get to see now. Ice Ice, by the way, highly regarded as one of the best keepers in the world, gentlemen. Now that we see the full 5-man draft, what do you think before we hand it over?
Offlane Brewmaster is what I think.
I'm still thinking that DC, and I'm liking their draft a lot.
I'm not exactly sure what to expect from Wings, so I'm going to go from them.
Fair enough.
Yeah, Wings is definitely unpredictable, but yeah, I love them. I love watching them play, so I'll just enjoy my time and say Wings.
Awesome. We'll look forward to the hype match, and I'm sure these guys will as well. Let's send it over to the floor right now where we have our 2 casters for our second series today. It's LD and Mott. Gentlemen, have some fun.
Thanks so much, guys. And of course, LD, we do see the Brewmaster coming out for Wings Gaming. Of course, a lot of expectations for these 2 teams. Who do you think is going to come out on top in this particular matchup?
I mean, with Wings Gaming, you really have to expect the unexpected. This team can win a tournament. They can finish at the bottom. Their last major event was the Manila Major. They faced DC in 2 best-of-3s month. They actually lost 1-4. They lost both of those series. So I have to say with Wings, to me, the big thing they have to prove is that they can get it done on the main stage at a major event. This is their big shot. Not sure about the Keeper of the Light pick, but Wings get their Drow, and I think what we should expect from them is a lot of pressure early. They're not going to just sit back and let DC farm. I think strategically, this is the type of draft that Wings has done well with. I do agree it's a little bit of a tricky Drow Ranger game. There's a lot of gap close, there's a lot of catch. The key is really going to be the performance of the Brewmaster.
Yes.
Faith Beyond has to get a lot done with those splits.
You know, a couple of patches ago when Brewmaster was popular, we saw with particular Drow strats that you would often need that tanky frontliner, and Brewmaster was one of those heroes that was commonly picked. So we'll see how things do transition for this Brewmaster played by Faith Beyond. But for now, let's look at the way the laning is going to shape up here as you have the Mirana as well as the Keeper of the Light heading towards the top rune spot, but already DC invading the jungle. Smoked up as well, ready to go, trying to find some sort of initiation, dropping some wards down as well, but so far no such luck, LD.
Yeah, aggressive move here into the woods. I think DC just looking for a pick. There's no one who's more like of an AFK jungle farmer. Keeper of the Light may be looking to stack a bit, but something Wings could do is go aggressive with the Keeper of the Light. Generally, that's what we've seen. When teams pick Keeper, they at least want to contest the enemy safe lane. They don't necessarily go full aggro tri-lane. They're not necessarily looking for kills, but they are looking to put pressure on the lanes early and try and draw the enemy supports there. If you do that, the Drow will have an easy time. As I say that, though, Drow is bottom by herself against potentially 3 heroes. This hero is not a 1v3 kind of carry, so as soon as these lanes develop, Wings are going to need to make a rotation or Shadow is going to be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, DC, obviously, with these 3 heroes, there's a lot of lockdown and a lot of damage, especially with the Axe coming in with the counter helixes as well.
Oh, they do see the Rubic of Innocence. Y is walking in.
They have Fortune's End as well as Torrent ready to go, and they're going to use it immediately. The Torrent's going to come next for Misery. This might be First Blood. Lift will come through, move. Not quite there yet. It gets the Battle Hunger off. This should be First Blood, and it will be for Misery.
Easy catch there. That all set up by the Observer Ward. I don't think Wings was expecting this aggressive tri-lane. It's a very unusual combo. The Kunkka Axe duo, 2 melee heroes, but you've got really good catch. I don't think this dual lane can do much. Drow is very indefensible. Rubic, even if he sits behind her, a lift may not be enough to save once the Axe gets level 2.
Oh, we'll just take some damage.
They will have 3 ways to catch, and you've only got the lift to try and save. They're moving on Shadow again, bottom, trying to set up. Torrent connects. This looks bad, and Shadow likely to go down again. This lane mod is not going to work.
Yeah, this tri-lane obviously paying dividends already for DC, whether they have to rotate out the Keeper of the Light. And it looks like he's rotating through the river as we speak, heading down to that bottom lane. We'll see if he continues and actually tries to help out that lane with Illuminate and whatever he can give, Mana Leak as well. But this mid lane matchup, very interesting. 11 last hits from Mirana. Blink loves this hero, but
the issue for Wings here is now that they've given up kills, there's going to be boots picked up early on these supports. Misery already has his along with the Windlace, 365 move speed, so he can dive the Drow pretty easily. He can catch her out. Moo also has boots on the Axe as they are chasing Misery, but Innocence going to have trouble securing a kill, doesn't have the boots. And so if they want at this point, they can leave the Axe alone, they can start rotating with their supports, or they can look to keep pressure up. But just because Keeper's here doesn't mean Wings are safe. Any of these heroes who gets caught out is a kill, and especially if it's the Rubic. He's the closest thing they have to a disengage. So already the lane's looking great. Bottom, mid lane, like you said, Blink is doing exceptionally well in Mirana. It's an advantage matchup for Mirana early, but Alk doesn't need to win the lane. He just needs to get levels and not die. So I think DC totally fine with that. And keep in mind, we have not seen the Nature's Prophet of Resolution move yet. But with this aggressive tri-lane, he might soon. Moving on to Shadow now. Moo, he does miss the call.
They won't be able to find it. Illuminate misses as well. Torrent comes out. Ice will take that damage. Lift coming through from Innocence to bring him back. The Frost Arrows, they have the damage to pump out here. It looks like he might be able to get away. One more Frost Arrow, but it won't be enough. They'll turn their attention to Saksa, but they will both get out in that situation.
They all have boots now, and DC want to go back in. Wise out a bit far. They might catch Innocence again.
TP
get a
from
third
Resolution.
kill. Make it a quad lane.
That's too much damage, and Resolution finally getting involved, as you talked about. TPing from that top lane. Yes, it leaves the Brewmaster alone, but that's still a kill that is going to go the way of Digital Chaos. You're starting off 3-0, LD.
Yeah, the tri-lane is over, and kind of by default at this point. They can leave Resolution here if they want, send the Axe to the safe lane to get an early blink. He can go jungle, give someone else that safe lane. DC have all kinds of options with the lanes, whereas Waynes are pretty much, at this point, locked in to a full defensive tri-lane from a disadvantage. DC, it seems like they may relieve a bit of pressure on Waynes here, but with the way the lanes have developed, Waynes are very reliant right now on Faith Beyond's first movement as the Brewmaster, potentially some good rune luck for Blink, but if they don't get either of those, they're just going to be playing on the back foot. And when you're running a Drow lineup, you need to be on the offensive here, especially against an Alchemist on the Dire side. DC, otherwise, are just going to win in a farm more straight up. So
The good news is
it's on the cores now for Wings, the mid laner and the off laner.
The good news is for Wings is that there are no stacks currently in the jungle for DC. They're not stacking up for the Alchemist to use his acid spray. Sure, Weeha's done an okay job getting some battery runes. He's got one so far, I believe, or two to his name as he picks up a double damage rune as well. We'll head back towards, of course, that bottom lane where it looks like they're going to rotate potentially two. We'll see where the Nature's Prophet TP's into as they have top lane, the Axe rotating up. Of course, taking that lane. Another rotation coming to that top lane is going to be Innocence looking for a lift. The call will go first. Good counter helix damage as well. The Fable coming out. There's the clap. Do they have the damage? No ulti coming up from Faith Beyond. The lift coming through. Now the Drow using the right click. They might be able to bring him down. Here comes Resolution. He wants that kill on Faith Beyond. Will he be able to find it, LD?
Drought onto Y, looking for more. They do manage to get the Axe kill finally, but they had to gank with the Drow Ranger, and immediately DC start to move in bottom. They do have an Observer Ward. Scouted out Ice Ice. Misery hunting him. The Moonlight Shadow going to wear off fairly soon. Does Misery manage to find him? Oh, he jukes the wrong way. So he will make it out. Wings. They do get a kill there, and that makes a big difference with their cores now farming very well. The Drow Ranger are starting to kick into effect, and mid lane, Blake jumps in. He gets the double Starstorm.
He's going to survive this. They have the TP coming through as well. Saxa, Fortune's End not in range to use it, but on the backside coming in Misery. Gets off the Torrent as well, and it'll hit this time. They're going to go with the right click, the Purifying Flames. Body blocks, no leap for 15, and another one will get the kill for Saxa.
But while that's happening, Innocence smoked up, moving towards Resolution top. At the same time, DC heading bottom. Both teams looking to set up a follow-up gank. Resolution only level 4 with that rotation bottom. He's a bit under-leveled here. Shadow actually out-leveling the solo hero now, and potentially can kill the Prophet. He does have phase boots, though he's not the easiest kill. As Ice Ice, he holds the safe lane, which is now the danger zone, so not really a safe lane at all with the amount of pressure DC put here. And I like this movement by Wings. They recognize DC are intent and hell-bent on taking this tower bottom early, so if someone's going to die, best it's the Keeper of the Light, a hero that doesn't really need farm. And speaking of dying, Mod, that might be happening right now. Do they know where he is? They should have seen he doesn't have a TP.
Who's going to find him? Yeah, he's got the call ready to go. He's going to first just get a counter helix proc, as right now the chop will come through, the first of the game for Moo, and it's 5-1 already. And they will get this tier 1 tower more than likely, as there is a setup gang coming in from mid as Innocence is on the high ground ready to go. Still only level 2 for this Rubik right now.
Doesn't
very
have his
underleveled.
boots, though. It's very hard to initiate this gank without boots. Rubik has suboptimal base move speed, only 290. Alchemist, very tanky. They're trying to wait out the Chemical Rage and then go. Can't even get in range. Just no boots on the Rubik at 7 minutes. He's actually bought them already. But with that rotation failing, DC take the tower bottom. The trade may be coming top, but look at DC. They really want to defend their safe lane tower. They do not want the Drow Ranger Steamroller to start rolling.
Just 2 heroes up there now. At any moment they can rotate more, including the Axe mid lane. Weeha still top in net worth right now. Obviously, of course, that Chemical Rage, and the Greevil's Greed at 3 points. It'll be kicking in further and further as the game progresses, but looking for those stacks in the jungle is going to be Faith Beyond.
TPing in top, behind Shadow.
He's going to get caught. That's going to be the Fortune's End coming through. They have Purifying Flame to the great Torrent again from Misery, and it's just too much damage with the right click in from Resolution as well. A nice another pickup going the way of DC.
Yeah, overall, DC, things still going reasonably well. They have the armlet coming for Weeha and leading by a significant margin when it comes to net worth. Of course, you expect to generally be ahead a bit with Greevil's Greed, but the big issue for me is Wings have 2 ways to start fights right now. One of them is Moonlight Shadow. The other way would be a Blake Dagger on the Brewmaster, but he's nowhere near it. So as long as DC keeps sentries down, Wings can't really apply pressure around the map outside of maybe a smoke gank, but that's very risky against Nature's Prophet. High chance to get turned as bottom lane. Moo moves on Innocence. He gets off the lift. Good nuke there from the Keeper of the Light, but is it enough? You're just diving for them now. It says, screw it, I'm going to TP out.
He might make it. Last right click, Shadow won't be able to connect. It was so close. He was just in range. TP'd at the perfect time, and he's able to make it out.
Forces 3, almost 4 heroes bottom, with Blink moving a bit that way from the jungle. So still overall, DC the ones pulling Wings around the map, and I think the way the game's developing, Wings really need to prioritize the Brewmaster. Blake, he had a decent off lane, 36 CS Brew. Not really known for crushing his lane normally, but mid lane, they try to set up on Weeha. He's just too tanky, though.
They won't even go for the lift. They say, let me just drop this ward and get out of here. There's going to be still a double Starfall proc coming in on Weeha. He does have his armlet, and again, it's that timing, that 12 to 14 minute timing, where you want that radiance as quickly as possible after the armlet coming out. So good farm for Weeha so far. and of course Resolution third, only behind that of Blink on the Mirana.
Strategically, the other big concern here for Wings is when you look at the two lineups, DC, they're all about sustain, right? They have the Oracle, the Alchemist with the Armlet and Chemical Rage, even the Kunkka, Coco Rum. And the longer the fight goes, the better it's generally going to look for DC. And without clean initiation, and even if Wings have a Blink on this Brewmaster, they don't have that much burst damage. Eventually, Mirana may get Ags, but that's still a ways off. So finding kills on some of the tankier cores, like the Alchemist especially, the Axe even, is not easy with the way the game's begun for Wings. They smoked, they moved top, but Mott, it broke. Ice has been scouted. Potentially, we could even see DC look to punish this.
Even if they get this kill, it's not that high value of a target. Saksa is still one of the lowest in net worth right now, and everyone else is farming. They will TP up on the Kunkka for now.
They need to get kills that transition into tower pushes. And right now, DC, first of all, not giving up the kills, and then secondly, there's no Drow there. So the push is going to be very underwhelming. Still working on that Dragonland Shadow. He just doesn't feel safe to farm bottom, and that's why you saw DC prioritize taking that safe lane tower so heavily. It really limits the safe space for the Keeper of the Light to farm stacks and for the Drow to farm the lane. As Blink, he'll take down the tower mid. He does hit Weehaw with an arrow, gets the last hit. Nice little play there from Mirana, and some much-needed gold for the team.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very good tier 1 tower to take down as well. Probably the most important in this early game. As you were talking about it, they need that gold for the Drow Ranger. They need that gold for Faith Beyond as well. Trying to get to that Blink Dagger. Resolution in that top lane, he's going to back away from the tier 1 tower. Might set up a defense as there's 3 DC heroes up here, but 4 Wings are rotating and trying to find a pickoff potentially, and obviously this tier 1 tower.
Yeah, do see an interesting build here from Faith Beyond. Historically, it's normally been either a Blink Rush or Arcane Boots for this hero, but because he has the Keeper of the Light on his side, he's just going for more right-click damage, and with the Phase Boots, does hit pretty hard, has even taken a point in stats, so you can see Faith Beyond. No Drunken Haze yet. There's no Ursa or super heavy right-click hero. Later on, you'll definitely want it to deal with Alchemist, but we're not quite there yet. I still just see Weehaw farming away uncontested in the jungle though, Mott. 7K net worth. Relic is coming very soon. He's on good pace. Wings have to start taking towers, and they will try for it now. Top lane, lift into an arrow. It does hit.
Misery's in trouble, but gets false promise immediately. The TP coming through. Moo doesn't have a Blink Dagger, but he's got a Vanguard. Incredibly tanky, but the split will come out, taking a lot of damage, gets silenced up, and will finally go down.
They need more of the Cyclones there, looking for the Oracle, chasing a bit deeper, immolating him down. The Frost Arrows will slow Saksa, and he too will fall. Crucial kills for Wings, but I do like this response by DC. Keeping the pressure on mid. Weehaw doesn't die there. He's still farming towards the Relic. Resolution, able to draw them back by pushing the bottom lane. So they limit the damage to 2 kills and 1 tower. They don't lose the tier 2 top. At this stage of the game, Wings only have 2 towers, 12 minutes in, running a Drow. DC still relatively comfortable here, but those are the types of rotations you need to see from Wings. And on the flip side for DC, Brewmaster Split, it does have a long cooldown. That's the weakness of this hero. So with no Blink quite yet, it's about to come, and more importantly, with no Brewmaster Split, now would be a good time for DC to look for a smoke gank to try and find a pickoff.
They might do so, but for Moo, he didn't even have to TP up to that tier 1 tower. It was clear that he was farming bottom, like you were talking about with Weehaw mid, but instead he heads up that top lane as the tower goes down, and it actually punishes him. He goes down. He's not going to be able to farm that Blink Dagger as quickly. You do see, of course, there is going to be that Relic picked up now for the Alchemist. And they'll continue to try to farm it. He is, of course, top in the net worth. The next 3, it is all Wings all day. The Axe was 2nd or 3rd for a while, but now, after those tower trades, after those 2 kills going the way of Wings, they're in a very good position here.
Misery looked like he might have wanted to set up on Shadow top lane. Of course, the Nature's Prophet is always that ever-looming +1, so you really don't want to be visible past the tower on your own. Can even see Misery just drop the lane ward here top, so they are just looking to set traps for a Drow who goes off on her own. And Mirana, the more mobile, survivable carry. The good news is Wings are going to get that burst damage pretty quickly. Blink closing in on the Aghanim Scepter. With the Ags, they do have the burst damage to kill off, I would say, almost everyone. Alchemist, they'll need to chain pretty much every spell perfectly when Chemical Rage is up, especially if the Oracle's behind him. But the rest of the DC lineup is very killable. So looking at a couple minutes down the road here, as soon as Wings get the Mirana Ags, they are going and they have the Brewmaster split,
exactly.
They will be going for their next timing. So either just pushing the bottom tower, potentially smoke ganking and ramping around. They want to take towers, drop deep wards, and start trying to choke and starve the Alchemist out.
There's the Radiance done for the Alchemist. It comes roughly a couple seconds after the Blink Dagger for the Brewmaster.
That's a pretty fast Radiance.
Yeah, 13 and a half minutes we'll call it. He will TP to the mid lane as they'll get together now. He won't be looking to fight still for a period of time. More than likely, they're going to smoke up with the other two heroes and head bottom and try to defend this tier 1 tower that is clearly being assaulted as Ice, Innocence are nearby. The rest behind, but setting it maybe a bait here.
DC definitely want to contest this, though. They're smoked up. They're creeping in, and Wings are sending the full 5-hero complement. They just bought the Mirana Eggs, but it's not here yet, Mott. They're going to be lacking firepower, and the Brew Split comes onto Soxa.
Soxa will be able to use that Fate's Edict. They'll try to get away from the Brew Split. There's going to be the Ghost Ship down the backside, though. Innocence in trouble. Moonlight Shadow coming out, and here comes Weehaw. The newly minted ratings starting to do some work. Chemical Rage, he's healing up plenty. The Illuminate not doing nearly enough damage. Shadow, of course, trying to escape under the Moonlight Shadow's guys. And now the call. It's up. It'll be onto the Brewmaster. Can then bring him down. The X marks. The uncivil concoction. They will get the kill.
Finally has the Eggs. Blink had to run all the way back, but it's turning the fight. Resolution down. Weehaw almost dead. 3 have fallen for DC, and then the Oracle, the 4th. Weehaw limps away on a shred of HP. That Mirana just made a long journey. She walked like past her Sentry Ward all the way over here into the woods to grab the Eggs, comes back to the fight. And I think DC were just looking at this fight like they can't really engage into us. They don't have enough damage, but little did they know the Mirana Eggs was on the way. A game-changing pickup there. Completely salvaged the fight.
Yeah, that Aghanim Scepter, we've seen it do so much work from even the wild card to the group stages, and again, he jumps in and he just does
He hit
so
all
much
of them.
damage.
He hit all 5 with the double Starfall there. A couple, I think, with 3 or 4. That was brutal stuff.
The only good news for DC is that Weehaw survives. He's up to 10,000 net worth, and he is going to have to put in a lot of work in this game as he continues to try to farm up. He's up to 1,600 gold. He's got, of course, the Sage's Mask and then obviously the Radiance as well as the Armlet for now. But again, it's going to be DC now underfarmed on both their Axe as well as their Resolution Nature's Prophet sitting on the drum.
They can set up here top, though. They're going to do it. The boat, the Torrent connects on Blink. Can they burst him down, though?
Asleep and Moonlight Shadow ready to go. X mark's not there for Misery. Looks like Blink will be recalled, and he will make it out in time as the Keeper of the Light will bring him through to that mid lane.
The boat on cooldown, I think they can just take Roshan, and that's exactly what you see Wayne's doing. Instant Moonlight Shadow, maybe trying to find an additional pick at the Ancients, but DC need this boat to fight around the pit. They only have the Axe, and with no Blink Dagger, they really have no initiation into the pit. So this is, it looks like a small deal. Kunkka Ultimate is a very low cooldown, only a minute, but this 1 minute is being instantly hard punished by Waynes, taking the Aegis. And the Aegis is really what fuels pretty much every push strategy. Now Waynes are going to ramp up the aggression, and DC will have to play the split push game. They don't really want to fight head on unless they get a great setup. They'll have to be patient here.
The Brewmaster split will be up and ready to go, and they will grab it. The Aegis going the way of Wings as well. Shadow will be picking up the Aegis as a DC comes through, but meanwhile, DC were looking to contest over here at the opposing agent stacks, and actually you could see there's a fair bit of them as well. So Weehaw dropping down that acid spray, potentially getting more farm, as he has something flying out of the courier as we speak, and it is going to be those Boots of Travel, plus 1,100 gold on the Alchemist right now, LD.
So what does Alchemist look to do this game? I don't really feel like any of the Aghanim Scepter's upgrades are all that game-changing. The main one that comes to mind is probably the Nature's Prophet Ags, where you can just stall the game and play for late game, but at the same time, I feel like DC, it's not like, oh, we're just waiting for a Venomancer to get an Ags, and then we win team fight straight up. We've seen the Kunkka Ags before. I think we saw it, what was it, from OG?
Yeah.
It was very underwhelming. That's not an Aghanim Scepter you're rushing. The Axe Ags is fun in pubs. Situationally, it can be pretty strong, but this is not a snowballing Axe. This is not a game where he's going to have it. So basically, you're just relying on Alchemist to be that big front liner that charges in and controls the fights and zones back the Drow, but
Wings are going to smoke up. They're going to head around to the backside and try to dive behind this tier 2 potentially, whether in mid or bottom.
Oh, they're going to drop a ward here. Do they have any?
To be seen.
No wards right now for Wings.
Wings, they already have the
Just
ward
the
on the
one on
high
the
ground, ready to go. Maybe they want to put one in lane as well. But for the time being, they will just get that tier 2 tower. No defense coming out. DC know that they're not strong enough to take these engagements coming through. And so, again, like you talked about, it's just split pushing coming out from DC, more and more so as we get into 17 minutes into this game. And we really need that Blink Dagger for Moo. It's not up yet. 1,800 gold. He's getting close. He could really use that next item.
He went for the early Vanguard, and we've seen this. The team to me that's been the most successful with Axe is eHome. this tournament. I don't know if they've dropped a game with the hero. Every game they've run Axie has been dominant. They rush Vanguard on him as well. But what they do is they really prioritize jungle stacking. You will see consistently Lanham has created 2 or 3 camps with like 3-4 stacks, one of them being the Ancient. So he basically gets Vanguard, he goes and kills 3 stacks, he has his Blink Dagger almost. But Mu didn't really get that level of support. He was more farming lanes, killing off single stack camps, and so it is a very slow Blink Dagger as a result.
He was a part of that aggressive tri-lane, which is the biggest problem for him. Again, no stacks coming in when your supports are really busy in that bottom lane. And yes, they killed a couple of heroes in the meantime, but
they made like 1 triple stack or double stack of Ancients, I think, but that is a far cry from what Ehome like to do with the Axe. So it is giving a big window for Wings here to farm up, and I would definitely expect before this Aegis expires, they will go for another play. Tier 2 mid is the ideal objective. Tier 2 top, less important, but to aid with their map control, they buy a gem on the Rubik now. And with this, Wings 1-1 fight means they probably deward all of DC side of the map. It's only really Alchemist and NP who feel comfortable to move out, and even so, can be picked off if they get caught off guard by a Moonlight Shadow.
Misery now building into that, I guess, armlet that you see so often onto this Kunkka. He'll have that item. In fact, he'll pick it up now as they are probably looking for a smoke, as the Blink Dagger is done for Mu. They're still waiting on for the Orchid Malevolence for the Nature's Prophet. He's getting close as he has 1 Oblivion Staff completed, the second one very close to completion as well. As another pause comes out, Wings having some trouble, but the Axe is being completed very early on here for this Drow Ranger.
Yeah, Orchid, great item to have against the Brewmaster. That's the main hero you really want to be silencing, especially since Faith Beyond isn't farming all that well. He's an off-lane Brewmaster. He's been coming to a lot of fights, and they don't have a strong defensive support. So Glimmer Cape on Ice already picked up the Keeper of the Light. That's one way to maybe save your Brewmaster in fights, especially since DC currently just have Sentries, no real reliable detection. But eventually Brew will need to get a BKB, or the supports will have to get a Lotus Orb, or maybe get Linken's. They will need a solution for the Orchid, but that's down the road. But yeah, like you said, Agadib's really quick for the Drow Ranger. This is a great way to do it, the Nature's Prophet split push. And I like this adjustment, I think more importantly as far as items go, from Blink on the Mirana. He goes into the Yasha now, so you know, something that was briefly discussed during the draft is, I don't know if you want to go all in on magic damage against an Oracle, because obviously he completely counters it with Fate's Edict, but looks like Blink will transition back into physical damage here at the Yasha, as we see a third team has entered the field of battle, apparently.
I think Wings are one of the few to still use that courier. I've seen it mostly on them. I'm trying to remember if anyone else uses it, but nonetheless.
Is it, at this point, is it a lucky courier, do you think? Or?
It must be.
Or unlucky?
I mean, well, to be fair, they've had their fair share of not so good luck going into Manila and a couple of other tournaments, but they've been playing well recently.
This match is so important for Wayne, just to get the monkey off their back a little bit on the main stage. At Manila, they came in as huge favorites. They had previously won ESL1 Manila in dominant fashion. This is like, we looked at some of the recent results, it's like first or second place at the tournament, or basically the bottom. There was very little like a solid, third, fourth place showing from this team. It's like 7th, 8th, 13th, 16th, or first. So to me, the big difference between what we've seen in their strong performances and the weaker ones, they haven't done it at a major yet. They haven't done it at a Valve event. Those are the ones where the pressure's on the most. They are a younger team by and large, and relatively inexperienced as a squad. So getting this first game win, getting the series going the right way, I think they're the ones who really need it. DC, they have more veteran leadership, mainly from Misery. Of course, you always want to be up 1-0, but it's especially important for the less experienced team.
I mean, even in some of the group stage games that we were lucky enough to cast for Wings, is that I felt like they were close to throwing or almost even just downright throwing.
Wings is always treading that very fine line between brilliance and just what the hell are you doing facepalm level Dota. They make it exciting, and
they certainly do, especially with their
when
drafts
it looks
too.
good, it looks really freaking good.
Like
and then when it backfires, it's like, oh my god, what is this team? How are they at TI?
Insane. Their drafts, I remember they did draft that off-lane Spirit Breaker for Faith Beyond, and then he had that Aegis Seal, which was one of the most nuts plays I've ever seen.
He charged him, I think he stunned 4 or 5 heroes,
and he was charging in the pit.
Got the Roshan last hit, and stole the Aegis.
Yeah, at the same time.
For every one of those, though, there's like a time where he just runs in, dies, and then they can't take a team fight.
They're out of position, they're too far up, looking for a solo kill, and then they have no buyback when they get caught out in that position, so Wings are, they kind of have to, we've said this before, they need to not peak themselves in a lot of these instances. And right now they are ahead to a certain extent, but there is a Weeha Alchemist in this game.
Well, pride of the Americas, of course, Digital Chaos, with the one and only David Hull, Mr. Moo himself, your buddy.
What a player.
Proudly carrying the flag for the whole team, the rest of whom are European. But yeah, this is a back and forth game. And you mentioned, yeah, there's an Alchemist farming, but the way that Waynes are itemizing, I feel like they can deal pretty well with an Alchemist late game if he's the only farmed hero. They have good late game physical damage. Drow Ranger, Mirana, they have a lot of tools to kite him, or to take a hero like the Oracle out of the fights, just Cyclone him and then go deal with the Alchemist. Alchemist will not 1v5 this game. He is going to need help from the team. They have to keep farming up on the Nature's Prophet, and they do need to track down the Drow in fights. It's only now that we're going to see the Blink Dagger picked up on the Axe, so that's the big question mark to me is I think DC should be able to catch Drow. They have Nature's Prophet to scout and jump her, the X Turret to set up on her, the Axe who is BKB piercing lockdown. Like, they have the tools to get on her, and Alk can just kind of run in. But will they be able to find her quickly, or will a Moonlight Shadow, potentially a Brewmaster split, allow them to protect the Drow and keep her alive? That is the big question moving forward.
My biggest concern, as well as the Brewmaster split, is just how much will he be able to do in these fights. And so far, when the Brewmaster split is up, and it's just solid Dota, you just don't want to fight into that.
It's a psychological fear.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to bring down early on into the game. Sure, later on when they have more armor reduction or they have good right click, they can absolutely take down the Brewmaster, and maybe even before he can get off that split to begin with. But for DC right now, it's just back to farming, back to getting that Alchemist up to his Manta style. Maybe they can go for a smoke sometime in the near future, but again, fighting into that Aegis with 2 minutes still up might not be what they're looking for.
Still a very even game here as far as gold, which generally is good news if you're up against Alchemist, but to also not be down a lot at the same time is pretty good news if you're up against the Drow Ranger, who normally has like a 4 or 5 tower advantage at this point if things are going well. So DC looking to take the tier 1 mid, Waynes grabbing the tier 2 top, both teams trading. The next big question is going to be, can DC defend high ground? Because Waynes, they are a-coming.
Yeah. They want to put some pressure. They want to force TPs back, especially the Nature's Prophet, who's down bottom, focusing on that tier 2 tower. Torrent will come out. Shadow will get hit. Still with the Aegis for at least a minute and a half here. Acid Spray laid down as well. They got the rotations. They will back up together. And finally, Resolution forced it back from that tier 2 tower in that bottom lane.
He has his eggs now, so Shadow becomes a threat to just scale more effectively heading late game. He will turbo farm here. We often see even Maelstrom or Mjolnir picked up after this to further lend extra deep push to the team. Brewmaster grabbing the Vlads now, a solid pushing item. It helps solve some of the Brewmaster's issues up against the minus armor from Acid Spray, decent physical damage, and it's just generally a good 5-man item. So I think what you're seeing from Waynes is they do want to play the map control game. They will be looking to 5-man. They don't necessarily feel like they have to end the game by 30 minutes, but they don't want to just let Alchemist and Prophet split push all over the map, and I think the tools that they're picking up will allow them to limit that farm. So watch out for Moonlight Shadow ganks if you're DC. Be wary when you don't have vision. And ideally, try to snipe this gem. But Innocence, he's very crafty on the Rubik. And so far, you haven't really seen him move away from his team for very long.
Doesn't have a lot of farm. Just the gem, Arcanes, and Magic Wand and a Cloak. The Cloak will help with a lot of the magical damage later on down the road. But still, there is that Orc and Malevolence picked up for Resolution, and now might be your best bet for DC, especially with this Aegis expiring. If they want to go for an engagement, and it looks like they want to smoke up and try to find something here, LD, they'll look for Wings, and we'll see if they can find anybody of importance.
Really good timing. If they can catch the Drow and Burster now, with no Aegis, it's ideal.
Onto Shadow's going to come out. The Ghost Shift as well is going to come through. Torrent's up as well. They have the split up, and Shadow about to get bursted down. Dead for 57. Can they follow it up with any more?
They look for Ice Eyes, the Keeper of the Light. Gandalf trapped in the trees, pulled back, blasting his way to home, but he can't make it out. And next, onto the Brewmaster. Split about to end. Decent micro here, but he's going to get corralled real quick. The Sprout, it doesn't catch Faith Beyond. He blinks out. Now the Battle Hunger, they might be able to run him down, Mont. I don't think he makes it out of this one. Clap, surrounded, beaten down, chopped, and decapitated. Moo will finish the job. Wings with the Aegis expiring, just were too far forward, and DC able to punish.
A 2,500 gold exchange fight.
They didn't lose their gem. That's pretty much the only good thing you could say about that trade, or, well, that exchange, such as it was for Wings.
Great call, great smoke, great decision from DC to go for that engagement there. They knew the Aegis was expiring. Too far forward again for Wings for Shadow. Just caught out of position, and they have nothing there to help him out.
generally when you see Drow, you see a strong defensive support to Protector. DC did ban the Dazzle. Shadow Demon, I believe, was still available heading into Phase 2. The Oracle was already picked up, so there were somewhat limited options. Even Abaddon is an okay defensive support, but they didn't pick anything to Protector. They went Rubik instead, which is not a hero they run very often. If you're not going to pick a defensive support, you really have to mind your positioning and make sure that you have strong vision. In that case, DC caught them off guard. That was the Axe Blink reveal, which is why I think Wings were surprised. But it's 21 minutes in. Axe has been farming as a core. He's likely going to have a Blink at that point anyway, even if he's not farming that well. So Wings just getting sloppy and DC able to punish.
Blink with the newly minted Mantis style will TP home. Good news for Wings is, of course, that Mantis style allowing him for a better right click later on down the road. Obviously, the Dispels to come out as well. Hurricane Pike more than likely being built for Resolution as he has a Forest Staff coming out. And so the range coming through for the Nature's Prophet and just a pretty strong build altogether when it comes to the right clicking of the Furion.
Man, this Drow Ranger really starting to fall behind now. 9k down on the Alchemist. Went the Ags build. Now going into what looks to be a Maelstrom. Like, it's a great farming build for Drow, but she needs so much this game watch. She really needs a BKB to deal with the X-Torrent combo because no one can really protect her. She also needs an MKB to deal with the evasion on the Alchemist already from the Radiance. With the missed chance, potentially a Solar Crest will be picked up later on this game as they smoke and they do move in, but Innocent's there to break
it. He's got the gem. Will they lose it now? There's the Moonlight Shadow. A great telekinesis, and again, the Primal Split will come through. Innocent's low, though. Might fall to this. Weehaw wants this kill. The Radiance burn. Is it enough? He's so low, and he will not make it out, but can they get the gem? Weehaw is now getting focused down as well. Blinks in the vicinity. We have a great Illuminate coming out, and Shadow is laying into them with the right click. Moon's about to fall as well.
They're not focusing the Drow Ranger. Gem just lying harmlessly on the sidelines. That's 3 down. Resolution will have to retreat. Now the Alchemist could be in trouble here. Weehaw, though, pretty tanky, and they lack additional crowd control at this point. No more Mirana or Rubik, the reliable stun, so they don't lose the Alk, they don't lose the Nature's Prophet, their two most important farming cores, but still a one fight there for Wings, and it does show you if you don't isolate the Drow and focus her down in team fights, Wings will hurt, and they will hurt bad, but the later this game goes, the tankier that Weehaw gets, it's just going to be an arms race that generally Alk will come out on top of, so Wings really needing to get the jump. As you can see, Weehaw rushing onto Ice, the Glimmer Cape. Very useful here to protect him from the Alk, and looks like Innocence did get his gem back.
He did.
They're going to need a lot of physical damage to take down Alk later on.
Yes.
Eventually, the Sky just gets unkillable otherwise.
Which is why I think the Mirana transition into that right click roll later on down the road. Obviously, you have the Drow Ranger, but the physical damage is going to be coming out from both of those heroes. But now DC are starting to take the map control back, regardless of the fact that they have a gem or not. They have the Octarine core now completed for Weehaw. He's getting to that point where he's going to start building Aghanim Scepters. One more item, and he's going to be good to go. We'll see, though. Wings are about to smoke up themselves, and they'll head over. Roche looks to be about to respawn in about 7 seconds' time, so a pick beforehand would be exactly what they needed, and we'll see if
they
Wings
only
can find
see
something.
Moo right now. And an Axe right next to his tier 2 is not an easy pick-off. I think they're hoping someone else is near the Ancients, potentially. Creeping in. They do a vision on the Axe, so they're going to jump him.
The arrow. Moo's going to be caught. He does get his Blade Mill off in time. Still very tanky. Unstable Concoction. Face behind. He's got the Primal Split. Can he get it off? Great Torrent. Still, there's going to be the usage of the Ghost Ship, and it will hit at least the Brewlings, but there's that Primal Split done.
But
and
they
with
haven't
Moo
gotten
down,
anything with it. They're just going to back away. And yeah, sure, you lose an Axe, but you trade a Primal Split for that. They ideally just walk into Roshan now, but if they do so, an Axe's buyback, they're going to get team wiped. They don't know if he does. It's pretty risky. Boat cooling down in 30 seconds. Wayne's thinking about it. They are going to roll the dice. This is a team that's not afraid to take risks.
no.
We've seen that before.
no Axe buyback, but still, even without it, they have Acid Spray.
Meanwhile, Mirana scouted out here. Weehaw moving on to Blake. He does manage to Manta dodge. A great play from Blake.
Nicely done from the Mirana, making sure he avoids that stun. That would have been bad, but they do push them out of the Roche Pit for now. Although it doesn't look like DC will go any further, and that's it, like you talked about. They got the Axe kill for the Primal Split cooldown, and now DC can think about hanging in the Roche themselves. They have plenty of damage coming in from the Alchemist, but we'll see if they want to try to take Roche with all 5 Wings heroes alive.
I don't know how Wings fight around the pit with the Brew Split down. They probably just have to give up this Aegis if DC want to go for it. Even with a Great Arrow, a 4/5 hero Illuminate, it's still very difficult to see them bursting anyone down. So DC hanging around the pit. Perhaps they're a bit hesitant. The Brewmaster Split is up in 40. And so if they don't go soon, they're not going to end up getting it at all. They're creeping around the pit, but seems like they don't want to take the risk either.
Oh, there's a double damage rune right next to the pit for DC if they want it.
A gift from the frog.
Yeah, again.
Biotine in bottom lane. Marana gets caught out by the X-Bit. Already used here. Blink could be in trouble.
And he's about to fall. Mana Leak, they have the Moonlight Shadow though.
No detection.
There's no dust. He'll TP in the tree line. Dust is too late for Moo, who did pick up that double damage rune, and Wings will get out.
Oh, DC have to go ganky Marana with Dust. That is a very big blunder from them. They may walk back towards the pit, but the thing is, now Brewmaster Split is up. Moonlight Shadow down, so if Wings want to initiate into the pit, they would either have to smoke or do so with DC knowing they're coming. And DC, in the end, will, I guess, take it for free.
Even if they started moving now, DC are going to get this way too quickly. Wings, even if they start positioning themselves over to the Roche pit, by the time they get there, Roche will have certainly fallen. As you can see, he is done already. Moo will pick up the Aegis this time. Weeha is so tanky, I don't think they can kill him. Not to mention he's 6-slotted pretty much already. And that'll be that.
May look to give an Ags here to one of his teammates soon. Still has the Shivas or AC, more likely the Shivas to complete as he charges down mid. Misery having a little fish at the creep wave. For DC, they'll just be looking for a pick-off with the X-Torrent, and there's just no real counterplay for Waynes. You can try and glimmer that hero, but for now, we don't see any BKBs picked up on the cores, and they don't have a great natural support. Potentially with a perfect time Manta, Blink could dodge it, but we've seen he often wants to use that to farm or to dodge other spells like the Alk Stun. So DC, they have so many options now, Mod. They can sit back and farm with this Aegis. They can apply pressure. They're not under a timer necessarily as long as they don't let the Drow get out of control. And it's Wayne's playing defense. They're sitting back in their base. This draft, the way they've itemized, picking a Drow, running a Keeper of the Light Rubik support duo, no real great late game lockdown coming from these two. And even a Brewmaster who goes for, your standard utility items, Blink Glads, he's not going to scale all that well. So DC in the driver's seat as they move in top.
And they're going to go straight for the tower. Keeper of the Light does have the Aghanim Scepter now, but something to keep in mind. The Radiance Illusion's doing some work, but
could be a game changer. They have good wave clear, but
his guard is also done.
While the Chemical Rage is up, Weehaw can just hit the tower without a fear in the world.
Split pushing bottom is the Mirana, looking to push into that tier 3 tower, creep wave.
They can recall her. This is the beauty of Keeper of the Light, and I like the way Waynes are playing this. They don't really want to take a head-on fight, so they're trying to stall and trade as best they can. But Weehaw, even if you kill his creep, this out just keeps on hitting. Backdoor protection will cooperate, but now another wave has arrived.
Mirana has backed up from that bottom lane, that tier 3 tower. Seems to be safe for now. The tier 2 taking a long time to bring down, even with the Acid Spray. Of course, the Chemical Rage up as well. They have the Glyph still ready to go, and Resolution has TP'd back to the base. And it looks like he will defend, as the tier 3 tower will take pretty much half its damage and health, and make sure that they try to keep that up and alive, as Resolution will.
They're moving in now, though. They have found Faith Beyond, Blink out. As the X ends, nicely done there. And now they look for the counter initiation, perhaps, but the Courier gets sniped by Moo. He did commit the dunk for this. Might mean they aren't able to get a kill later on, but
the owner recipe was on that Courier. There's the Moonlight Shadow, X marks onto Shadow. The Torrent will come out as well. Now the Unstable Concoction, 3 of me.
Moo got lifted, he didn't get the call off. Now he's deep behind the tower. He is the Aegis Bearer, but he might waste it for nothing. The boat comes in while the Brew zones back. Weehaw keeps him out of the fight. They pop the Aegis quickly. Great fight so far from Waynes. Can they get more? Misery out of mana. Moving on to the Kunkka. This is looking bad for DC.
Blink is going to find himself a kill. The damage, of course, now with a Fusible Blade as well. They get off the Gust as well. They're going to look for more.
DC choking here, and Waynes with the punish. They'll slay the Alchemist too, and now they might get Moo.
Now he needs to get out. Alchemist looks like he will be able to get away safely for the time being, blinking away.
Oh, that was a very deep dive from the Axe there, and if you blink call right while the hero's getting stunned by the Torrent, you can get it off, but the Rubik lift was just too timely. Moo a little bit slow on the blink call, and the team got completely zoned out of the fight by the Brewmaster split. So DC unable to deal with that, and I think that's just an overextension. You don't need to run in with the Axe there. You could just calmly siege with the Alk Illusions, with the hero every time Chemical Rage is up. and take the tower. They'd already brought it down 3/4 of the way, but DC felt like they could get more.
Resolution is going to get caught. Manalik will come through. He'll try to TP out. Arrow.
Oh, the Manalik stun.
The Manalik stun into the Arrow on the low ground. The Starstorm, he might make it out. No, it's too much damage coming in from Blink as well as Ice.
Who expects the roaming, ganking Keeper of the Light? Certainly not DC.
This Aghanim Scepter, the recalls, and the Manalik as well has done so much work for this Keeper of the Light and for Wings as well. Net worth graph is starting to swing back up in favor of Wings. Still right now on DC's side, but the couple of heroes dead, especially Weehaw, not farming. They're starting to push in to that tier 2 tower mid. Couple of TPs coming through. Torrent not on the mark as Misery was looking, but he finds the
stunned himself.
X-Mark's on to Faith Beyond right now. Still doesn't have the ultimate. Call comes in. Ice getting caught low, but he heals himself. Coming out with the Illuminate. Still in trouble. Getting chased down on the other side. Shiva's Guard coming in. They will grab the kill onto 2.
But Blake is dealing with the backliners. Moo is going to go down. The Starstorms rain in. Wings finding 3 kills and looking for more. The Diffusal Blade available. Arrow dodged by Misery, but it's all Wings in the driver's seat. And with it being daytime mod, they can heal the whole team up. They're going to keep on going.
Yeah.
Ice looking to heal the team and commence the siege. A free fountain trip for the whole squad. All of a sudden, it's Wings looking to break the base.
Nature's Wrath doing a really good job pushing this back. Now the Shiva's Guard will come through, but the Blinding Light push back with the Manalik. Weehaw in trouble. The right click. They're going to come through and do so much damage. And he's in trouble. The Primals put the arrow. Weehaw will fall.
Oh, that stolen Berserker's Call by Innocence. The little Rubik that could. Working this tower down. They force out the buyback. Alchemist getting silenced. Now it's Rax that Wings won. It's Rax they'll get. First of the game. They draw the blood here, and DC are scrambling to defend. They got to get kills after that buyback.
Innocence will get caught. There's the Orca, the Torrent as well coming in. They'll grab the kill. He's dead for 46. X marks on Blink. No more leap, no more Mantis Style. Can he pick up this kill? They'll bring it back, and Weehaw will go to work with the help of Soxa, getting the kill with Purifying Flame.
That Illuminate just barely missing him. He does make it out, survives. They get 2. They also get the gem for DC, but they lost a Rax. Overall, Wayne's going to be very happy with that turn of events. By no means is the game over, but it gives Wayne's that extra boost to try and take it later. The Alk buyback slows down his item progression. He's not really significantly ahead for this stage of the game. Only 1 item up. A really good Alk showing. Often you'll see he's like 2 tier 4 items ahead of the enemy carries.
Yeah, the Alchemist, of course, with his buyback, won't be able to get that Aghanim Scepter quite as soon as he would like.
Look at this. Faith Beyond has an Assault Cuirass. This time the Courier, the Weasel Crow, makes it back safely. These 2 Rs will allow the Mirana and the Drow Ranger to scale very well in the late game. Vlad's NAC. DC have to be concerned when these carries, the Drow, the Mirana, get MKBs and start to round out their kits. Alchemist is going to have a really hard time fighting. He doesn't have a BKB. He can be kited extremely hard, a bit vulnerable to magic damage. They have the Oracle to protect him if Soxa doesn't die, but even then, they could still just look to slow him down with Frost Arrows, kite him with the Pounce, the Leap from Mirana, and I don't think an Alchemist on his own is going to outcarry a Drow Ranger Mirana late. He really needs to be ahead.
I mean, there's a Butterfly now on the Mirana. There's a BKB that's been picked up for the Drow Ranger as well, so that Ghost Ship, which has been a nuisance in bringing that Shadow Drow Ranger down so many times, is now not going to really do anything here except for give his team rum.
I mean, look at Blake. He's hitting for like 370 a pop as a Mirana. That's not counting the additional attack speed that you get when you leap. He also has the Diffusal Blade and the Butterfly to chase and to kite. And the Drow Ranger hitting just about as hard with a BKB now. They're going to move on the bottom lane, Misery.
Ghost Ship.
The boat.
He's going to TP out. It looks like he will be able to make it away. They also smoked up, looking for someone in this bottom lane. Wings won't be successful, but they have plenty of time to work with, obviously. Wings, they're the ones in command of this game. The Axe.
Oh, they're going to find Axe.
He needs to blink out, and Moo with the great reactions will make it away. Crimson Guard done now. He has the gem as well. They're trying to chase him down, but I don't think they'll be successful. And his sense will drop a ward instead and back away with his team as Resolution continues to split push top.
Yeah, the thing is, DC, you might look at their lineup and say, okay, well, if they can't just win head-on fights, they have a Nature's Prophet and an Alchemist with the standard, Radiance, Manta, Octarine build. You could just split push, right? But the thing is, both of the Wayne's carries can deal with the split push late game. Mirana with an Eggs is fantastic against it. If she wants to go for more of a right-click build, she can still get a Mjolnir, which also works to clear out waves pretty effectively. And Drow Ranger with Eggs and Mjolnir can also D-push. So that's where you need someone else to gank and punish those heroes deep pushing. But with Keeper of the Light, there could very easily just be a +1 there. You have to worry about Moonlight Shadow ganks. I don't think DC could just fall back on Rat to win this game. They can maybe find pickoffs while split pushing and then take Rax, but purely ratting their way to victory is not going to happen.
It will get easier as not only the Mjolnir comes out for the Nature's Prophet, but he also gets fed an Aghanim Scepter by the Alchemist. So there is more room to work with here.
At the same time, more creeps for the Drow and the Mirana to farm potentially.
Very true, and they're already farming so well as it stands. But it does put the Nature's Prophet above the Drow Ranger in net worth right now because he's fed that Aghanim Scepter. How much it'll actually help him remains to be seen.
I feel like that's like one of those deceptive things where it's like, oh, this hero's more farm, but do those heroes do as much with the farm? Especially with the auras that the Brewmaster brings to fights.
That is the question. Kunkka will pick up a Lotus Orb for himself. Saxus had the mech for a period of time. DC are getting some good items, but they just might be a little too far behind. And it was pretty much as soon as Ice Ice got that Aghanim Scepter that they started getting in trouble here. He's been doing some good work with the recall, obviously.
Yeah, even though the supports have not had especially the Rubik has had kind of a rough game, 1 and 4 here. They have been hugely impactful. The gem pickup was really big. That Rubik lift top single-handedly won them to fight, killing off the Axe, and then with that, the Brewmaster zones back the rest of the team and manages to find them kills. They need the Axe in fights. And then on top of that, Keeper of the Light, he sets up the gank bottom. He's been deep pushing. He hasn't been getting caught. 2-2 and 12 for Ice Ice in a game where, frankly, Keeper of the Light kind of looks like food. There's a lot of catch. There's a lot of pick-off potential, but he just hasn't been dying. So great play by the Wayne supports here to keep them in the game.
See if Weehaw decides to get any more items, change any items out. But for now, he is still 6-slotted with the items that he's had for the past 10 minutes or so here at this point. But now, DC looking to jump and move. This is the call, though. And they get the gust off as well. Faith Beyond, Ultimate coming out. Here comes the Ghost Ship. Will it do enough? The BKB's already up in Shadow, and Moo looks to be the second death on DC's side.
Oh, you gotta hit those calls, Moo. They had vision of him coming in, and he just whiffed. That's unfortunate, and it likely leads to a Roshan here, barring buybacks. The arrow into the pit. Blink is already going for the Aegis should they get it, Mott. They will be going for a second lane of Rax.
You might be able to buy back here on Moo, but it's too late. It goes down so quickly again. Both teams able to deal with Roche exceptionally fast.
But Aegis, to me, a bigger deal for Wayne's. DC, if they get the Aegis, they can't really put it on Alk without giving up a very important item for the hero because he's already 6-slotted. So then you give it to the Axe, but we saw Moo dies once, he either dies twice or runs away. Axe often can't really do much with that second life. Not because his call, like his spells are still really useful for round 2, the call especially, but if the team's dead, Axe isn't gonna kill on his own. So Wayne's with the Aegis. This will be an Aegis where they look for a second lane of Rax. They're in no hurry, they've got time to farm their next round of items, checking out their current gold. Is there anything else important they'll pick up? It looks like a Satanic for Blink, so Mirana just wants to get mega tanky. Hurricane Pike for Shadow, BKB for him. The itemization of the Wayne's carries is basically saying, we know we don't have strong defensive supports, so we're gonna build items that let us stay alive on our own in fights, so that it doesn't matter if Keeper dies or if Rubik dies. We know we don't have a Shadow Demon, we don't have an Oracle. Let's just itemize so that we don't die on our own.
Faith Beyond, he does have the cheese, but there's the silence. He gets recalled, though, as there's going to be the misses from Resolution.
That evasion.
Wow.
That could have completely taken the wheels off this push.
And they're pushing to the top lane. Of course, Resolution just TP'd, but he has the scroll ready to go. The Illuminate coming out, just trying to deal some damage.
Rubik has the stolen Berserker's Call for this fight.
It's the perfect time to push. It's daytime now, and Shadow sieges from afar, and is doing a great job of it as well. But down bottom, Resolution trying to split push.
It's pretty slow split push, though. He doesn't have items that kill buildings. An arrow is going to hit on Moo. Do they go for this?
They're diving deep. Faith Beyond still with that ultimate and the cheese. Shiva's guard. X marks will go. Shadow still has the BKB. Pops the Mjolnir as well. Weehaw now getting slowed down. Blanket call. It's going to be on 2, but the lift comes out immediately. The Ghost Ship isn't going to save him.
They just don't have the damage, Mott. Wings are just rolling through DC. They will maybe get a melee Rax bottom, but it comes at the cost of 2 of their own, and Wayne's potentially just going for the GG now. They're going to pop that Oracle. They dive deeper for Weehaw. It's tier 4s all the way. Wayne's trying to get the DC monkey off their back here at Key Arena. Can DC stop this siege?
Resolution is still pushing. Ice Ice might get caught out by Weehaw. He will get dropped down as soon as his Yules is done, it looks like. Faith Beyond, he's out, of course, of his ultimate, but he still has that cheese. Shadow, he's got the Aegis. Aegis as well. Weehaw just doesn't do enough right now. He will at least use the Aegis coming through.
They killed him once, but meanwhile, Nature's Prophet forced to turn tail and run. Wayne's backing off just with the Keeper of the Light, who bought back for this, is going to hold the line while Waynes goes for that TC throat onto the tier 4 towers. Weehaw getting silenced. Weehaw is dead. Where are the buybacks from DC? It's chaos, and Digital Chaos needs a little bit less of it now as Waynes continue rolling through them.
Misery solo will get healed up, but here comes Innocent stealing Unstable Corruption. He's going to get the kill onto Saksa. They want this throne.
Throne in jeopardy, no split push inside DC. Losing here in the late game, getting massacred.
That's it. GG is called. Weehaw dead for 110. Wings will take it. Game number 1 goes to them here in the upper bracket.
You give Wings their Drow Ranger, and a lot of fans would say, you're gonna have a bad time. It felt like maybe DC had the solutions. They put pressure on the lanes early. They had a carry that gets very tanky. But Wings, to me, they just outplayed DC more than anything. The Keeper of the Light relocates that really quick reaction lift top lane right when DC was starting to get momentum. They've taken one game, one more win in this series. They're top 6. This is a team that finished bottom 4 at Manila and looked really weak in the group stage. Looks like a totally different squad right now.
Absolutely. DC, they had a great start, but they just couldn't get it done. And Wings, of course, finding a couple of good pickoffs. Obviously, their itemization, as you talked about over the course of that game, was just so strong. So Wings will take the first game again. It is a best of 3 here in the upper bracket. DC, they'll just have some time to think about that loss and get back into it here in the next couple of minutes. But
I spoke to Resolution in the elevator yesterday, and he said, you know, the team's the best it's ever been. We're really talking well. We have great communication. That's something they apparently didn't have when they started. It was a team that was thrown together last minute in the wake of the pre-Manila roster shuffle. So this is where you really have to dig deep as a team. This is where you need that communication. You have to be able to break down the game, identify what went wrong. Do you want to bound Drow Ranger? Do they just feel they misplayed? And if they execute correctly, they can take that game. You also have to worry about things like a Huskar pick coming out. Waynes love their cheese, so a lot has to be on the minds of DC as they're one game away from the lower bracket.
there's so much to ban. There's so much to deal with here for the side of DC, and they'll figure that out. So we're going to swing it over to the analysts and get their thoughts as well. So,
Yes, indeed. How are you doing, LD?
I'm feeling the Waynes mojo right now.
You're feeling it, are you?
They're down. It feels like a game that DC are in control, but they just have like that magic about them sometimes, you know.
They do.
They find a way.
They do. All right, we'll come back to you for game 2 very shortly. Thank you very much, LD and Mort there on the ground floor level back here upstairs. We've got our panel back. How you doing? Everyone all right? Enjoy that?
Yeah,
great.
despite
Very up and backwards and forwards and up and down, that one, wasn't it?
Yeah, despite DC losing, I think their draft was really cool. The idea behind it is that, if you have Furion, it's really easy to punish a hero that doesn't have an escape, like Drow. And so they have, 2 supports that can sort of gank the Drow on their own, and then you have a very mobile Furion that can TP whenever. So all the 2 supports have to do is hold hands and follow the Drow around, and then Furion can always TP. And it worked really well in the beginning, but not at the end, but it does show that DC are talking a lot better.
Yeah.
That's a strategy that you run if you have a lot of confidence and chemistry between your partner.
It just seemed like there was a little slip up. They had one fight where I think the axe went too deep, and I thought, okay, they can recover from that, but they never really did. It seemed to be downhill from there, and then Wings just took control of the game, and it didn't feel like DC were able to get back into it.
I think there were actually quite a number of slip-ups from Digital Chaos. I think the idea behind the laning phase is really solid. I feel like Digital Chaos, that's actually been one of their weaker points as a team, is that the laning phase is, I think, probably one of their weaker areas of the game. And I think they're much more mid-game focused. But I talked to Moo, he said they were shoring that up, and I feel like strategically that was a good idea of laning phase, running the aggro tri-lane. It felt like, oh my god, they're actually going to do well in the laning phase. We're going to see this go into the mid-game and be fantastic, but I feel like they tried to force maybe a couple too many fights too early. There was that top lane engagement, small contestment over the tier 1 tower, losing a couple heroes there, and then immediately following the bottom lane tier 1 fight as well. That was really where they gave a lot of momentum back into the hands of Wings, where they could have just kept this game tight and controlled.
Yeah. Okay, Charlie, who stood out for you on either team?
I gotta say the cuddle play was actually really, really good.
Legit.
Yeah.
Really good.
It's a game where given the start that Wings had in the beginning, he should have died a lot more than he actually did. But he stayed alive, farmed up in Ags, and then all those pushes, that blinding light illuminate that wrecked the bottom fight, that was really, really good.
Yeah, the combo with that and the double Mirana was ridiculous. Super, super strong. And yeah, like you said, turned the whole fight around at that point.
Yeah, and anytime you're able to get successful recall ganks, I think that really shows the higher level plays from Keeper of the Light, where he's able to have the mindset of knowing that he can single-handedly set up somebody else for a successful pickoff.
Indeed. In terms of way the DC approach game 2, LD mentioned it towards the end of his commentary. They've got to be a little bit careful with this cheese now and something coming back out, because we know what Wings are capable of. So how do they counter that game 2?
I like what Digital Chaos did when it came to laning phase focus. I feel like if you give Wings a strong laning phase, they're just going to snowball from there rather quickly. So I think if they can find an advantage there, like running an aggro tri-lane or getting a superior mid matchup, I still think that's probably the best way to approach Wings. Other than that, I would say just from that last game, just tighten up your play a little bit. Really think about what your strategy is and when the highest peaks of power are going to be, because I feel like they tried to force that a little bit too early. That bottom fight, they got the Radiance, they thought, my God, we can do anything here, and ran too deep, gave the space back to the Drow Ranger where they pursued and came back for the Brewmaster. That's a recipe for disaster right there, keeping pressure off of the Drow Ranger, relieving that pressure for a moment's notice. Wings will punish you for that, absolutely.
Do you think the Brew pick was a big part of that? Because as long as the Brew is there and hasn't got the split off, you're like, we got to get him, and leaving Drow behind, because there were a couple of times where I thought the Drow was just sort of back there buffing everybody up for the damage, doing loads of damage, and the Brew was like this kind of look at me kind of hero sort of thing.
He very much is, right? Like traditionally he's a hugely team fight focused hero.
Yeah, he did a really good job controlling the backline, cycloning the Alchemist a whole bunch of times, using the Broodlings to really disrupt fights and get the focus off Drow.
I think I was a little bit concerned at first that Oracle might be able to counter it with your Purge ability that you're able to throw out. You can take off the Tornado. I was like, I'm not sure exactly how successful that is, but hey, you're talking about Beyond. He's probably one of the best offlane initiators in the game. Like my little notebook, I was like, what should I write about this guy? I was like, best offlaner, and I was like, oh, okay, I mean, that's kind of a far call, right? And I was like, but his initiations from the offlane position, really, I think that's really where he stands out. And a hero like Brewmaster, I think, reflects that quite well. It causes a lot of chaos and creates space for the Drow Ranger.
Yeah, we talked a lot about Misery being one of these old school ladder boys that found his way into a pro team and has risen through the ranks. Wee's another one of those players. How do you think he's played so far here at TI6? Do you think we've seen the best of him so far?
I think Wee's stepped up his game a lot when it went into the group stage. I was very impressed by him. There's a lot of up-and-coming players, but I think some others have disappointed me. Wee has actually been the one who's been very solid for Digital Chaos.
Yeah, he's been great.
Agreed, and I hope with that loss, I just hope they don't lose their confidence.
Yeah, indeed. We're around about 25 seconds away from heading back to the draft, so very quickly then, are we convinced this is a Wings victory, Charlie?
I think it still is, but Digital Chaos still could very easily pull out a win.
Okay, Kat, quick.
Given game 1, I'll say Wings. I feel Digital Chaos set themselves up for potential success, couldn't fall through.
Okay.
I will not abandon them in their hour of need. DC, go DC!
No abandonment from Ted, or from me for that matter. And let's see how we get on in game number 2 as we head into the draft.
Digital Chaos versus Wings Gaming. Game 2.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, Key Arena and everybody here in Seattle, and those watching at home, welcome back. We're getting into the draft for game number 2, DC versus Wings. Draft school. If DC had to change something up at the start of this draft, what would you say it'd have to be here?
I don't really think that necessarily need to change much. I just think that there were a couple of key points in the last game where they had an advantage and they just gave away a little bit too much back to Wings. And, you still are playing against a Drow composition in that first one, and it's very easy for them to snowball and get out of control. So I don't think they had a bad plan. I think it's more like in the last game, it was execution for me.
To be entirely honest, I think Wings was kind of outpicked, but DC just made 1 or 2 crucial mistakes in the late game, and against the Drow lineup, you would just lose your Rex, lose 2 Rex, and then they just couldn't fight it back anymore. But I think they did have the better lineup, so I don't think they need to make changes with the draft.
Would you agree with that, Ben?
Yeah, definitely. I think versus a Brewmaster lineup, you had to be able to burst them down. And they didn't have any save for them, too. It's not like they had a Shadow Demon, Dazzle, like all those heroes were
not in the game or banned out earlier, and they just weren't really crisp with their execution.
All right, let's get started with game number 2. Wings have first pick while DC opted to take Radiant side. Wings with that first pick will snag up Lady Mirana, while DC for now hold on to the Shadow Demon here. We'll have to see what they want to pair it with.
Wings had a pretty rough group stage. I think they went 1-1 versus EG at the very start, and then like after that, the team started banning out the Mirana, and I think that's a big reason why they lost the majority of their games, or many of their games rather.
So more people need to be respecting the Wings Mirana?
I think so. I think they played the hero mid like incredibly well.
Yeah, like most of the success definitely comes from the Mirana, and I'm not sure why people would try to test it against them if it's the most comfortable hero. Maybe they have like a counter strategy against it, but Mirana is just like an overall very strong hero.
Yeah, they run it with like the Void and the Drow. I think there are two main ones, but like it's really enabled by the Mirana.
Well, DC's opener here, Draskell, is going to be Shadow Demon and the Kunkka pairing. We've been seeing some success with DC using this in the group stage. Secret have also tried their hand at it a bit. And then Wings quickly snag up the Naga Siren.
Like that's why Wings is so unpredictable. They used to run Naga Siren carry a lot. And last game they just go like a really strong pushing lineup. Now they just go for like really late game oriented lineup. Like they can just do whatever you need to do in order to throw your opponent off guard. And of course, DC picked a very strong like roaming combination. But if you can't get those kills in early, then you're going to be at a very huge disadvantage.
I still feel like DC are flexible though. I mean, it's not. For Wings, you were talking about the carry Naga and having the Mirana as well. That combination is obviously very good. You have like the Arrow and Song and whatever, and that's great. But I think that like the bigger problem for DC right now is the fact that, you know, going back a little bit in the first ban, they take out the Beast, how well they play around that hero and how good Mu is at it, and, you know, giving resolution like his mid-game Slark and whatnot, and they just abuse the vision game. I feel like that's what DC had been best at throughout the group stage, so they're kind of a little bit, not necessarily deviating from what they normally do, but they're definitely not getting the stuff that I think they played best with.
Maybe that's a bit because Wings is like, as we said, so unpredictable. They don't know how exactly to respond to what they do. And like we could see it last game. They had like a really good draft against them, but they just couldn't like close the game out. And in this game in particular, they banned out the Beastmaster in the first 2 instead of the third, fourth, because they knew they needed to control the game much earlier on. And now they obviously banned it in the first 2.
Yeah, I'm looking at this game honestly for DC, and I'm thinking like, in the back of my mind, do I want to pick something like an AM here? You know, do I want to get the Alchemist again? Because I feel like it matches up really well with the opening that Wings picked. You still have that really fast farming hero. Yeah, they're just going to take out the Alchemist. So, I mean, it still leaves stuff open. I mean, you're an AM fan.
I mean, AM is definitely very, very strong against Naga Siren. At pretty much every point in the game, you can like solo kill Naga if you have like 2-3 items up. So I'm definitely a huge fan of the pick. And Kunkka as well as SD go very well with AM as well. You can have the disruption illusions. But DC is not, like they do pick AM occasionally, but they're not really known for their AM pick.
They like the Slark a lot more most of the time.
They're really Slark lovers.
This is Wings after all, gentlemen. We don't even know where this Naga could end up.
That's why we're not talking about what Wings are going to do. Because it's just like, whenever you think you figure them out, they just do something completely left of center. And you just, all right, off lane Coddle Brew, and they won.
Yep.
It was weird, to say the least.
Well, it got them the win, so whether it's weird, it still gets the W or not, gentlemen, here. Digital Chaos, though, with their third pick. It's going to be the Timbersaw here. Likely Mu grab. Is it something he's been sporting throughout the TI run so far?
Very good against Naga Siren. When it's run as a carry, you can push lanes already easily, and they don't really have a lot of damage other than the bottom so far to keep the Timbersaw down. If he goes into that hood build, then you also don't really take damage from the Starfall or the Aghanim's.
It also keeps Wings guessing, because it's not set in stone where the Timbersaw is going to go. You know, we know Weed plays it, we know Mu plays it. It's very ambiguous. And I think it gives DC more time to decide how they really want to assess Wings draft and how they want to deal with it.
I wonder if they're even going to go back to Drow. I think, like, even the last month, they just constantly pick Drow every single time first phase, and sometimes they like to sneak it in. Even, like, last game, I felt like they just switched around the draft completely with the Keeper Light last pick. It's like, okay, we didn't know whether or not it was going to be, like, the support or the off-lane Brewmaster, just because we really never see that hero, and I think they could be throwing a curveball.
I mean, this could help us identify a bit more, though, as far as what Wings plan to do. Is Skywrath Mage, the third pick, has been a go-to for some of the teams as a Timbersaw counter. They just favor a lot of silence.
I love it. It's like, we spoke about it in the bus before. It's like a really hard Timbersaw counter. And he's like one of the only support heroes that can really...
Oh,
Oh
yeah.
my God.
There we go. That's what we want to see. There we go. We were not blessed last TI with any sort of pudge. This time, Wings do us the honor here. And I happen to notice Misery smirked a bit at that one.
The second time they picked pudge, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
So what does the pudge do here? And what do Wings do to utilize this pudge to make it something that they can continuously pull out in drafts at the most highest caliber tournament on the planet?
I feel like they can do one of two things. It's usually, he's actually a very strong lane support. Because if you get hooked and you have one level in Rot and any other kill potential on a hero, you just pressure the lane so much. So it's good if you think the enemy might go dual offlane, but it's also good to pressure the offlane or the enemy safe lane as well. You can do the same thing. You can just send him plus one other hero, and it's just, you're against a Luna, right? You either force the Kunkka and the Shadow Demon to stay bottom to protect against the Pudge plus whatever hero they're going to be sending offlane on Wings, and then it's just map pressure constantly from a Pudge. And when he's missing during the mid game, a random hook hits, it can just be a kill.
It's kind of like a techies, right? Like you have to completely change the way you play the game. And I like it for another reason, because they have Pudge plus Skywrath. If Pudge ever gets a blink, they can pretty much solo kill any core. Like those two heroes can kill any core, as well as the Naga Sirenet. You can just ult on top of that with the Skywrath, and you can get a super easy hook on that. You can even hook sleep targets out of the sleep, and then they're like super separated. You can just kill one core off at a time. It's not that good against SD Luna though. Like SD in general, it's like very good against Pudge.
I think it's more about the lane. And if you land a hook when the enemy team is 5-manning, you can still potentially fight off of it.
Although, if they really get into the late game with the Luna Siege, I think they're going to have a lot of problems.
That is true. Yeah. But it's also something to be said, like DC, they pick Luna SD. You can still play a very early 5-man style if you want to try to just get the map control away and prevent the Naga from getting to that like critical point in the game. So it really depends. I think they're a little bit more flexible than what Wings are right now.
So Ben is a Wings fanboy.
Techies. What? Already? We just started. It's day number 1. Pudge and Techies already.
All right, boys.
Wings deliver.
Try to go high ground, really.
Ever?
Toby and I cast at one of the games. We're like, wow, this would be a really good Techies laner. They had Pudge, they had Magnus, they had Rubik, and they deliver.
Wow. That makes it 102, right?
So is this like Techies Pudge offlane?
I don't know.
I mean, that's the first thing that I thought of.
It's a support bottom for sure.
It is.
That's new for Wings, so we'll give them that. DC round up their lineup with something a bit more traditional in the Invoker. Gentlemen, I know it might be hard to predict, but what do you say as we throw things over?
I'm going for Wings.
I mean, I have to go for Wings. I just love what I see here.
Also Wings. Techies all the way.
It's hard not to love their draft, is it? Let's go ahead and see what the casters think. They better be pumped about this one. Let's throw it over to them right now. It's LD and Mott. Gentlemen, take it away.
Well, what do you say? You got a Pudge, you got a Techies. Nobody expected this. LD, it's hype time. What do you think?
This is Wings. You don't know what to expect. Expect the unexpected. If anyone was going to pick Techies at the main event, it was always going to be Wings. If anyone was going to pick Pudge, it was definitely going to be them. Some cute combos, but honestly, I have no idea. We have not seen Techies in competitive Dota. That, in theory, is a big advantage for Wings, but generally, when you haven't seen a hero at all, it's because he's not very strong right now. So it's going to be up to Wings to prove us wrong. And it looks like it will be an off-lane Techies. Faith Beyond the man to play it. Already TPing. Where's he going to start getting to work? He has skilled the landmine, so we're not going to see any level 1 suicide squad shenanigans. What's he up to here?
I feel like this is going to either go extraordinarily well for Wings or, well, maybe we're
extraordinarily poorly.
Yeah.
It could be a very quick game. If the Techies pick backfires, Pudge in the mid game as a support that can snowball, but if he has a bad start, doesn't really offer that much, could be a disaster.
There's going to be the torrent. Innocence caught out, it looks like, and he will fall. That is going to be your first blood going the way of DC, so already a good start for their squad.
We're just trying to do the hero introductions here. Relax, DC.
They really wanted to make sure they dealt with all of these heroes quickly.
So, a jungle Techies, I guess. Laying a bunch of mines at the camp for now. Blink hanging out nearby. I wonder how much Wings have practiced this particular strategy. We're going to find out real soon.
This is super interesting to me. Faith Beyond, he's going to be able to at least take down some of these camps here. This doesn't block. There's some, all right, all chat starting off the day the way it should.
I've heard Wings like to all chat a lot in scrims, and they are known for their trash talk. Actually, a bit NA Dota-esque in the way that they will approach the game. They'll often be kind of mocking and teasing their opponents for any mistakes they make. So Starting with 5 heroes bottom, they have nobody on the top side of the map.
This
whatsoever.
is a completely open safe lane. There's nobody here.
The abandon your safe lane strat. I have never seen this before.
What's going on?
Is this a real game?
This isn't Dota. I don't know what this is. Soxa's sitting here waiting for a disruption. Little does he know there's nobody up here. They're aggro tri-laning.
So their counter to the aggro tri-lane is just not to lane anyone top. Fade Beyond, instant level 2, the first kaboom of this TI, and instead, Mott, they're going bottom. Ice is there as the Pudge. I really think they need level 2 to have an easy kill in this lane, but not going to be an easy lane for the Timbersaw.
Like they said, Rot obviously, but they're going to go for it anyways. The Rot coming out and Moo. He can deal with physical damage. He cannot deal with the magical damage. He will Fairy Fire. What a torch from Misery! Ice, he'll go down!
And now the good luck, have fun.
Jeff from Moo.
Well, a dose of NA Dota in North America. How fitting. Techies, now that he has his level 2, is going to go to the top lane. He has Suicide Squad, so if he gets caught out, he can always Suicide and deny the opponents a bit, but they're moving on to Misery bottom. Great body blocks from Y. They don't have Hook yet, and the Torrent again connecting.
What a start to this game.
Well, running a bit of a cheese strat here, giving up those 2 early kills, not the way you want to begin the game.
No, definitely not. I feel like Faith Beyond, he's going to sit up here, and we'll see what kind of impact he has. I mean, again, he's only level 2. He does have Suicide Squad, so they might rotate him down bottom, see if they can kill Moo. But this tri-lane, they should have gotten that kill to begin with. But again, a great rotation from Misery.
Fairy Fire too good.
Else. Yeah, that Fairy Fire as well. Great timing from Moo. And now he's level 2, so he's got Timber Chain, so if he needs to get out of a bad situation, he certainly can. And we'll see if that's going to be the case for Moo as we continue laning. Ice, getting right-clicked by Misery a little bit. And no X marks just yet, though, for the Kunkka.
DC definitely showing poise here. A very unusual draft and opening strategy, but they don't fall prey to it. They carried the early TP on Misery, and he does come to the fight, salvages things, and makes it a big win. So looking at matchups now, Faith Beyond on the Techies. They're going to leave the Luna alone here. The only way Luna really dies in this situation is if she gets caught very out of position and walks into mines. But on her own, she's not in danger of dying. Maybe he lays a trap and then the Pudge comes and hooks her. But barring something like that, he's going to farm.
What an arrow. He was barely in range of that situation. I don't even think he was. Now down bottom, Ice, still in trouble. We'll miss that torrent. Looks like Moo's actually the one getting right-clicked down now, and Ice will be able to stay alive.
They don't have the silence yet, so killing Moo is very difficult, even with the level 1 Timber Chain. Ideally leaving level 3 here on Innocence. Instead, might look for Misery. They do have an ensnare, but Moo's up in front.
He's the body blocker, and he's going to be the bodyguard, getting the kill on the Pudge with the Whirling Death on a right-click.
All right, where's the all chat well played from Moo?
Top lane, there's an invis, at least Shadow Demon coming up here. Disruption's going to come through, and it's already starting with Resolution on that Luna. The illusions will go through. They'll try to clear out whatever mines are here. That's a great idea from the side of DC, and it looks like, well, there's no mines at least, so
yeah, that
doesn't really matter.
It's definitely an important point is that Shadow Demon is very annoying for techies, as you can just run illusions around to try and clear out traps. Later on in the game, maybe even a gem is on a hero at times, and you can use those True Sight illusions to scout out for potential traps. So looking at the way the game's developing, it's a big concern for Waynes. The Naga is not farming particularly well in the tri-lane. Timbersaw is already level 4, so that off lane is a complete disaster. In the mid lane, Blink is only slightly ahead of the Invoker, who has gotten some help. And this is actually the other hero besides Meepo that he really rose to prominence on. He can take games over as Invoker. I don't feel like they have the best Invoker counters later on in the game. So that's 2 lanes not going well. Now on top of that, Luna is your lead farmer. It is not a good start for Waynes at all.
Sunstrike with the Shadow Poison, the disruption. Sunstrike on top, and he does leap away just in time. Wings is able to get out. Blink will be able to move away.
Still, he's running for his life, and Invoker's free farming.
3, if he had gotten 4, that might have been a kill, but I don't think 3 is enough to do it. Not even, I mean, especially with level 1.
Only a level 1 Shadow.
Yeah, it will not do nearly enough damage.
And now with Timbersaw having the advantage, it gets a lot harder to kill him. Skywrath is the hero they need there if they want to go for kills. Still not seeing really much of a trap, just looks like a single landmine top. Soxa walks over a solitary one.
It tickles him a little bit, but there's another one in lane. He's going to walk over it as he disrupts, maybe not. Torrent to set this up as well, and the Sunstrike. Boom, they will get the kill, and they will lose their techies on Wings.
When they're confident, DC are confident enough to just come in and gank the techies. Normally techies lane is like the no-go zone. It's less so the case since the big chain reworked to mines after TI5, but they're just still moving in. They're looking for another kill here top on Shadow. And with the turret, the nuke from the Luna, they will find it. Wings, this might be a very quick game one the way things are headed. Already trailing 2,000 gold, 1,500 experience. We have not seen techies offer much. He is leveling up Suicide Squad mod. A hook is probably an instant suicide kill because they really need to do something to shut down these cores.
This is not a great start for Wings. We don't have to say it. We talked about it in the beginning of the game. If they didn't get off to a fast start, then it was going to be trouble. At least Blink is farming well with 31 last hits, but again, the Luna also continues to do so for Resolution. There's a free farm lane now for Mood down bottom, which is, of course, exactly what happened top lane at the beginning of this game. It just feels like Wings are rotating around every lane to try to find something. Maybe not mid just yet, but top lane, bottom lane, they weren't successful, obviously. Where do they go from here? What do they do? It looks like they're going to smoke up, but...
They're running a trio that wants to be getting kills. Pudge, techies, at this stage of the game, especially if you're going to max Suicide Squad or at least take 3 points in it right away, you want to convert this into hero kills. Slow down some of these scaling cores, kill the Invoker before he gets his Midas. Speaking of which, they are moving in mid, but if you don't do that, then at that point the plan B for Wings is to just play the turtle game. They have a Naga, a Mirana, and a Techies. These heroes can crush waves for days, and in good news for them, their towers have not taken much damage, but plus Exort Invoker, Luna with Shadow Demon Illusions, they can push pretty hard and they can push fairly safely even against Techies traps. So Wings holding onto the outer towers, that's their big plan B if they can't find kills, but again, it's still a plan B. It's not the game plan they had in mind when they started this.
Good news is for Wings is that DC are going to have to spend a lot of money investing in sentries and trying to bring down mines as much as possible. That's at least something going their way. Down bottom, Faith Beyond has rotated. Moo is trying to push this tier 1 tower. He's doing a pretty good job of it. Faith Beyond's right clicks are not very good, but...
Yeah, bear in mind, Suicide Squad is physical damage, so against the Timbersaw with 25 plus armor right now, Techies is not the ideal target to be going for a kill. He does have the remote mines now. He's going to start laying a trap. They leave 4 heroes top, so they abandon mid lane. Wings just consistently abandoning lanes. But it's not like they're getting a farm advantage here, Mont. They're getting out-farmed by pretty much all the DC cores right now.
Yeah, I mean...
When is it going to change?
You know, the one, again, bright spot again is going back to that Mirana, but I think the Mirana has to start getting involved with arrows or just farming kills.
They're moving top.
Torrent's going to connect. Shadow will be next. Lucent Beam, and he doesn't have Song. They miss out on the hook, unfortunately, from Ice Ice. Moonlight Shadow will go, but...
You know, one thing I was going to mention, which the draft analyst didn't really touch on, is that Pudge Hook can also be really strong defensively. If your ally's getting caught, like Disruption, Torrent, you know where they're going to be. Even the X, you can hook them out right after the X comes. Potentially a very good defensive spell, but hey, if you're hooking your own Skywrath who's not even being targeted, then that is not going to work. So there's some potential for the Pudge to turn these ganks around, but we're just not seeing it. Really nothing working for Wings with this unusual draft.
I mean, DC are the ones being aggressive against this lineup. The Sunstruck's gonna hit. It looks like the Torrent will as well, and Innocence will barely survive right now. The Lucent Beam coming in. Blink now with a haste rune and a double damage rune. Meanwhile, Saksa does get the kill. He will go down, but he does get the turret off before falling against that Skywrath Mage. And that tier 1 tower, it does end up going down in that bottom lane as well. DC continue to just roll over Wings.
And they're still looking to go on top. There is no Song yet. Shadow, ideal time to gank a Naga.
Sunstrike, can he get it done? No, Ice Ice will get the kill, but now back to top. Shadow still in trouble.
Doesn't have Song, he's very close. Mod, he's gonna try to juke in the trees. Resolution completely gets his ankles broken. And now, concussive shot, net. Can they turn on him?
Shadow's coming in, TP out, Resolution. He will be able to make it away. Nothing to stop that TP.
No Song yet. Still though, Eclipse, a very long cooldown as far as carry ultimates go. So nice job there by Wings. They're doing some of these little things right. They are still getting out-farmed. Weeha did end up dying, and that is probably the ideal hero to be killing, especially since he hasn't gotten his Midas yet. I'm still waiting to see the Techies effect, though. Often at least very good at stopping pushes. That's not really the case here, as his tower drops nice and early to the Timbersaw. Yet to see any suicides that result in kills, or really any impact at all from Faith Beyond whatsoever. So, does grab the Soul Ring. It just lends credence to the idea that Wings are more counting on the Techies to turtle, stall the game, and and drag it super late with the Naga Siren. But is it a game where Naga and Mirana can carry? There's a lot of ways to deal with Naga illusions. I'm not entirely sure that they can just rely on like, oh, we have auto late game against this team. Plus, really good scaling support, Shadow Demon, Kunkka, Pudge. Yeah, in theory, he could scale with Fleshy, but he's not getting kills.
It's just this aggression, though, from DC, they might not get to the late game. The Torrent comes out, Luminous under Shadow, luckily enough. Yet to see Mu being involved in any of these kills from DC, with the exception of the early game fights down bottom. They'll go for the tower. They really want this tier 1, and they've done a good job of trying to focus down each tower individually. There are some heroes setting up defense in the top lane, looking to maybe wrap around and try to find a target, including that Skywrath Mage. But for now, they're just everyone sitting in the tree line here for Wings, LD.
DC are just farming all 3 lanes. Their cores are pulling dramatically ahead now. Techies with 29 CS, Naga with 43. All of the DC cores at 50 plus. You're gonna win the farm war by default. Arrow, though, could change this. Nice juke there by Soxa. He just calmly walks back. So even the arrow's not connecting. Who is going to take over and change the course of the game? Ice now level 7, has the max range hook. Pudge, Techies, they've been silent. These are heroes that need to find kills. Is this going to be the big moment for Ice to take over? Radiant team lacking vision, but they've got 4 heroes top.
Smoked up Weehaw is also up in the top lane.
They haven't skilled Song yet. He's going to miss the hook. Wait, you got to hit something.
They hit nothing there. Both Arrow and Hook not connecting either target. Faith Beyond TPing in, and it looks like Weehaw's going to set this up. Eclipse will come through. Blink doesn't make it out in time. Leap not successful. Soxa, he's going to be the one to go down. But the Ghost Ship onto 2 with the Torrent. A double kill for Weehaw.
It's a slaughter, and they're looking for more. Sunstrike just barely missing on Faith Beyond. They get 4 more. They lose only a Shadow Demon, and that's without Mu. Mu's not even there. This hero might be their strongest at this stage of the game, and he's just farming bottom. Weehaw going for the Midas, immediately back to the mid lane. This is turning into a train wreck.
Mu's like, I'm not fighting out my Bloodstone yet. Forget it. Hold on a second. Let me get that. I'll come back to you. Weehaw has his Midas now, like you talked about. He's building into the drum, of course, with the Akil on top. So just this straight standard build for Aquastic Zord Invokers, and DC continue to pressure. There's a couple of remote mines placed down, but really Faith Beyond has not done anything in terms of really anything, actually. He's not even used his Suicide Squad once this game. He's not found any mines.
And he brought it to level 3. He invested a lot in it. Only the 1 point in Stasis Trap is, we'll catch a replay here. Ice. The Eclipse comes out first. They had a Sentry Ward. They were ready for the Moonlight Shadow initiation. That's something that Wings were able to catch DC off guard with quite a bit last game. So looking forward, DC, this is the dream gem game. You're up against the Techies as well as Moonlight Shadow.
Yeah.
You can also easily just scout with the disruption illusions of any hero that has the gem. I think gem is a pretty hard counter to the Wings lineup.
I think you put it on Mu as well. I mean, maybe not a melee hero, but Mu is so tanky that it might not matter. Again, like you talked about with all that physical damage reduction with the armor coming out. Hook coming through again, missing for Faith Beyond. Or excuse me, Ice rather. Faith Beyond on that Techies. Now the disruption coming out. Torrent combination not there, but Timber Chain in. Demonic Purge onto Innocent.
Where's that hook? Come on, Ice. That doesn't need it. A nice silence on Mu. And DC, there's really no need to force the issue here. They're out farming them. They feel confident in their late game. Blink, Ags is coming at an okay clip for the Mirana, but he's not finding kills. Pudge and Techies are basically not even heroes in this game, to be honest, as the two have combined for a 1-4 score. Techies, the other nice thing this hero offers is tower pressure, but we haven't seen that either. He's not been sieging towers. In fact, all the DC towers are at full HP, so really, what is the Techies doing? It's just not coming together for Wings.
Getting ready for late game. I don't know. That's all I can do.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, if you're Wings, you're looking at Mirana Ags, Naga Radiance, Turtle. Try to stall with some pickoffs, but play for ultra late game because the laning stage long over at this point, and DC completely in the driver's seat.
Blink will send himself down to the bottom lane alongside 2 other heroes, Innocence and Ice, backing him up. Ready to go with a hook, an Ancient Seal, Mystic Flare, whatever they can get. They don't even have Mystic Flare yet. No level 6 on the Skywrath Mage, so they're also lacking in levels. And look at his net worth. He's only got 700. No boots yet for the Skywrath Mage, so this is a rough game for that support, unfortunately.
It's okay. He's got above average base move speed. He's got the wind lace. No, that's pretty bad, though, if your Skywrath still doesn't have boots at 15 minutes.
Just feels like at every turn, DC outplaying them, outlaning them, finding kills.
And the plan Bs are limited for Wayne's. I mean, we see Marana walk into Roshan, hit him once, but as I was going to say, they can't really just go back to Roshan like a Drow lineup can. They struggle to take towers if Techies isn't right up in front, just constantly dropping landmines. And at some point, DC will commence their slow siege. They're disrupting the Luna, they're stacking Ancients, he does have the Dominator. Once the Luna gets 1-2 items, Weehaw gets a couple of items, he can be the one split pushing while they just sit behind the Luna. You can even use the X. Oh, there's a hook top, finally!
They got him, and the remote mines to finish him off. It's one support kill, but at least it feels like so much more for Wings at this point.
Jesus, they had to work for that, though. 15.5 minutes before that combo connects.
Misery was actively farming the enemy jungle as well, underneath an Observer Ward. That's how that was done. It just seems like they need an Observer Ward. They need to be having heroes out of position just for them to get those kills in a lot of instances.
I think Gem is the most important item for DC this game.
I'm going to hold off on building it for the time being. We'll see them just farm away. Misery now, again, building into that Harmlet, which is so good at keeping you alive. The rest of DC. Maybe thinking about a smoke with Misery as well as Weehaw and Soxa nearby. And they'll do so and head towards that mid lane and try to at least get some vision down, but hopefully find a kill.
That's a 10,000 gold deficit. A steep hill to climb for Wings. Radiant Vision does scout out Shadow. They're still smoked. He senses it, Maud. Dire Scan it did just clip resolution there for a second. So now they know.
And Misery walking back through as well. So Wings are forced to go to the bottom side of the map, including their secret shop as well as hard camp there and try to farm in this bottom lane. But for now, there is more split push coming from Resolution, looking to use his glaives and work on that tier 2 tower top lane. So again, more map control going the way of DC unless Wings decide to maybe group up and fight. But right now, that doesn't seem to be the case. No smokes on anybody that I can see.
And DC can just siege very safely. Disrupt the Luna. She'll have Manta soon. You could scout for the landmine traps if there were any. There's a couple remote mines around. Doesn't look like there's any. Oh, there is one remote mine trap in the trees, but just scout safely, siege safely, use Forge Spirits, poke. They don't have to commit bodies, and if they do want to throw a hero up there, they have the disruption and the X, so they have really good defensive capabilities to allow for a very organized and disciplined siege. And I imagine that's what we're going to see from DC moving forward.
Here we go. The remote mine's starting to be placed down on the high ground, so Dragonlance might be an item the Luna wants to invest in at some point in time to at least stay a little bit safer. Weeha's Boots of Travel now done. Let's see what the Naga Siren is dealing with. Shadow has Arcane Boots, 3,000 gold, so
he is really poor at this point.
Yeah,
0-3.
He's very far behind.
98 CS. He's 40 CS down on a Luna. And this goes back to the offensive tri-lane just completely self-destructing. And along with that, DC taking early towers, it's limited the safe space on the map to farm. Naga just doesn't feel comfortable to go out on her own.
This Naga Siren pretty far behind at this point. At 18 minutes in, you'd like to have a lot more. And now the Mantis Tower is done for the Luna. That's no BKB, no Dragonlance, just going to the straight Helm of the Dominator into the Mantis style and has plenty of stacks to work with as well. So even more farm coming the way of the Luna, about to eclipse 10K net worth at this point. And there is that gem that you were talking about. Probably, like you said, the most important investment in this game for DC.
Now, way back in the day, when nobody was playing Techies, before he was even introduced in Dota 2, he was a very popular hero in the Philippines, at Dota 1. And there was a Techie specialist. He stood in for a team at a tournament. He was playing really well. He actually went solo mid. He was dominating the game. The enemy team got a gem, but it was taken away very quickly, like almost immediately after they got the gem. The difference in that game, though, was like the opponents needed the gem because Techie still had his tower mid. He was still in complete control of the game. The hero was a bit scared as a map control hero. It was way before the changes to the landmines. They did a lot more damage in single instances, and at that point, losing the gem meant you couldn't deal with Techies. I don't really feel like this is that kind of game. This is more like if you have gem, Techies really struggles to get anything done. So it's more of a bonus in this case. But yeah, you can see what I mentioned like 15, 20 minutes ago that, disruption illusions with the gem, the Manta illusions with the gem.
Oh, the remote mines.
Lots of ways to scout, but you can't scout into the trees. So that's something DC will have to be cautious about. Good news is they have someone that hates trees. It's Timbersong. Moo's just going to start shredding them.
Misery actually took a fair bit of damage from the mines there. It felt like an old-timey story. I'm glad you shared that with us. That was pleasant.
Harkening back.
Yeah.
Feeling old this time.
Enjoyed the brief story glimpse.
They also have ways to scout the pudge, but as I say that...
Resolution silenced up. He's in trouble. Defensive disruption is not there in time. Ice will gladly give his life, but now Blink, he might have to give his as well. X-Mark's back in the song. It'll stop everything. What a pickoff for Wings.
Techie's already back to base. DC giving up a kill there. I was going to say they have really good ways to scout the pudge, but they didn't actually have a Forge Spirit back behind the tower. So I think in general when DC are sieging, you really want to be sending an Illusion or a Forge Spirit constantly looking for the pudge. They do have deep wards. It's not like they're not trying. And that's something that should happen when you pick pudge, is you should be able to at least occasionally find those hooks, catch someone off guard. Shadow Demon, no Force or Blink yet. That would be a really good choice for Soxa. With that item, with either of those items, he could jump in and still save the Luna in that situation.
It just feels like it's a little too late, though, with that hook almost. And
they need a lot more of that.
Yeah.
Like they ideally want to be finding one of those every time DC pushes. But now the tree clearing begins. DC going to start a spot of dewarding here. They'll just send an Illusion of Moo in to deal with these, actually a pair. Meanwhile, bottom, Blink is setting up on Resolution.
Misery.
He hits the arrow, big catch, and then he leaps in. Can he kill up Resolution? He's a bit too tanky.
He's going to come through Resolution. I think the hook will finish him up. The Ghost Ship. Blink actually dodges it narrowly. The timing wasn't there. Now Misery's in trouble.
Oh, Ice looking for a second kill. He's going to get it. Nice pick off by the Pudge, but he might pay with his life. Moo guns him down, and now Mirana forced to TP away. This does free up the mid lane for Papa Techies. Faith Beyond finally getting to drop landmines on towers for the first time this game.
That's a good start.
They're looking for Shadow.
If they find Shadow, he's TPing out. Weehaw sees him. Cold Snap will come through the meatball. No song available this time. I don't think he had his, of course, Radiance completed.
He was close, though. That's a costly death. Really negates almost everything they achieved there.
Yeah.
Makes it a 2 for 2. Delays a key item timing. The Techies Axe is coming. And they do, I believe, now have the Mirana BOTs, so they pick up 2 big items, but DC with the Timber Saw, they just keep on clearing out trees, calmly plinking away at the traps, making sure there's nothing hidden around corners and limit Wayne's ability to find those cheap little pickoffs.
There must be 3 or 4 there. Yeah, it looks like there was 4 there altogether. They killed 1 as well.
So what do you do now?
I mean, for Wings, you gotta keep setting those. Oh, they get a hook on Moo. That's what they do. And the Mystic Flare with the Ancient Seal, but he's still so tanky. The X-Marks is coming in Ice again. Might get caught this time, LD. But
BOT's in from the Mirana. Wants to fight this. They don't kill the creep. Blink, though, still wants to back away, and DC chase forward.
He's going to get caught by the torrent. Will that bring him down? It's the Demonic Purge that does so.
No suicide there. Gives up another kill. DC. Pick off after pick off. Tower after tower. But they do find another. It doesn't really matter. Moo just chuckles. He's now picked up the pipe. Further defensive capabilities against this one-hit combo that Wings have. And also a great way to deal with Mirana and Radiance Burn. Really, if you look at Wings, it's almost all magic damage.
Yeah.
Late game, Mirana could go into right-click build, but she doesn't have the Drow Ranger this time around to buff her up. Nice pick by Blink bottom. Sniping the Kunkka. Misery not able to armlet toggle his way out.
They're going to go to Roche right now, though. They're going to try to contest this song.
This is the Pudge dream. This is the Pudge dream, Mott. If ever there was a time for a Pudge to come up big, now is it.
DC will back out smartly. That Roshan was very dangerous, like you talked about. The hook, and not to mention the song or an arrow coming through. Some serious damage. Blink in from the Mirana, leap out also is available, but now Blink has to use it.
DC should just be patient. Wings cannot Roche. They don't need to Roche now. They can wait until they have 5 alive, go in as a squad. The boat is an important component of their team fight. There's really no need to force a Roshan 4v5.
There's some wards that have been just placed down. It looks like DC will again counter ward them. This Gem doing so much work this game, especially against that Techies. And they'll continue to put wards down of their own and gain map control. And at the very least, Wings, they haven't needed to defend high ground yet. They haven't needed to put down those remote mines up on the high ground. So we'll see how that transitions. And they will head back into Roche.
Yeah, still holding on to the Gem on Moo. Still, as a result, able to keep up vision. They save Faith Beyond, laying some traps. If he pokes too much closer, they could go. There's the hook.
They didn't get the Aegis from Resolution in time. The Tornado
Somebody
take
take
the
it.
Suicide Squad. and he will end up staying alive. The disruption keeping him up and ready to go. The silence of the Arcane Bolt won't kill him, and they bring down 3.
There was a Naga illusion in the pit there. I thought Shadow might be able to at least deny the Aegis, but even that wasn't possible. So 3 fall in the end. Song available. This might just be a farming Aegis for DC, honestly. I think they can go high ground, but I don't feel like Wings is getting stronger either. And you can see Moo just diving this Naga. Has absolutely no fear. He's going to force out the Song.
Yeah, that is a level 2 Song. But the Sunstrike, is it going to do enough damage? Boom! Yes, it does. Weehawk gets the kill. Wow.
You see a draft like this on the main stage of TI, and yes, Wings like their unconventional picks, but you can only imagine they have practiced this, and it has worked before. The techies instantly securing level 2 in the jungle to start the game, then he heads top. It felt like they had a plan with the tri-lane. It just, DC, that early rotation for Misery, that to me was the key play that prevented Wings from getting momentum in the tri-lane, gave the Timbersaw a good start, and now begins the Disruption Illusion Siege. With Forged Spirits here, Wings need big hooks. It's going to be tough, though. There's an Aether Lens on Soxa now once he gets here, so he has better disruption range. They can also use the X on Misery if they want to send someone in safely for the chip damage.
Faith Beyond running low on mana right now. Only has about 3 mines set up in that trap to the right. You have Faith Beyond sitting back. Blink will jump in, look for a target. The hook, they'll get an illusion instead. Tier 3 tower now down. The Glaive starting to chop through. I've seen this before.
They got to find a pickoff soon, Mott.
Not finding anything just yet for Wings.
Oh, even the arrow missing. That could have been the Luna's death, maybe.
They get Moo on top of the mines. He'll stay alive. Stasis trap, and he will fall.
That's the gem down.
The Eclipse coming through, doing some work. They have the Moonlight Shadow, but it's too dead for Wings. It's a respawn from...
Mirana could do some work here, but already Timbersaw is back in.
Yeah, so quick. Plenty of charges, and it's a full set of racks, it looks like. I'll let the range creeps deal with, of course, that ranged racks, and now they'll head to the top lane, get the tier 3 tower. X-Marks will come through. It'll be up onto the techies. He'll get caught with the Torrent. The Glaive's hitting him.
They can't even walk near the racks. The bouncing Glaives just hurt too much. DC, 2 lanes down, and no signs of stopping. They immediately rotate bottom. This pocket strategy has completely backfired.
Wings are just getting crushed in this game too. This, like you said, this pocket strategy, it's not accomplishing what they wanted. It comes down to that Fairy Fire as well as Torrent in the beginning of the game. Now, not only a Torrent, but a Ghost Ship coming through, allowing them to push even further, and that's
It's over, Mott. GG. Wings get stomped. Down 20k gold. They never led this game with a Pudge, a Techies, and a pocket strategy that just didn't pan out. But credit to DC, they saw something unexpected, at least. I think the Techies was unexpected. Not sure if the Pudge was, as Wings have run it before. And they adapted really well.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much really to talk about that game. It's just unfortunate Wings that, like you said, they might have tried that strategy before, and it more than likely worked. That's why they're bringing it out here on TI in the main stage. And of course, it does mean that we get more heroes picked, but still, it's not successful. So I appreciate the effort from them, but DC, they have a strategy of their own. It's called Shadow Demon Luna, and it works to perfection.
Yeah, once they got the gem, Techies, and having a Timbersaw as well meant you could just clear out the trees. Yeah, maybe Techies gets 1 kill from the remote mine trap inside the trees. After that, you're just going to constantly be scouting for them with the Timbersaw. So DC, despite never really getting to practice against Techies, adapted extremely well to this pocket strat.
Now moving forward to game 3, assuming Wings picks more standard or conventional heroes, although for
I don't
Wings,
think we'll see a Pudge Techies.
Yeah, for Wings, I don't know if there really are standard or conventional heroes, but moving forward to game 3, what do you think about Wings' chances moving into that?
I think they can beat DC straight up. I don't think they need to go too crazy. Like a pocket pick or something that counters DC's lineup, sure. I didn't mind the Pudge pick at all. I think Pudge is really good against Disruption setup. He's also really good against X setup. You just hook that hero out after they get caught. Yeah, with the Shadow Demon Illusions, maybe they block the hook sometimes, but I think the Pudge pick on its own had a lot of potential. The Techies, for me, is where it just got too cheesy, and it felt like they had to have a better laning stage. They didn't really have a plan B.
It got a little too crazy and off the rails, so we'll wait and see, of course, how that game 3 does develop. But before we do, we are going to throw it back over to the analysts and see what they think.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much to Morten LD down there. I mean, was that bit too crazy, LD?
I think the Techies was a pick too far.
A crazy moment too far?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. All right, we'll come back to you for game 3 very shortly, but let's get back to our panel right now. Ted, I'm going to start with you.
Oh, thank goodness.
Crazy or lunatic or just downright just a bit of fun and entertainment?
look, sometimes you wrap up the first game of a 3-game series and it goes really well and you think, great, let's just keep doing what we're doing. And then you go into the second game and you think, let's just, let's finish this out. And sometimes you think, fuck it. Let's just go pudge techies. Because if it works...
You're geniuses.
Everybody goes, oh my God, they've got strats. They've got strats for days. What do we do? And sometimes you pick it. I think it kind of shows genuine balls to go and do that. But I also think it's absolutely bonkers.
Yeah, it was bonkers. Do you guys think it was a bit of a crowd-pleasing moment, Charlie?
No, I think...
Charlie's like, nope, boring, didn't want techies, terrible pick.
Okay, one, I'm glad they didn't win. I'm glad they didn't win. Can you imagine if they won that game as techies and then other teams start picking techies and then we have techies in these games and then we have techies in pubs and everybody's too scared to move on the map?
We're back to a year ago again.
Yeah, awful.
Yeah. Okay,
Awful,
yeah, all right. Well, I had a feeling that would be Charlie's dampening way. I enjoyed it, though.
I'm surprised. I'll tell you why I'm surprised. You don't have to play in these games, Charles. You can just watch other people.
But it doesn't matter.
No, that was your whole thing.
No,
The difference
you don't
is,
understand.
Me and him actually play Dota, unlike you two. So in that case, when Techie starts drafting into pubs all the time, it affects us.
First of all, sir, I play a hell of a lot of Dota. I will have that. I will not have you besmirch my name. And second of all, I don't mind playing against techies.
I don't know if the Dota that you play really.
Very hard.
I don't know if we call.
It's still Dota. It's still Dota. Was that Dota?
No.
Not Dota.
No, it was not.
Therefore, I'm perfectly in my right.
Well, here's the thing, Ted. If techies becomes a prominent pick and it works out, then people are scared to move on the map. And when people don't move on the map, there are no kills.
All right, yeah. Give me that one.
That's true. All right, let me ask you a different way, Charlie, and you can be as brutal as you like. Was that a DC win or a Wings loss?
Dude, that was a Wings loss.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I tried. Yeah. It's hard to measure. It's hard to measure what DC did in that game because what they did was fine, right?
Yeah. I mean,
it was acceptable. That's all it had to be.
Yeah.
Look, listen, Paul. I don't know what you're expecting.
Is this your
out of
white
it.
book?
This is my notebook.
Oh,
okay?
for that game.
It's completely empty for this game.
Yeah, that's.
I write notes for every single game. This one, nothing.
Yeah.
Because what am I supposed to say? It would take.
We could do a quiz. We could do a quiz.
Oh.
Okay.
Which of the 7 heroes that haven't been picked now? Because there's only 7 left. We had 102 picked.
I think has Necro been picked?
Yeah, no,
it's been
picked. It's been banned, so it counts as picked or banned. That's
it does.
103. So we've got 7 that haven't been picked or banned.
Treant
is one.
Gyrocopter?
No, Gyro's been picked.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, just the once and never again.
Omni was picked, right?
Yeah, Omni's picked.
OD's been picked.
Treant you've got. I'm going to write that one down. You've got Treant, yeah.
Yo, are we allowed to go on the internet?
No.
I can't.
Stop cheating.
Can I at least look at the pool of heroes?
No.
It's really hard to visualize that.
Visage?
Yeah, well, Visage or Visage, depending on how you want to say yes. Yeah.
Wraith King has
Wraith King been
Stop
picked?
cheating, man. I'm not
Wraith
cheating.
King has been
Wraith
picked.
King has been picked. Yeah. So you're going to get 5 more.
How long do we have? I mean, this is going to be...
Well, I'm being told, we need to move on. No, I'm kidding. We've got a couple of minutes. No,
Chaos Knight was picked.
Yeah, CK's been picked. What's the...
Jakiro. Yeah.
Obviously, my hero hasn't been picked yet. So.
Sniper?
Sniper had a game. Sniper was the 99th pick of the tournament, yeah. It's hard, isn't it? Because you're thinking, well, there's so many... Which ones?
I'm just thinking of heroes I would random and go, oh, God. And I'm thinking, there must be some of them in there somewhere.
Yeah, there's two heroes in particular that Alliance usually pick. One of them was Jakiro, not say usually, but they have picked. There's another one in the pool that they sometimes pick.
Has Clockwork been picked?
Yeah, Clock has, yeah. Centaur,
right.
Yeah, that's one of the ones that has been picked. Bloodseeker's another one. Jacob's favourite.
Malk's favourite hero.
Malk's favourite. We've only got 35 seconds to go, so very quickly, return to normality. No more techies, no more punch in this particular game. Charlie, does this go back towards Wings, or do you think maybe DC can take some of the momentum that they got in game 2?
I mean, I don't think there's very much momentum to be had. It's just...
I'm clutching at straws here.
They know themselves. It's a punch techies game, whatever. Take the free win. I'm still taking Wings, though.
Okay, all right, Cap.
I will take Wings just because I don't want them to lose and then look back at game 2
and then be like, what did we do? Yeah, okay. Tej?
The true sign of a hero is to never admit when you're wrong and just stick with it. Go.
So
Pudge
okay,
Techies,
so
part two.
we're going to go to game 3 where Ted believes we're going to see Techies Pudge. Let's go to draft number 3.
Digital Chaos versus Wings Gaming. Game 3.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back inside Key Arena. For you watching at home, we're getting ready to come into game number 3 of DC versus Wings. Gentlemen, I am back with Draskell Black and Merlini. Merlini, you were very ambitious that you wanted Techies to pull the win. Wings couldn't do it with Pudge Techies. I imagine they're not going to be looking to do it again.
Shadow Demon is actually pretty good versus both of them. I think it could definitely work, but not that time.
I mean, we spoke about it, you know.
Yeah, you can call out LD.
Yeah, you know, LD said it's really easy to hook someone out when you get disrupted. That's like super hard. Because you have to like find the right
LD,
angle.
you go try it and see how it
You
goes.
can tell that he's never played Pudge.
I think in our heart of hearts, we wanted Wings to win that game, but it was really tough.
I mean, I thought the Pudge was fine, but the Techies was a bit over the line.
Yes.
Like a little bit.
So we're expecting possibly Wings to go into what they would consider maybe serious mode now. So I'm anxious to see what kind of drafts they're going to be pulling out. We can start already as we're into game number 3. DC have opened up with an Oracle grab. This comes after banning out that Mirana and Wisp. Wings decided to get rid of, well, the same bans they've been getting rid of. They X-Nay on the Elder Titan and also get rid of the Beastmaster.
Yeah, Wings found a lot of success recently with Draw Ranger as well. So they might go that direction.
I think DC might lead with the Alk, though, if they don't deal with it. They first banned it last game. They paired it with the Oracle last game, and they don't actually have the Mirana to deal with it.
Yeah, and then the first game they were ahead as well. Like DC was ahead.
Yeah.
Were in like a winning position.
I think they gladly take that draft again.
Yeah, I think so too. Because they know if they don't make the mistakes in the late game, they will actually just close it out.
So Wings, are they going to pick up Alk themselves? I mean, they're going to pick AA first phase?
They might.
They're going to Drow?
Yeah, Drow's
Timbersaw.
also there. Wow, great call, Black. Timbersaw is actually the first pick.
Thanks, I appreciate that.
1 for 1 so far. 1 for 1. That's interesting, though, because it's like we mentioned in the previous game. You never really know what approach Wings are taking.
Yeah, this was like the third opening with completely different heroes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to gauge. Timber doesn't really offer a whole lot as far as game plan goes, plus they're very flexible with the hero in itself. But they're not afraid to kind of show their game plan right off the bat. They've been a team to pick up that Drow in the first phase, so I wouldn't say they're too transparent, but there is going to be a Rubik, a second pick Rubik at that.
Not showing a whole lot.
Isn't this the second time they've picked Rubik in response to Oracle? Do you think they put any weight towards that hero just versus Oracle in general? Because all the spells are actually pretty decent to steal.
Yeah, but it's pretty hard to steal like the spell you want to have, which is the old, like Purifying Flames is fine, but it's not as good if you don't have the Purge of Oracle as well.
I think it's just nice having that, because Rubik is obviously not known for being a hero who does substantial amounts of damage during the early game. Just having the guaranteed steal of Purifying Flames, it's just nice to be able to come in and just throw in the extra 360 damage.
Yep. I go for the Bad Rider. What do you make of that?
I'm surprised that they didn't go for Alk.
Yeah, me too. Like first game,
yeah.
But maybe they're a bit scared of the Timber versus Alk matchup, which is pretty good for the Timber. But even so, like Alchemist still kind of free farms on that matchup, and you can like take the jungle stacks.
I think it's more just because they know they can, like, for instance, DC can just ban Nyx or whatever in the second phase. It's just an easy position to pick it in because you know you've already protected the hero. Rubik's the only thing that Wings have right now that's like, okay, I can potentially get lifted, but that's it. The rest of my initiation's not really going to be hindered that much.
And you would bank that a Rubik Venge pairing is just not good to have as a duo support?
I mean, it can work, but I think it's very reliant on having strong independent laners. Like, usually heroes that don't really need much outside assistance.
Yeah, and on top of that, those two support heroes, they don't offer a lot of like burst damage. They need like, it's like over a longer duration how they deal damage. Like Shadow Demon needs to get those like 4 or 5 stacks on. Rubik has like a nuke every 12 seconds. It's like not a lot of burst damage.
He said Venge, not SD. What? He said, we was talking about Venge, right?
Yeah, we're
not Shadow Demon.
Venge. Oh, Venge?
Yeah.
Where did they get the SD from?
I don't know, Black.
I don't know. I don't know what's going on.
Put that drink down. Let's get back in the draft right now. They get rid of the Drow, though, in the second phase. Wings does here. So.
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, it kind of makes sense. I think, with DC have, it's obviously 2 ranged heroes. You can pick up Drow very easily, even though Wings themselves have the first pick out of this phase. Maybe, again, just going for a different approach. Keep the enemy team guessing. Don't give them any real insight into what you're going to be doing. Seems to work for them.
Yeah. Yeah, they do ban out the Nyx. Obviously a very, very strong Bad Rider counter.
Now, I feel like I'm a broken record with this gentleman, but DC do have an Oracle out there. Huskar, do we got to ban it if you're Wings?
I think you...
Because eventually, these teams ignore him, and then he creeps in to a draft in a third game, and the next thing you got cheesed out to the lower bracket.
I mean, I think you have to ignore him. I think you have to ignore him. I think you ignore him because Timbersaw can... If you avoid the lane matchup, Timbersaw is actually, for me personally, like a really hard counter to Huskar. So I don't think it's a problem because they can still put him on any 3 positions of the core positions. So I don't think that you need to ban on Huskar.
DC also largely ignored Huskar during the group phase. Yep. They didn't pick it up very early nor very often. They way more tended towards like Luna, Huskar, Ursa as their position ones. Morphling too.
No, that makes sense. I don't really recall ever having to put Resolution's name like on top of a Huskar at all. It doesn't seem like his kind of hero whatsoever. So that does make sense. But.
He wants to be like in your face, but not with Huskar. Like he's a lot of in-your-face heroes, but Huskar's definitely not one of them.
He's a dirty Slark player.
Oh yeah. Slark Plague.
Yep.
Well, I would really like to see Ursa here. Really good against Timbersaw. Pretty good against Rubik too. Of course, he can lift you up, but you know he doesn't really burst you or kite you very well. And Timbersaw definitely cannot go to the offlane if you have an Ursa there.
Not only that, but the synergy between Bat and Ursa is really nice. You know, it's like when people were picking Sven Bat, you want one hero to pull somebody in for you to just be able to freely hit, and obviously they don't have a save at the moment, so. I wonder if they just continually protect the Bat and just take out like the Venge, or take out, I don't know if they ban SD, but.
Might be possible.
I mean, it just depends on how heavily their game plan depends on Bat Rider being able to freely get lassos.
Yeah. What we also haven't seen a whole lot in TI in general was a really popular pick before is Disruptor. Disruptor is like semi-decent against Bat Rider. Of course, not the best hero, but like one of the better counters that you still have in the pool.
Yeah, he was pretty much the support hero of the Manila Major.
Yeah.
A lot of people found good use of him. And with
Coddle.
crowd control.
The Coddle Brewmaster lane was too strong to handle, so I banned out the Coddle.
Fair enough.
That lane was pretty crazy.
They pick up Slark themselves.
Yeah.
Obviously very good against Bat Rider. You can't really make too much out of the game plan yet because it's just like a pure counter pick. What would you do if you were DC? How would you approach it? I still think Ursa is really, really good against Slark too.
I want to try to lane against the Slark in some way. Like I don't want to give him a free lane in this game.
Like go.
Because I think like the Rubik Slark pairing is super weak. So you can punish that like, crazy hard.
Yeah. So you want to see like an aggro dual lane or even tri lane maybe?
I would like to. I mean, I wouldn't even hate like, okay, so this is good pressure already. Having the Riki against Rubik, it's really a struggle for Rubik during the early game.
I think it's even a bigger problem for Slark and Timbersaw. The AoE silence is very painful for them to deal with. And you have no 4-staff builders in your cores.
On the laning stage as well, Sticky Napalm plus that Cloud, plus the Orb of Venom on the Riki.
And what do you do to prepare to going against that? Some teams are happy to go toe-to-toe with like their own version of a Riki in that sense, like a bounty hunter, or you get a Chen.
That is...
It's an interesting response.
Interesting, yeah.
Yeah, not really your Sentry Ward candidate to kind of...
Sometimes you see people, you know, in Viz heroes like Bounty and Riki, they don't want to play against stuff like a Spirit Breaker in the early game. They're just really strong heroes who can run at you and kind of just scout you out on the map. It's really frustrating. But Chen is usually seen... When Riki first started coming into the competitive scene, it was to counter junglers.
Yeah.
And now they're picking a jungler into it. And like once you get the creep, obviously you can make rotations. Maybe you can like dictate where the Riki goes based on your own pressure, and maybe that's the way they're looking at it. But it seems a little bit strange to me.
But Riki is pretty much always going to be like scouting you out. There's no...
Yeah, that's the problem.
Do a smoke gang or...
Like how do you rotate with that hero in the game?
I'm not sure why they picked it. Maybe they have some secret strategy for last pick. I don't know yet. We'll see what Wings does.
Yeah, the typical response is like an ogre, I would say. Like,
yeah, you want to have like really strong dual lanes that can actually just like deal with the Riki. Like if he can't go anywhere and kill, then you're fine because the hero's not going to do anything. He won't farm in the jungle, he won't do anything.
DC snag up for the 4th pick, a Morphling. Resolution made, well, waves in the group stage with the Morphling pick and an incredible wrap play there. So, comfort pick for DC here.
It's actually a really good pick against everything but Rubik. I think Rubik loves playing against Morphling.
Yeah.
It's like one of the most fun heroes.
Free strength gain, yeah.
Every skill you steal is so good.
Well, you get adaptive when you have full strength morph. You get a free insane duration stun. You get an escape. I would actually like to play Rubik if there wasn't a Riki in this game.
Yeah, Riki is like Rubik's worst nightmare. You get an Diffusal up, you actually just get solo killed every time. Unless you steal strength morph and have 2,000 health.
And then you have to buy like a casual buckler, right? Like Puppy's Doom. You just buy a buckler with that much.
You need armor, yeah, because you go actually down to like 0 armor.
Yeah.
5 seconds remaining.
But what's left out there that DC could be wary of that they want to be banning out there?
Reserve time.
Well, like,
you got our support, so we got what looks like potentially off lane. They feel like
this
this
lineup doesn't really strike me as like having a lot of synergy right now. They have like a bit
Not
of
at all.
everything, but like no real strategy yet.
I would like something else that hits buildings personally.
Yeah,
But
you need some push with Chen. Like Chen is gonna fall off minute like 25, 30. You approach a late game, Chen is not gonna do that much.
yeah, the thing is for DC, their lineup still takes a little while. Like you're gonna need Bat Blink for sure, and you're gonna like the Morphling needs time as well to really come online. So I think Wings want their last hero to at least be able to force some kind of issue. That's why I mentioned like hitting towers is really important. Like
DK, does he fit that bill? The DK Chen combo?
It'd be fine, but they would put themselves like on a very vulnerable position, I think.
Invoker though, last choice.
It would be so hard for them to win the lanes, I feel.
I really like the Invoker here because he's going to be very safe. Because the Ricky's going to scout out the support rotations, and one-on-one Invoker doesn't really fear many heroes that are like very pickable right now. Maybe they could go for like a Tinker. If they want to go for something like that, you have to sandbag with Tinker. You can play like really aggressively. Centaur.
Oh,
there they go.
That's another first. That's a first of TI. Wings are the team to do it again. Wow. All right, gentlemen. Centaur last pick. I know we just saw it and you have to try to take it in, but what do you think?
Ooh, I'm gonna say DC are gonna take game 3. I like their lineup a bit more.
Yeah, I think I have to say DC too because the Ricky just counters the Chen like movements.
I think the Centaur is actually a decent counter to Smoke Cloud if you don't have Force Staffs. So I'm going to go with Wings. There's a reason they picked it.
Could be a great disengage. We'll see if that's the case or not. Thank you, gentlemen. We'll go ahead and throw it over to the action gentlemen right now. It's LD and Mott on the floor. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thanks, guys. And, well, LD, we talked about it in game number 1. Wings are known to beat themselves. Did they just beat themselves with the Centaur in this game?
I wouldn't give up on them just yet. This is not Pudge Techies. Centaur does have a place in this game. Ben mentioned Stampede is good against Smoke Cloud. Now, granted, Stampede is a much longer cooldown than Smoke Cloud, so I don't think it's a hard counter by any means. Also, generally where Riki excels is the early laning stage. He wins the lanes, and that's before Centaur really brings much to the table. But if anyone can pick yet another unpicked hero and make it work, I think it would be Wings. So I favor DC's draft, but I personally think Wings have overall looked like the stronger team. So I wouldn't count them entirely out just yet.
Well, we'll have to see how this develops. I mean, the Centaur pick is certainly interesting, and this hero he brings a lot to the table. Like you mentioned, the Stampede, obviously, one of the better ultimates of the game, especially with an Aghanim Scepter, if they can get to that point, but there's a lot of damage coming through from DC. Late game potential as well. Weehaw on the Invoker once more. He's done it before, and he can do it again. Misery behind enemy lines for the time being, and he's just putting that ward down up on the high ground to scout out that, of course, Ancient stack. Let's see if they stack anything up. But for now, contention over the top rune spot, LD. It looks like, DC thought about it, but now they're backing away.
Misery does drop a sentry here, so he has blocked the spawn box now for that off-lane camp. Generally, we've seen more and more lately that the jungle players like to pressure their off-lane. As I say that, Misery is moving on towards mid. Wants to basically just follow Ice around here. Notice Ice already started with a smoke and a dust, as well as sentries. So this is the Riki hate parade. With the Rubik and the right creeps, there is some kill potential, but this is a very elusive support nonetheless, and once Misery gets the boots, he'll be much harder to kill. So for now, just blocking the spawn, being a little annoying bastard, and not a whole lot that Ice can do about it. This is, as Black was mentioning, generally why you don't see all too much jungle play versus Riki. Especially not when you already know he's been picked.
It's not about just blocking the camps. It's also about stealing the experience, obviously, getting those last hits, being, like you said, pesky and annoying as hell for Ice. But down bottom, we'll keep eyes, of course, on Moo, on the Bat Rider, one of his favorite heroes. Currently sitting at one last hit. He starts with double Fairy Fire again that last game. Fairy Fire saved him a fair bit, and we'll see how it helps him this game. But this is a pretty interesting dual lane. It's going to be Slark and Rubik, so not sure how much kill potential is actually in this lane. It looks like they're going to make it go.
Oh, there is definitely some. It's only a level 1 Slark, but he does hit the pounce. Moo has the Fairy Fires. He may need to use them. No Firefly, though. He won't die, but I mean, Slark even 1v1 does okay against Bat Rider once he gets a couple of levels. And Rubik looking to secure his early game. Slark should have a good time, so it will be a relatively free farm Slark unless the Riki gets active. And speaking of it, he is now in the bottom lane. He blocked one more spawn camp on the Chen, then he moved away from that lane, and now they're looking to pressure the Rubik here.
Look at the Innocence.
He's
Look at that
very
backstab
defenseless
damage.
against Riki.
Cloak and Dagger is doing some serious work against Innocence, who right now just no real way of dealing with that right-click damage.
Chen has made his way top. No dire vision yet, but they see the creep now. So a Centaur to help the Centaur. A fitting partnership here.
So how active do you think both teams are going to be on the map? You talked about the Riki, obviously, and the Chen's moving up there, but look at that pounce away. Stomp.
Top lane, though, the Centaur duo finds Saksa, and it's first blood to Wings. The Bros getting the job done. And now Faith Beyond, he's already taken the point of return, has the Stout Shield. He'll be looking to pull the wave. They want the Morphling to have to see us under tower where they can look to dive him a bit. At least dragging the creeps away from it for now. But Morphling not the best deep pushing carry, so they may try to take this tier 1 early, and Saksa now back in the lane. They're going to leave Misery to hold this bottom lane. Moo will go home for the time being. Overall, it looks decent for Wings here early, to be honest, Mont. They're getting their levels. They get the first blood. Well, I should say their farm on the carries. Ice Ice slightly under level, but Riki not getting all that much. Now he's catching up bottom at the expense of the Bat Rider. But the Chen isn't really being shut down, and generally Riki will